From a Native Son. Selected Essays on Indigenism 1985-1995. Ward Churchill. For Aunt Bonnie, who inspired me more than she knew. About the author. Ward Churchill is a longtime native rights activist, writer, and public speaker. A member of the Governing Council of the Colorado chapter of the American Indian Movement, he also serves as coordinator of American Indian Studies for the University of Colorado. He is a past national spokesperson for the Leonard Peltier Defense Committee, has served as a delegate to the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations, and as a jurist with the International People's Tribunal, Hawaii. He currently serves as an advocate/prosecutor with the First Nations International Tribunal for the Chiefs of Ontario in Canada. Contents. 17 Introduction by Howard Zinn 1 Deconstructing the Columbus Myth. Was the great discoverer Italian or Spanish, Nazi or Jew? 21 Since Predator Came, a survey of native North America since 1492. 37 The Earth is Our Mother, struggles for American Indian land and liberation in the contemporary United States. 107 Genocide in Arizona, the Navajo-Hopi land dispute in perspective. 147 Natni North America, the political economy of radioactive colonialism, with Winona LaDuke. 191 Like Sand in the Wind, the making of an American Indian diaspora in the United States. 231 Death Squads in the United States, Confessions of a Government Terrorist. 271 White Studies, the intellectual imperialism of U.S. higher education. 295 Literature and the colonization of American Indians. 315 ALMLE Matter of Genocide, Colonialism and the Expropriation of Indigenous Spiritual Tradition in Academia. 337 Another Dry White Season, Gerrymanders in the Absence of the Sacred. 355 Spiritual Hucksterism, the Rise of the Plastic Medicine Men. 367 Indians are U.S., Reflections on the Men's Movement. 409 Fantasies of the Master Race. Categories of Stereotyping American Indians in Film. 419 Lawrence of South Dakota, Dances with Wolves and the Maintenance of the American Empire. 423 And They Did It Like Dogs in the Dirt. An Indigenist Analysis of Black Robe. 13. 439 Let's Spread the Fun Around, the Issue of Sports. Team Names and Mascots. 445 In the Matter of Julius Streicher, Applying Nuremberg Standards to the United States. 455 Semantic Masturbation on the Left, a Barrier to Unity and Action. 461 False Promises, an Indigenist Perspective on Marxist Theory and Practice. 483 Nobody's Pet Poodle, Jimmy Durham, an Artist for Native North America. 501 Another Vision of America, Simon Ortiz's From Sand Creek. 509 I Am Indigenist, Notes on the Ideology of the Fourth World. 547 Works by Author, 1980 to 1996. 559 Index Introduction. By Howard Zinn. One of the remarkable developments of the past 2 decades has been the emergence of a new generation of Native American scholars who, by their deliberate self-thrust into the struggles of their people, must be characterized as scholar activists. Among these is Ward Churchill, a Kituwa Cherokee, whose writing powerful, eloquent, unsparing of cant and deception has inspired so many others of his people to join the fray, to take a stand. He has been a prolific writer, books, essays, reviews, and what we have here is a collection, bold and biting in his usual style, of some of his best work of the past 10 years, material which is, as the title indicates, truly from a native son. The long attempt to annihilate physically the native people of this continent was carried on by a succession of profit-seeking, expansionist European powers, and finally by the English colonies of North America. Great Britain, having expelled France from the continent, and wanting to avoid endless war with the indigenous nations that lay just beyond the colonies, proclaimed in 1763 that the colonists could not settle beyond the Appalachian Mountains. When the war for independence was won, the colonists were free to move westward, a matter they considered their manifest destiny. There followed a century of warfare in which the superior military power of the United States prevailed. Piece by piece, the land on which Indians had lived for millennia was gobbled up until they were confined to reservations comprising, in total, something less than 5% of their original holdings. The physical attack on and decimation of the native population, as well as their expulsion from their lands, was accompanied by a cultural assault. Under late 19th and early 20th century assimilation policies, the vanquished were coerced by various means into 18. Emulating their conquerors, the idea being that identifiable remnants of Indian societies would disappear. Another part of the process was to keep secret from generations of Americans the cruelties that lay behind the euphemism westward expansion. The secrets were buried, never to appear in textbooks, popular entertainment, or general histories of the country. In the struggle of Native Americans to reclaim both their land and their heritage, the unearthing of these secrets plays a crucial role. This is the task Churchill has set for himself, and which he fulfills with overwhelming evidence and meticulous argument. His opening essay, Deconstructing the Columbus Myth, exemplifies his combination of passion and substance, all with impressive documentation. He meets head-on the complaint that it is wrong to compare the actions of Columbus and his fellow Spaniards to the Holocaust under Hitler, and patiently sifts through the evidence which justifies such comparisons. For those danger of getting lost in the complex history of indigenous people in North America, Churchill provides, in his second essay, Since Predator Came, a guide in the form of a brief survey of what has happened to the native populations of the continent from 1492 to the present. Churchill moves easily from colonial history to the present, the current struggles of American Indians to regain control over their land, and to prevent the theft of valuable mineral deposits under these lands. He also gives us a chilling picture, in Death Squads in the United States, Confessions of a Government Terrorist, of the manner in which federal agencies like the FBI have sought to block such efforts, death squads set loose on activists and supporters of the American Indian movement. Churchill's critique takes us through what he calls the intellectual imperialism of higher education in the United States, the false promises he discerns in Marxian contributions to theories of indigenous liberation, the meaning of using Indian imagery in sports team names and logos, as well as current New Age attempts to expropriate native spiritual traditions for purposes of turning them into marketable commodities. His criticisms of the role of literature in the colonization of American Indians are useful and incisive. A bonus for me in this collection is the devastating analysis of films, like Dances with Wolves and Black Robe, purporting to do right by Native people. There are many other surprises in these pages, each of them testifying to the breadth of the author's interests and knowledge, an overall outlook he calls indigenism. What Churchill gives us here is an unusual gift, a rich education, in one volume, in the history of the European/Native encounter in North America. I am grateful to him for this accomplishment, and I expect other readers will share my feeling. Deconstructing the Columbus Myth. Was the great discoverer Italian or Spanish, Nazi or Jew? Christopher Columbus was a genuine titan, a hero of history and of the human spirit. To denigrate Columbus is to denigrate what is worthy in human history and in us all. Jeffrey Hart, National Review, October 15, 1990. It is perhaps fair to say that our story opens at Alfred University, where, during the fall of 1990, I served as Distinguished Scholar of American Indian Studies for a program funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities. Insofar as I was something of a curiosity in that primarily Euro-American staffed and attended institution, situated as it is within an area populated primarily by white folk, it followed naturally that I quickly became a magnet for local journalists seeking to inject a bit of color into their otherwise uniformly blanched columns and commentaries. Given our temporal proximity to the much-heralded quincentennial celebration of Christopher Columbus' late 15th century discovery of a new world and its inhabitants, and that I am construed as being in some part a direct descendant of those inhabitants, they were wont to query me as to my sentiments concerning the accomplishments of the Admiral of the Ocean Sea. My response, at least in its short version, was that celebration of Columbus and the European conquest of the Western Hemisphere he set off is greatly analogous to celebration of the glories of Nazism and Heinrich Himmler. Publication of this remark in local newspapers around Rochester, New York, caused me to receive, among other things, a deluge of lengthy and vociferously framed letters of protest, 2 of which I found worthy of remark. The first of these was sent by a colleague at the university, an exchange faculty member from Germany, who informed me that while the human costs begot by Columbus' navigational experiment were tragic and quite regrettable, comparisons between him and the 1. 2 Franz, a native son, Reichsführer 55 were nonetheless unfounded. The distinction between Himmler and Columbus, his argument went, resided not only in differences in the magnitude of the genocidal events in which each was involved, but in the ways in which they were involved. Himmler, he said, was enmeshed as a high-ranking and responsible official in the liquidation of entire human groups as a matter of formal state policy guided by an explicitly racialist ideology. Furthermore, he said, the enterprise Himmler created as the instrument of his genocidal ambitions incorporated, deliberately and intentionally, considerable economic benefit to the state in whose service he acted. None of this pertained to Columbus, the good professor concluded, because the great discoverer was ultimately little more than a gifted seaman, an individual who unwittingly set in motion processes over which he had little or no control, in which he played no direct part, and which might well have been beyond his imagination. My juxtaposition of the two men, he contended, therefore tended to diminish understanding of the unique degree of evil which should be associated with Himmler, and ultimately precluded proper historical understanding of the Nazi phenomenon. The second letter came from a member of the Jewish Defense League in Rochester. His argument ran that, unlike Columbus, Himmler was a responsible official in a formal state policy of exterminating an entire human group for both racial and economic reasons, and on a scale unparalleled in all history. My analogy between the two, he said, served to diminish public respect for the singular nature of the Jewish experience at the hands of the Nazis, as well as popular understanding of the unique historical significance of the Holocaust. Finally he added, undoubtedly as a crushing capstone to his position, it is a measure of your anti-Semitism that you compare Himmler to Columbus because Columbus was, of course, himself a Jew. I must confess the last assertion struck me first, and only partly because I'd never before heard claims that Christopher Columbus was of Jewish ethnicity. What possible difference could this make? I asked in my letter of reply. If Himmler himself were shown to have been of Jewish extraction, would it then suddenly become anti-Semitic to condemn him for the genocide he perpetrated against Jews, Gypsies, Slavs, and others? Would his historical crimes then suddenly be unmentionable or even okay? To put it another way, I continued, simply because Meyer Lansky, Dutch Schultz, Bugsy Siegel, and Louis Boukatier Lepka were all Jewish by blood, is it a gesture of anti-Semitism to refer to them as gangsters? Is it your contention that an individual's Jewish ethnicity somehow confers exemption from negative classification or criticism of his/her conduct? What are you saying? The question of Columbus' possible Jewishness nonetheless remained intriguing, not because I held it to be especially important in its own right, but because I was mystified as to why any ethnic group, especially one which has suffered genocide, might be avid to lay claim either to the man or to his legacy. I promised myself to investigate the matter further. Meanwhile, I was captivated by certain commonalities of argument inherent to the positions advanced by my correspondents. Both men exhibited a near total ignorance of the actualities of Columbus' career, nor did they demonstrate any particular desire to correct the situation. Indeed, in their mutual need to separate the topic of their preoccupation from rational scrutiny, they appeared to have conceptually joined hands in a function composed more of faith than fact. The whole notion of the uniqueness of the Holocaust serves both psychic and political purposes for Jew and German alike, or so it seems. The two groups are bound to one another in a truly symbiotic relationship foundationed in the mythic exclusivity of their experience. One half of the equation simply completes the other in a perverse sort of collaboration, with the result that each enjoys a tangible benefit. For Jews, at least those who have adopted the Zionist perspective, a unique historical suffering under Nazism translates into fulfillment of a biblical prophecy that they are the chosen, entitled by virtue of the destiny of a special persecution to assume a rarefied status among and to consequently enjoy preferential treatment from the remainder of humanity. In essence, this translates into a demand that the Jewish segment of the Holocaust's victims must now be allowed to participate equally in the very system which once victimized them, and to receive an equitable share of the spoils accruing therefrom. To this end, Zionist scholars such as Irving Louis Horowitz and Elie Wiesel have labored long and mightily, defining genocide in terms exclusively related to the forms it assumed under Nazism. In their version of truth, one must literally see smoke pouring from the chimneys of Auschwitz in order to apprehend that a genocide, per se, is occurring. 1. Conversely, they have coined terms such as ethnocide to encompass the fates inflicted upon other peoples throughout history. 2. Such semantics have served, not as tools of understanding, but as an expedient means of arbitrarily differentiating the experience of their people both qualitatively and quantitatively from that of any other. To approach things in any other fashion would, it must be admitted, tend to undercut ideas like the moral right of the Israeli settler state to impose itself directly atop the Palestinian Arab homeland. For Germans to embrace a corresponding unique historical guilt because of what was done to the Jews during the 1940s is to permanently absolve themselves of guilt concerning what they may be doing now. No matter how ugly things may become in contemporary German society, or so the reasoning goes, it can always be argued that there has been a marked improvement over the singular evil which was Nazism. Anything other than outright Nazification is, by definition, different, better, and therefore acceptable. Business as usual, which is to say assertions of racial supremacy, domination, and exploitation of inferior groups, and most of the rest of the Nazi agenda is thereby freed to continue in a manner essentially unhampered by serious stirrings of guilt among the German public so long as it does not adopt the literal trappings of Nazism. Participating for profit and with gusto in the deliberate starvation of much of the Third World is no particular problem if one is careful not to goose-step while one does it. By extension, insofar as Germany is often seen as exemplifying the crowning achievements of Western civilization, the same principle covers all European and Jurg-derived. Deconstructing the Columbus myth. Societies. No matter what they do, it is never really what it seems unless it was done in precisely the fashion the Nazis did it. Consequently, the Nazi master plan of displacing or reducing by extermination the population of the Western USSR and replacing it with settlers of biologically superior German breeding stock is roundly condemned as ghastly and inhuman. Meanwhile, people holding this view of Nazi ambitions tend overwhelmingly to see consolidation and maintenance of Euro-dominated settler states in places like Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Argentina, the United States, and Canada as basically okay, or even as progress. The distinction allowing this psychological phenomenon is that each of these states went about the intentional displacement and extermination of native populations, and their replacement, in a manner slightly different in its particulars from that employed by Nazis attempting to accomplish exactly the same thing. Such technical differentiation is then magnified and used as a sort of all-purpose veil, behind which almost anything can be hidden, so long as it is not openly adorned with a swastika. Given the psychological, socio-cultural, and political imperatives involved, neither correspondent, whether German or Jew, felt constrained to examine the factual basis of my analogy between Himmler and Columbus before denying the plausibility or appropriateness of the comparison. To the contrary, since the paradigm of their mutual understanding embodies the a priori presumption that there must be no such analogy, factual investigation is precluded from their posturing. It follows that any dissent on the methods involved in their arriving at their conclusions, never mind introduction of countervailing evidence, must be denied out of hand with accusations of overstatement, shoddy scholarship, stridency, and/or anti-Semitism. To this litany have lately been added such new variations as white bashing, ethnic McCarthyism, purveyor of political rectitude, and any other epithet deemed helpful in keeping a canon of knowledge fraught with distortion, deception, and outright fraud from being diluted. 3. 5. 6. Columbus as proto-Nazi. It is time to delve into the substance of my remark that Columbus and Himmler, Nazi Lebensraumpolitik, and the settlement of the New World, bear more than a casual resemblance to one another. It is not, as my two correspondents wish to believe, because of his discovery. This does not mean that if this were all he had done he would be somehow innocent of what resulted from his find, no more than is the scientist who makes a career of accepting military funding to develop weapons in any way blameless when they are subsequently used against human targets. Columbus did not sally forth upon the Atlantic for reasons of neutral science or altruism. He went, as his own diaries, reports, and letters make clear, fully expecting to encounter wealth belonging to others. It was his stated purpose to seize this wealth, by whatever means necessary and available, both in design and by intent. What came next? To this extent, he not only symbolizes the process of conquest and genocide which eventually consumed the indigenous peoples of America, but also bears the personal responsibility of having participated in it. Still, if this were all there was to it, I might be inclined to dismiss him as a mere thug rather than branding him a counterpart to Himmler. The 1492 voyage of discovery is, however, hardly all that is at issue. In 1493 Columbus returned with an invasion force of 17 ships, appointed at his own request by the Spanish crown to install himself as viceroy and governor of the mainland of America, a position he held until 1500.5. Setting up shop on the large island he called Hispaniola, he promptly instituted policies of slavery and systematic extermination against the native Taino population. 6. Columbus' programs reduced Taino numbers from as many as 8 million at the outset of his regime to about 3 million in 1496. Perhaps 100,000 were left by the time of the governor's departure. His policies, however, remained, with the result that by 1514 the Spanish census of the island showed barely 22,000 Indians remaining alive. In 1542, only 200 were recorded. Thereafter, they were considered extinct, as were Indians throughout the Caribbean. Hassan, an aggregate. Deconstructing the Columbus myth. Population which totaled more than 15 million at the point of first contact with the Admiral of the Ocean Sea, as Columbus was known. 9. This, to be sure, constitutes an attrition of population in real numbers every bit as great as the toll of 12 to 15 million, about half often Jewish, most commonly attributed to Himmler's slaughter mills. Moreover, the proportion of indigenous Caribbean population destroyed by the Spanish in a single generation is, no matter how the figures are twisted, far greater than the 75% of European Jews usually said to have been exterminated by the Nazis. 10. Worst of all, these data apply only to the Caribbean basin. The process of genocide in the Americas was only just beginning at the point such statistics become operant, not ending, as they did upon the fall of the Third Reich. All told, it is probable that more than 100 million native people were eliminated in the course of Europe's ongoing civilization of the Western Hemisphere. It has long been asserted by responsible scholars that this decimation of American Indians which accompanied the European invasion resulted primarily from disease rather than direct killing or conscious policy. 12. There is a certain truth to this, although starvation may have proven just as lethal in the end. It must be borne in mind when considering such facts that a considerable portion of those who perished in the Nazi death camps died, not as the victims of bullets and gas, but from starvation, as well as epidemics of typhus, dysentery, and the like. Their keepers, who could not be said to have killed these people directly, were nonetheless found to have been culpable in their deaths by way of deliberately imposing the conditions which led to the proliferation of starvation and disease among them. Certainly, the same can be said of Columbus' regime, under which the original residents were, as a first order of business, permanently dispossessed of their abundant cultivated fields while being converted into chattel, ultimately to be worked to death for the wealth and glory of Spain. 14. Nor should more direct means of extermination be relegated to incidental status. As the matter is framed by Kirkpatrick Sale in his book The Conquest of Paradise. The tribute system, instituted by the governor sometime in 1495, was a simple and brutal way of fulfilling the Spanish lust for gold while acknowledging the Spanish distaste for labor. Every Taino over the age of 14 had to supply the rulers with a hawk's bill of gold every 3 months. Those who did were given a token to wear around their necks as proof that they had made their payment. Those who did not were, as says discreetly, punished by having their hands cut off, as Las Casas says less discreetly, and left to bleed to death. Is. It is entirely likely that upwards of 10,000 Indians were killed in this fashion, on Española alone, as a matter of policy, during Columbus' tenure as governor. Las Casas Brevísima Relacy 6n, among other contemporaneous sources, is also replete with accounts of Spanish colonists hanging Tainos en masse, roasting them on spits or burning them at the stake, hacking their children into pieces to be used as dog feed and so forth, all of it to instill in the natives a proper attitude of respect toward their Spanish superiors. Made bets as to who would slit a man in two, or cut off his head at one blow, or they opened up his bowels. They tore the babes from their mother's breast by their feet and dashed their heads against the rocks. They spitted the bodies of other babes, together with their mothers and all who were before them, on their swords. 16. No SS trooper could be expected to comport himself with a more unrelenting viciousness. And there is more. All of this was coupled to wholesale and persistent massacres. A Spaniard suddenly drew his sword. Then the whole 100 drew theirs and began to rip open the bellies, to cut and kill men, women, children and old folk, all of whom were seated, off guard and frightened. And within 2 credos, not a man of them there remains alive. The Spaniards enter the large house nearby, for this was happening at its door, and in the same way, with cuts and stabs, began to kill as many as were found there, so that a stream of blood was running, as if a great number of cows had perished. Elsewhere, Las Casas went on to recount how, in this time, the greatest outrages and slaughterings of people were perpetrated, whole villages being depopulated. The Indians saw that without any offense on their part they were despoiled of their kingdoms, their lands and liberties and of their lives, their wives and homes. As they saw themselves each day perishing by the cruel and inhuman treatment of the Spaniards, crushed to earth by the horses, cut in pieces by swords, eaten and torn by dogs, many buried alive and suffering all. Deconstructing the Columbus myth. Kinds of exquisite tortures, blankets as well as every other means to extirpate this execrable race. A few days later, it was reported to Amherst that he gave them 2 blankets and a handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital. I hope it will have the desired effect. It did. At a minimum, 100,000 Indians died in the epidemic brought on by Amherst's resort to biological warfare. 9 in a similar instance, occurring in 1836, the U.S. Army knowingly distributed smallpox-laden blankets among the Missouri River Mandans. The resulting pandemic claimed as many as 250,000 native lives. LO 23. Beginning in the early 17th century, with establishment of England's Plymouth and Virginia colonies, and the Dutch toehold at New Amsterdam, the eradication of North America's indigenous population also assumed much cruder forms. A classic example occurred on the night of May 26, 1637, when the British surrounded the Pequot town of Mystic, set it ablaze, and then slaughtered some 800 fleeing men, women, and children, hacking them to pieces with axes and swords. Such incidents occurred with ever greater frequency throughout most of the 18th century, a period which found Britain and France engaged in the French and Indian Wars, a protracted series of struggles in North America to determine which country would wield ultimate hegemony over the continent. While the outcome of these contests eventually proved all but irrelevant to the European colonial powers, given the subsequent revolt and decolonization of the initial 13 U.S. states, the nature of the fighting created a context in which indigenous nations were increasingly compelled to battle one another to the death. The reduction of indigenous population was thereby accelerated dramatically. 12. Enter the United States. For its part, the fledgling United States embarked almost immediately upon a course of territorial acquisition far more ambitious than any exhibited by its Euro-colonial precursors. Although it renounced rights of conquest and pledged to conduct its affairs with Indians in utmost good faith via the 1789 Northwest Ordinance, the United States comported itself otherwise from the outset. 13. From 1810 to 1814, a sequence of extremely brutal military campaigns was conducted against the followers of the Shawnee leader Tecumseh in the Ohio River Valley, and against the Creek Confederacy further south. 14. With native military capacity east of the Mississippi thus eliminated, the government launched, during the 1820s and 30s, a policy of forced relocation of entire indigenous nations to points west of that river. 24. Clearing the eastern United States more or less in toto for repopulation by white settlers. 15. Attrition among the affected populations was quite severe. More than half of all Cherokees, for example, died along the 1 Sioux Mile Trail of Tears over which they were marched at bayonet point. 16. This federal removal policy was to find echoes, of course, in the articulation of Lebensraumpolitik by Adolf Hitler a century later. To cast a veneer of legality over his government's conduct, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court John Marshall penned a series of high court opinions during the 1820s and 30s, based in large part upon the medieval doctrine of discovery. He remained on firm juridical ground long enough to contend that the doctrine imparted a right to the United States to acquire Indian territory by treaty, a matter which led to ratification of at least 371 such nation-to-nation agreements over the next 4 decades. In a bizarre departure from established principles of international law, however, Marshall also argued that the United States possessed an inherently higher sovereignty than the nations with which it was treating. Indians held no right not to sell their land to the United States, in his view, at whatever price the United States cared to offer. Within this formulation, any resistance by the savages to the taking of their territories could thus be cast as an act of war, theoretically justifying a U.S. response predicated in armed force. 18. By 1903 the Marshall Doctrine had evolved and the indigenous ability to offer physical resistance had been sufficiently crushed to the point that the Supreme Court was confident in asserting an intrinsic federal plenary power over all Indians within its borders, releasing the United States from any treaty obligations it found inconvenient while leaving the land title it purported to have gained through the various treaty instruments intact. In conjunction with this novel notion of international jurisprudence, the High Court simultaneously expressed the view that the government enjoyed natural and permanent trust prerogatives over all residual native property. 19. Meanwhile, having consolidated its grip on the eastern portion of its claimed territoriality during the 1840s and having militarily seized rights to the northern half of Mexico as well, the United Since Predator came 25. States proclaimed itself to be imbued with a manifest destiny to expand westward to the Pacific. There being essentially no land available within this conception for Indian use and occupancy, a rhetoric of outright extermination was quickly adopted both by federal policymakers and by a sizable segment of the public at large. These sentiments led unerringly to a lengthy chain of large-scale massacres of Indians in the Great Plains and Basin regions by U.S. troops. Among the worst were the slaughters perpetrated at the Blue River, Bear River, Sand Creek, Washita River, Sapa Creek, Camp Robinson, and Ondaidney. 22. In 1894, the U.S. Census Bureau observed that the United States had waged more than 40 separate wars against native people in barely a century, inflicting some number of fatalities very much greater than its minimum estimate of 30,000 in the process. 23. The indigenous death toll generated by private actions during U.S. continental expansion was also, the Census Bureau admitted, quite substantial. In all probability, it was far higher than that stemming from formal military involvement, given that the native population of the state of California alone was reduced from approximately 300,000 in 1800 to fewer than 20,000 in 1890, chiefly the cruelties and wholesale massacres perpetrated by miners and the early settlers. 24. In Texas, to take another prominent example, a bounty was placed upon the scalp of any Indian brought to a government office, no questions asked. The facts of history are plain. Most Texas Indians were exterminated or brought to the brink of extinction by who often had no more regard for the life of an Indian than they had for that of a dog, sometimes less. 25. The story in other sectors of the western United States, while sometimes less spectacular, reveals very much the same pattern. As the indigenous population was liquidated along with the buffalo and other animal species consciously exterminated in order to deny Indians a commissary once their agricultural economies had been obliterated by the invaders, white settlers replaced them on the vast bulk of their land. By 1890, fewer than 250,000 Indians remained alive within the United States, a degree of decimation extending into the upper 90th percentile. 27. The survivors were lodged on a patchwork of reservations, even then being dismantled through application of what was called the General Allotment Act. 28. Under provision of this statute, effected in 1887, a formal eugenics code was utilized to define who was Indian by U.S. standards. 29. Those who could, or were willing to, prove to federal satisfaction that they were of 1/2 or more degree of Indian blood, and to accept U.S. citizenship into the bargain, received a deed to an individual land parcel, typically of 160 acres or less. 30. Once each person with sufficient blood quantum had received his or her allotment of land, the remaining reservation land was declared surplus and opened up to non-Indian homesteading, corporate acquisition, or conversion into national parks and forests. Through this mechanism, the best IOU million acres of the reserved native land base were stripped away by 1930, the Indians ever more concentrated within the 50 million arid or semi-arid acres, about 2.5% of their original holdings left to them. 31. The model was later borrowed by the apartheid government of South Africa in developing its racial homeland system of territorial apportionment. 32. The contemporary era culmination of this trajectory in U.S. colonial administration of Indian country occurred during the mid-1950s, with the enactment of a series of termination statutes by which the federal government unilaterally dissolved more than 100 indigenous nations and their reservation areas. 33. Concomitantly, legislation was effected to encourage the relocation of large numbers of Indians from the remaining reservations to selected urban centers, a strategy designed to preclude re-emergence of social cohesion within most land-based native communities. 34. Although it was suspended in the late 1970s, the federal relocation program had by 1990 fostered a native diaspora which found more than half of all indigenous people in the United States, a total of about 880,000 persons, scattered in the ghettos of cities. 35. The government's termination and relocation policies coupled quite well with other techniques employed by the Bureau of Indian Affairs to undermine the socio-cultural integrity of native existence. Salient in this regard is a generations-long program of blind adoptions in which Indian babies are placed for adoption with non-Indian families, their birth records permanently sealed so they can never know their true heritage. 36. Similarly, beginning in the 1870s and continuing into the present moment, the BIA administered a system of boarding schools to which indigenous children were sent, often for a decade or more without being allowed to return home, speak their native languages, practice their religions, or otherwise manifest their identity as Indians. 7. Encompassed under the benign-sounding rubric of assimilation, both youth-oriented undertakings are blatant violations of the provision of the 1948 Convention on Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide, which makes it a crime against humanity for a government to engage in the systematic forced transfer of the children of a targeted racial or ethnic group to another group. 38. Contemporary violation of another provision of the Genocide Convention may be found in a program of involuntary sterilization imposed by the BIA's Indian Health Service upon approximately 40% of the female population of childbearing age during the 1970s. 9. Ironically, the final and complete dissolution of native North America seems to have been averted mainly by the fact that the barren areas left to native habitation after allotment turned out to be inordinately rich in mineral resources. Current estimates suggest that about 2/3 of all U.S. domestic uranium deposits, a quarter of the readily accessible low-sulfur coal, a fifth of the oil and natural gas, and substantial deposits of copper and other ores lie within reservation boundaries. 40 by 1920 government planners discovered certain advantages in terms of their ability to control the pace and nature of resource extraction, royalty rates, and the like, through exercise of federal trust responsibilities over indigenous assets. 41. The same principle was seen to pertain to manipulations of water policy throughout the arid West, such options being unavailable to them should Indian country as a whole be converted into private property. 28. Under state and local jurisdiction, it was found to be in the United States' interest that the majority of reservations be maintained as discrete internal colonies. To this end, the Indian Reorganization Act was passed in 1934 to create a federally designed regulatory or governing body on most reservations. 43. Although the IRA boards were and are composed exclusively of native people, their authority stems from and thus their primary allegiance adheres to the United States rather than their ostensible indigenous constituents. Their major function during the half-century of their existence has been to sow confusion, providing an illusion of Indian consent to the systematic Euro-American expropriation of native resources, and to vociferously denounce any Indian audacious enough to object to the theft. They serve, in effect, as American Indian movement leader Russell Means once put it, as Vichy Indians. 44. For this reason, their position in Indian country has been steadily reinforced over the years by passage of additional federal statutes, among them the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968 and the Indian Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act of 1975. 45. The results have embodied themselves in situations like the Hopi-Navajo land dispute in northeastern Arizona, a scenario in which the United States has been able to utilize the carefully tailored pronouncements of two of its puppet governments to create the impression of an inter-Indian conflict requiring federal intervention/resolution as a means of avoiding bloodshed. Behind this humanitarian facade resides a U.S. governmental corporate desire to bring about the compulsory relocation of more than 10,000 traditional Navajos from the contested area, a matter which will serve to clear the way to the real objective, the strip mining of more than 20 billion tons of high-quality COA1. 46. Comparable circumstances have prevailed with regard to the conversion of the western Shoshone homeland in Nevada into a U.S. nuclear weapons testing area, removal of more than 90% of the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty territory from Lakota control, upcoming implementation of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, and elsewhere. 47. Since Predator came 29. Coherent efforts by Native people to oppose such manipulations aims resistance during the mid-70s to IRA/government collaboration in a plan to transfer title over 1/8 of the Pine Ridge Reservation to the National Forest Service, for example, have been put down by application of outright counterinsurgency warfare techniques similar in many respects to the methods employed by U.S. agencies in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. 48. During the Pine Ridge Reign of Terror alone, the body count came to about 70 fatalities and nearly 350 serious physical assaults of AIM members and supporters over a bare 3-year period. 49. This was correlated to an outright military-style occupation of the reservation by federal forces, a comprehensive government propaganda campaign direct against the insurgents, and an extensive series of show trials, such as those of the so-called Wounded Knee leadership during 1974-75, and of the Rees-Mers defendants in 1976-77. 50. For grassroots Indian people, the broader human costs of ongoing U.S. domination are abundantly clear. The 1.6 million American Indians within the United States remain, nominally at least, the largest per capita landowners in North America. 51. Given the extent of resources within their land base, Indians should by logical extension comprise the wealthiest ethnic group in North American society. Instead, according to the federal government's own statistics, they are the poorest, demonstrating far and away the lowest annual and lifetime incomes, the highest rate of unemployment, lowest rate of pay when employed, and lowest level of educational attainment of any North American population aggregate. Correspondingly, they suffer, by decisive margins, the greatest incidence of malnutrition and diabetes, death by exposure, tuberculosis, infant mortality, plague disease, and similar maladies. 52. These conditions, in combination with the general disempowerment which spawns them, breed an unremitting sense of rage, frustration, and despair, which is reflected by spiraling rates of domestic and other forms of intragroup violence, alcoholism, and resulting death by accident or fetal alcohol syndrome. 53. Consequently, the average life expectancy of a reservation-based Native American male in 1980 was a mere 44.6 years, that of his female counterpart. 30. Fewer than 3 years longer. 54. Such a statistical portrait is obviously more indicative of a third-world environment than that expected of people living within one of the world's most advanced industrial states. Moving forward. Plainly, all official polemics to the contrary notwithstanding, the agony induced by 500 years of European/Euro-American predation in North America is anything but abetted at this juncture. For the indigenous people of the continent it has become obvious that there are no real alternatives but either to renew their commitment to struggle for survival or to finally pass into the realm of extinction which has been relentlessly projected for them since the predator's arrival on their shores. For everyone else, the situation is rapidly becoming, or in some cases has already become, much the same. The time has arrived when a choice must be made. Non-Indians, in both the New World and the Old, must decide whether they wish to be a willing part of the final gnawing on the bones of their native victims, or whether they are at last prepared to join hands with native North America, ending the wanton consumption of indigenous lands and lives which has marked the nature of our relationship to date. The sort of alliance at issue no longer represents, as it did in the past, an exercise in altruism for non-Indians. Anti-imperialism, opposition to racism, colonialism, and genocide, while worthy enough stances in and of themselves, are no longer the fundamental issues at hand. Ultimately, the same system of predatory goals and values which has so busily and mercilessly consumed the people of the land these past 5 centuries has increasingly set about consuming the land itself. Not only indigenous peoples, but also the land to which they are irrevocably linked, is now dying. When the land itself dies, it is a certainty that no humans can survive. The struggle which confronts all of us is thus a struggle to save our collective habitat, to maintain it as a survivable environment, not only for ourselves, but also for the generations to come. Self-evidently, this cannot be approached either from the posture of the predator or from any other position which allows the predator to continue with business as usual. At long last, we have arrived at the point where there is a tangible, even overriding, confluence of interests between natives and non-natives. The crux of the matter rests, not merely in resistance to the predatory nature of the present Eurocentric status quo, but in conceiving viable socio-cultural alternatives. Here, the bodies of indigenous knowledge evidenced in the context of native North America at the point of the European invasion, large-scale societies which had perfected ways of organizing themselves into psychologically fulfilling wholes, experiencing very high standards of material life, and still maintaining environmental harmony, shine like a beacon in the night. The information required to recreate this reality is still in place in many indigenous cultures. The liberation of significant sectors of Native America stands to allow this knowledge to once again be actualized in the real world, not to recreate indigenous societies as they once were, but to recreate themselves as they can be in the future. Therein lies the model, the laboratory, if you will, from which a genuinely liberatory and sustainable alternative can be cast for all humanity. In a very real sense, then, the fate of native North America signifies the fate of the planet. It follows that it is incumbent upon every conscious human, red, white, black, brown, or yellow, old or young, male or female, to do whatever is within their power to ensure that the next half-millennium heralds an antithesis to the last. The earth is our mother struggles for American Indian land and liberation in the contemporary United States. The inhabitants of your country districts regard wrongfully, it is true, Indians and forests as natural enemies which must be exterminated by fire and sword and brandy, in order that they may seize their territory. They regard themselves, and their posterity, as collateral heirs to all the magnificent portion of land which God has created from Cumberland and Ohio to the Pacific Ocean. Pierre Samuel Dupont de Nemours, Letter to Thomas Jefferson, December 17, 1801. Of course our whole national history has been one of expansion. That the barbarians recede or are conquered, with the attendant fact that peace follows their retrogression or conquest, is due solely to the power of the mighty civilized races which have not lost their fighting instinct, and which by their expansion are gradually bringing peace into the red wastes where the barbarian peoples of the world hold SWS since the inception of the American Republic, and before. Control of land and the resources within it has been the essential source of conflict between the Euro-American settler population and indigenous nations. In effect, contentions over land usage and ownership have served to define the totality of U.S./Indian relationships from the first moment onward to the present day, shaping not only the historical flow of interactions between invader and invaded, but also the nature of ongoing domination of native people in areas such as governance and jurisdiction, identification, recognition, and education. The issue of a proprietary interest of non-Indians in the American Indian land base has also been and remains the fundament of popular conceptions of who and what Indians were and are, whether they continue to exist, and even whether they ever really existed. All indica. 37. 38. Shins are that these circumstances will continue to prevail over the foreseeable future. The situation prefigured from the period of planning which went into Columbus' first voyage, which according to the great discoverer's own journals was never about discovery or scientific inquisitiveness as such, but always about seizing wealth belonging to others for his sponsors and himself. But this is not to imply that Columbus enjoyed an entirely free hand. Contrary to contemporary orthodoxy, there were even then laws concerning how such wealth, especially land, might be legitimately acquired by mercenary adventurers like Columbus, and the various European crowns which fielded them. Primary among these were the so-called doctrine of discovery, and pursuant rights of conquest. Such elements of the laws of nations are much misunderstood in North America today, largely as a result of their systematic misinterpretation over the past century by Imocentric academics and the U.S. Supreme Court. In its actual formulation, however, the discovery doctrine never conveyed title to discoverers over any lands already occupied at the time of the discovery. 2. Basic tenet that the European nation which first discovered and settled lands previously unknown to Europeans thereby gained the right to acquire those lands from their inhabitants became part of the early body of international law dealing with aboriginal peoples, and the Netherlands did not differ in this regard. 6. 39. The reality of colonial North America was that indigenous nations tended to be militarily superior to their would-be colonizers, or at least held the balance of military power between European states such as England and France. The matter was of such concern in London that, in 1763, King George III specifically to retain the allegiance of the powerful Haudenosaunee and Muskogee confederacies vis-a-vis England's French rivals issued a proclamation prohibiting acquisition of lands west of a line drawn along the Allegheny and Appalachian mountain chains. 8 This, probably more than taxation without representation, was a major contributing factor in sparking the extended decolonization struggle which resulted in the independence of the original 13 U.S. states. 9. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, James Madison, Anthony Wayne, and numerous others among the founding fathers all had considerable speculative investments in westerly Indian lands at the time the 1763 edict was handed down. The rank-and-file soldiers who fought in their Revolutionary Army arguably did so, not for abstract ideals of freedom and equality, but because of promises made by their leaders that their services would be rewarded with grants of Indian land in the West after victory had been secured. Lo. U.S. Theory and Practice. As Veem Deloria, Jr., has observed, the United States emerged from its successful war against the British Crown as a pariah, an outlaw state which was considered utterly illegitimate by almost all other countries and therefore shunned by them, both politically and economically. Survival of the new nation was entirely dependent upon the ability of its initial government to change such perceptions and thereby end its isolation. Desperate to establish itself as a respectable entity, and lacking other alternatives with which to demonstrate its sense of international legality, the government was virtually calm. 40. Held to present the appearance of adhering to the strictest of protocols in its dealings with Indians. L1 Indeed, what the Continental Congress needed more than anything at the time was for indigenous nations, many of whose formal national integrity and legitimacy had already been recognized by the European powers through treaties, to convey a comparable recognition upon the fledgling United States by entering into treaty relationships with it. Consequently, both the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution of the United States contain clauses reserving interactions with Indian peoples, as recognized foreign powers, to the federal government. The United States also officially renounced, in the 1789 Northwest Ordinance and elsewhere, any aggressive intent vis-a-vis these nations, especially with regard to their land base. As it was put in the ordinance, the utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indian, their land property shall never be taken from them without their consent, and in their property, rights, and liberty, they shall never be invaded or disturbed, but laws founded in justice and humanity shall from time to time be made, for wrongs being done to them, and for preserving peace and friendship with them. Such lofty-sounding rhetoric was, of course, belied by the actualities of U.S. performance. As the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Marshall, pointed out rather early on, almost every white-held land title in our whole country, New England, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and parts of the Carolinas, would have been clouded had the standards of international law truly been applied. Why more, title to the pre-revolutionary acquisitions made west of the 1763 demarcation line by the new North American politico-economic elite would have been negated, along with all the thousands of grants of land in that region bestowed by Congress upon those who'd fought against the Crown. Not coincidental to Marshall's concern in the matter was the fact that he and his father had each received 1,000 acre grants of such land in what is now West Virginia. 1. 3. Obviously, a country which had been founded largely on the basis of a lust to possess native lands was not about to relinquish its pretensions to ownership of them, no matter what the law said. Moreover, the balance of military power between the earth is our mother. 41. Indians and whites east of the Mississippi River began to change rapidly in favor of the latter during the post-revolutionary period. It was becoming technically possible for the United States to simply seize native lands at will. Still, the requirements of international diplomacy dictated that things seem otherwise. Marshall's singular task, then, was to forge a juridical doctrine which preserved the image of enlightened U.S. furtherance of accepted international legality in its relations with Indians, on the one hand, while accommodating a pattern of illegally aggressive federal expropriations of Indian land on the other. This he did in opinions rendered in a series of cases, beginning with Fletcher v. Peck and extending through Johnson v. McIntosh to Cherokee Nation v. Georgia and Worcester v. Georgia. 1-5. By the end of the sequence of decisions, Marshall had completely inverted international law, custom, and convention, finding that the doctrine of discovery imparted preeminent title over North America to Europeans, the mantle of which implicitly passed to the United States when England quit-claimed its 13 dissident Atlantic colonies, mainly because Indian-held lands were effectively vacant when Europeans found them. The Chief Justice was forced to coin a whole new politico-legal expression, that of domestic, dependent nations, to encompass the unprecedented status, neither fish nor fowl, he needed native people to occupy. 1. 6. Within this convoluted and falsely premised reasoning, Indian nations were entitled to keep their land, but only so long as the intrinsically superior U.S. sovereignty agreed to their doing so. Given this, Indians could legally be construed as committing aggression whenever they resisted invasion by the United States, a matter which rendered literally any military action the United States chose to pursue against native people, no matter how unprovoked, a just war. With all this worked out, Marshall argued that the United States should nonetheless follow accepted European practice wherever possible, obtaining by formal treaty negotiations involving purchase and other considerations native consent to land cessions. This, he felt, would complete the veneer of reason and moderation attending international.nal perceptions of federal expropriations of Indian land. 42 From a native so n. Ultimately, Marshall's position reduces to the notion that indigenous nations inherently possess sufficient sovereign rights for purposes of treating to hand over legal title to their territories, but never enough to retain any tract of land the United States wants as its own. The carefully balanced logical contradictions embedded in the Marshall Doctrine, which allowed the United States to pursue one course of action with regard to Indian land while purporting to do the exact opposite, formed the theoretical basis for the entire statutory body of what is now called Indian law in this country. Through a lengthy series of subsequent interpretive decisions, especially Ex parte Crow Dog, U.S. v. Kagama, Lone Wolf v. Hitchcock, T. Hitton v. United States, and Dan v. United States, the Supreme Court extended Marshall's unfounded concept of native nations occupying a status of subordinate or limited sovereignty to include the idea that the United States enjoyed an inherent plenary power over them in such crucial domains as governance and jurisdiction. 17. An aspect of the self as signed power, articulated most clearly in Lone Wolf, is that Congress has the prerogative to unilaterally abrogate aspects of U.S. treaties with Indian nations which it finds inconvenient or burdensome, while continuing to hold the Indians to those provisions of the treaties by which they agreed to cede land. Cl. 18. In these decisions, the High Court also extended Marshall's baseless notion that self-sufficient indigenous nations were somehow dependent upon the United States to include the idea that the federal government thereby inherited a trust responsibility to Indians actually control over their remaining property in the management of their affairs. While the trust doctrine has been used as a device to offset and soften the impressions created by exercise of the rights of plenary power over indigenous people, it has in reality served as an instrument through which that power is administered. Under United States law, the government has no legal trusteeship duties toward Indians except those it imposes upon itself. Stripped of its legal trappings, the Indian trust relationship becomes simply an assertion of unrestrained political power over Indians, power that may be exercised without Indian consent and without substantial legal restraint. An early 20th century critic of the European colonial trusteeship. The earth is our mother. For civilization, which is closely related to the American model, summed it up as an impudent act of self-assertion. 1943. While the U.S. judiciary was thus busily collaborating with the federal legislature in creating a body of settled law to serve as the perfect instrument of empire, the federal government was also consistently engaged in creating the physical fact of that empire, all the while declaring itself in the most vociferous possible terms to be devoutly anti-imperial. 1.20 This was done by the conducting of at least 40 Indian wars, 21 each of which was packaged as a campaign to defend U.S. citizens. against the depredations of savage natives resisting the invasion of their homelands or comparable abuse and negotiation of several hundred treaties and agreements with native nations. 22 Together with an assortment of unilateral executive and congressional actions, these wars and negotiated arrangements result by the early 20th century in Native America being constricted to about 2.5% of its original 2 billion acre land base within the 48 contiguous states of the Union. 1. The centerpiece of the entire international public relations gambit, however, rested in the U.S. assumption of the decisive role in Formula 46. Laying and implementing the Nuremberg Doctrine, under which the surviving leadership of Nazi Germany was accused, tried, convicted, and in most cases executed or imprisoned, for having engaged in crimes against the peace, aggressive war, and crimes against humanity. 32 The primary messages intended for popular consumption in the United States performance against the Nazi defendants were that behavior such as that displayed by the Nazis was considered criminal and intolerable by all civilized peoples, and that the United States first and foremost would stand as guarantor that all governments would be held accountable to the standards of comportment established at Nuremberg. The Nazi leaders were to stand forever as the survival of the principle that international aggression /would be punished, not rewarded. 33 A primary flaw in this otherwise noble-seeming U.S. posture on international human rights law was that no less prominent a Nazi than Adolf Hitler had long since made it quite clear he had based many of his more repugnant policies directly on earlier U.S. conduct against Native America. Hitler's conception of Lebensraumpolitik, the idea that Germans were innately entitled by virtue of their racial and cultural superiority to land belonging to others, and that they were thus morally free to take it by aggressive military action, obviously had much in common with the 19th century American sense of manifest destiny. 34 Further, his notion of how to attain this living room, the clearing of inferior racial stock from its land base in order that vacated areas might be settled by ethnic Germans, followed closely from such U.S. precedents as the 1830 Indian Removal Act and subsequent military campaigns against the indigenous nations of the Great Plains, Great Basin, and Sonora Desert regions. Even the Nazi tactic of concentrating undesirables prior to their forced relocation or reduction was drawn from actual U.S. examples, including internment of the Cherokees and other civilized tribes during the 1830s, before the devastatingly lethal Trail of Tears was forced upon them, and the comparable experience of the Navajo people at the Bosque Redondo during the period 1864 to 68.35. This potential embarrassment to U.S. pretensions abroad precipitates something of a sea change in the country's approach to indigenous issues. Seeking to distance its own history from comparison to that of the Germans, it was even then prosecuting and thus to stand accused of conducting an exercise in mere victor's justice at Nuremberg. The federal government was for the first time prepared to admit openly that unfortunate and sometimes tragic errors had been made in the process of its continental expansion. Unlike Nazi Germany, federal spokespersons intoned, the United States had never held aggressive territorial intentions against Indians or anyone else. The Indian Wars notwithstanding, the United States had always bought, rather than conquered, the land it occupied. As proof of this thesis, it was announced that a formal mechanism was being created for purposes of resolving any lingering issues among Native Americans concerning the legitimacy of U.S. title to its territory. 36 The book, which had been closed on Indian land claims for a full generation and more, was suddenly opened again. What was ultimately established, on August 13, 1946, was a quasi-judicial entity, dubbed the Indian Claims Commission, of the sort long desired by those who had followed the wisdom of Chief Justice Marshall's enjoinder that appearances demanded that a veneer of legality, even one applied post hoc, be affixed to all U.S. expropriations of native territory. As early as 1910, Indian Commissioner Francis E. Loop had suggested a special court, or the addition of a branch to the present United States Court of Claims, to be charged with the adjudication of Indian claims exc. 1 usively. 3. 7. He was followed by Assistant Commissioner Edgar B. Merritt, who recommended in 1913 that a special commission be empaneled to investigate the extent to which native land had been taken without legal justification. Rationalization, and what would be necessary to attain retroactive legitimation in such instances. 8. In 1928, the Merriam Commission had recommended a similar expedient. 39. Congress had persistently balked at the ideas of acknowledging that the United States had effectively stolen much of its territoriality, or of belatedly making even token payments for what had been taken. 40. 48. The new commission was charged with investigating all native claims contesting U.S. title, to define precisely the territory involved in each case, and to determine whether legal procedures not devolving on outright conquest had ever been applied to its transfer out of Indian hands. In instances where it was concluded that there was no existing legal basis for non-Indian ownership of contested lands, or where the price originally paid for such lands was deemed unconscionably low, the Commission was responsible for fixing what might have been a fair market price at the time the land was taken. Corresponding sums were then paid by Congress. $29.1 million for the entire state of California in the 1964 Pitt River land claim settlement, for example, as just compensation to indigenous nations for their loss of property. 41. At the point such payment was accepted by an Indian people, the title at issue in its land claim was said to be quieted and justice served. In reality, as Jack Forbes and others have pointed out, non-Indian titles were being created where none had existed before. 42. As even the chair of the Senate Subcommittee on Indian Affairs, Henry M. Jackson, put it at the time, perpetuate clouds upon white men's title that interfere with development of our public domain. 43. The stated presumptions underlying the Commission's mandate were simply a continuation of the Marshall Doctrine that preeminent rights over Indian country were inherently vested in the United States, and that native nations had in any event always wished to sell their land to the federal government. The unstated premise, of course, was that Indians had no choice in the matter anyway. Even if they had desired to convert their property into cash by the late 1940s, the Commission was not authorized other than in a very narrow range of circumstances to award payment interest in retroactive land sales, although the bills owed by the government were in many instances more than a century overdue. 44. In no event was the Commission authorized to return land to native claimants, no matter how it had been taken from them. 45. Hence, during the 1950s, the Commission served as a perfect liberal counterpart to the more extremist federal termination policies. The Earth is Our Mother. 49. Nonetheless, the existence of the Claims Commission afforded native people a forum in which they might clarify the factual nature of their grievances for the first time. Consequently, by the end of 1951, more than 600 cases had been docketed. 46. Things continued to move grudgingly, a matter which caused the process to be extended. 47. During the first 15 years of its operations, the Commission completed only 80 cases, dismissing 30 outright, and finding validity to only 15. Its awards of monetary compensation totaled only $17.1 million by 1959. The civil rights era of the early 60s saw something of a surge in performance, with 250 cases completed and 347 pending. 48. During the early 70s, Indians began increasingly to appeal the Commission's rulings to federal courts. Of 206 such appeals filed by 1975, the Commission was affirmed in 96, partially affirmed on 31, and overruled on 79. 49. At the end of its life on September 30, 1978, the Claims Commission still had 68 docket cases still pending. These were turned over to the U.S. Court of Claims. 50. Crockless in the Ulpire. While it is clear that the Indian Claims Commission functioned mainly as a subterfuge designed and intended to cast an undeserved mantle of humanitarianism and legitimacy over U.S. internal territorial integrity. 51. It inadvertently served indigenous interests as well. As a result of its lengthy exploration of the factual record, necessary to its mission of nailing down federal land title in every area of the country, the Commission revealed the full extent to which the United States had occupied areas to which it had no lawful title. Indeed, one cumulative result of the Commission's endeavor was to catalog the fact that, according to the last known U.S. judicial rulings and legislative actions in each respective instance, legal title to more than 35% of the continental United States remained in the hands of native nations. The fact is that about half the land area of the country was purchased by treaty or agreement at an average price of less than $1 an acre, another third of acres, mainly in the West, were confiscated without compensation, another two-thirds of acres were claimed by the United States without pretense or a unilateral action extinguishing native title. 52. Indians were quick to seize upon the implications of this, arguing that the Commission process had no bearing at all on land title other than to resolve questions concerning who held title to precisely which parts of the United States, and providing a means by which the government could provide native owners with back rent on lands which had been borrowed by the United States for generations. The underbrush of confusion as to who owns what having been finally cleared away, it is appropriate in this view for Indians inside the United States to begin reasserting their national property rights over the approximately 750 million acres of North America which remain theirs by accepted legal definition. 53. Such knowledge has fueled a resurgent indigenous national militancy which, beginning in the early 1970s with the emergence of the American Indian Movement, has led to a series of spectacular extra-legal confrontations over land and liberty with federal authorities. These, in turn, have commanded the very sort of international attention to U.S. territorial claims, and Indian policy more generally, that the Claims Commission was supposed to avert. Beginning in the late 70s, the native North Americans spearheaded by AIM's diplomatic arm, the International Indian Trade Council were able to escalate this trend by establishing a place for themselves within the United Nations structure, and entering annual reports concerning the conduct of both the U.S. and Canadian governments vis-a-vis native peoples and their lands. In this changing context, the federal government has once again begun to engage in damage control, allowing a calculated range of concessions in order to preserve what it seeks to project as its image abroad. Notably, in 1974, the U.S. Supreme Court announced for the first time that Indians had a right to pursue actual recovery of stolen land through the federal judiciary. 54 Although resort to the courts of the conqueror is hardly an ideal solution to the issues raised by Indian nations, it does place another tool in the inventory of means by which they can now pursue their rights. And it has resulted in measurable gains for some of them over the past 15 years. Probably the best example of this is that of the suit, first entered in 1972 under auspices of a sponsoring organization, of the basically landless Passamaquoddy and Penobscot nations in present-day Maine regarding some 12 million acres acknowledged as being theirs in a series of letters dating from the 1790s and signed by George W. Washington. 55 Since it was demonstrated that no ratified treaty existed by which the Indians had ceded their land, U.S. District Judge Edward T. Gignoux ordered a settlement acceptable to the majority of the native people involved. 56 This resulted in the recovery, in 1980, of some 300,000 acres of land, and payment of $27 million in compensatory damages by the federal government. 57 In a similarly argued case, the Narragansetts of Rhode Island who were not previously recognized by the government as still existing were in 1978 able not only to win recognition of themselves, but also to recover 1,800 acres of the remaining 3,200 stripped from them in 1880 by unilateral action of the state. 58 In another example, the Mashantucket Pequot people of Connecticut filed suit in 1976 to recover 800 of the 2,000 acres comprising their original reservation, created by the Connecticut colony in 1686 but reduced to 184 acres by the state of Connecticut after the American Revolution. 59. Pursuant to a settlement agreement arrived at with the state in 1982, Congress passed an act providing funds to acquire the desired acreage. It was promptly vetoed by Ronald Reagan on April 11, 1983. 60. Only after the Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs convened hearings on the matter did Reagan agree to a slight revision of the statute, finally affixing his signature on October 18 of the same year. 61. Other nations, however, have not fared as well, even in an atmosphere in which the United States has sometimes proven more than usually willing to compromise as a means to contain questions of native land rights. The Wampanoags of the Mishpi area of Cape Cod, for instance, filed suit in 1974 in an attempt to recover about 17.000 later reduced to 11,000-0 pound the 23,000 acres which were historically acknowledged A1DNGH.EIR. At trial, the all-white jury, all of whom had property interests in the Mishpi area, were asked to determine whether the Wampanoag plaintiffs were a tribe within the meaning of the law. After deliberating for 21 hours, the jury returned with the absurd finding that they were not such an entity in 1790, 1869, and 1870, but that they were in 1834 and 1832. Their claim was then denied by District Judge Walter J. Skinner. 62. An appeal to the U.S. First Circuit Court failed, and the U.S. Supreme Court refused to review the case. 63. Still pending land claims cases include those of the presently landless Shattuck and Mohegan peoples of Connecticut, each of which is attempting to recover approximately 1,000 acres lost to unilateral state actions during the 19th century. 64. Another case is that of the Catawbas of South Carolina, who filed suit in 1980 for recovery of their original 144,000-acre reservation, created by George III in 1760 and 1763, and acknowledged by the fledgling United States before being dissolved in a fraudulent treaty negotiated by the state and ratified by the Senate. SIXS in 1981, the state, arguing that federal term I. 53. Nation of the Catawbas in 1959 invalidated their right to sue, asked for and received a dismissal of the case. On appeal in 1983, however, the Fourth Circuit reinstated the case. 66. Given such mixed results, it is plain that justice in native land claims cases in the United States cannot really be expected to accrue through the federal court system. Eventual resolution must inevitably reside within bodies such as the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations, which is even now engaged in drafting a new element of international law entitled Youth Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the WORLD Court, which must interpret and render opinions based in such law. 67. From there, it can be expected that international scrutiny and pressure, as well as changed sentiments in a growing portion of the U.S. body politic, will serve to force the United States to edge ever closer to a fair and equitable handling of indigenous rights. In the meantime, nearly every litigation of land claims within the federal system adds to the weight of evidence supporting the international case presented by Native people. When they win, it proves they were entitled to the land all along. When they lose, it proves that the due process rights the United States insists protect their interests are, at best, inconsistently available to them. Either way, these legalistic endeavors force cracks in the ideological matrix of the American empire. In combination with extra-legal efforts such as refusal to leave their homes by Indian traditionals and physical occupations of contested areas by groups such as AIM, as well as the increasing extent of international work by indigenous delegations, they comprise the core of the ongoing land struggles which represent the future survival of native North America. Current land struggles. Aside from those already mentioned, there is no shortage of ongoing struggles for their land rights undertaken by native people within the United States today, any or all of which are admirably suited to illustrate various aspects of the phenomenon. In Florida, the descendants of a group of Seminole recalcitrants, who 54. Had managed to avoid forced relocation to Oklahoma during the 1830s by taking refuge in the Everglades, simply squatted in their homeland for more than 130 years, never agreeing to a peace accord with the United States until the mid-60s. Because of their unswerving resistance to moving, the state finally agreed to create a small reservation for these people in 1982, and the Congress concurred by statute in 1982. 6. 8. In Minnesota, there is the struggle of Anishinaabe to reassert indigenous control over the remaining 20% 250,000 acres of the White Earth Chippewa Reservation, and to recover some portion of the additional million acres reserved as part of White Earth under an 1854 treaty with the United States but declared surplus through the General Allotment Act in 1906. 6-9 In southern Arizona, the Tohono O'odham Nation Con Luiu, Esset, efforts to 5 ECL1 TPTHP entirety of its sacred Baboquavari Mountain Range, acknowledged by the government to be part of the Papago Reservation in 1916, but open to non-Indian mineral development interests, especially those concerned with mining copper both before and since. In the northern portion of the same state, there are ongoing struggles by both the Hopis and Dine to block the U.S. Forest Service's scheme to convert San Francisco Peaks, a site sacred to both peoples, into a ski resort complex. 71 And, of course, there is the grueling and government-instigated land struggle occurring between the tribal councils of these same two peoples within what was called the Navajo-Hopi Joint Use Area. The matter is bound up in energy development issues, primarily the strip mining of an estimated 24 billion tons of readily accessible low-sulfur coal, and entails a program to forcibly relocate as many as 13,500 traditional Dine who have refused to leave their land. 72 In Massachusetts, the Gayhead Wampanoags, proceeding slowly and carefully so as to avoid the pitfalls encountered by their cousins at Mishpee, are preparing litigation to regain control over ancestral lands. 3 In Alaska, struggles to preserve some measure of SOVRN indigenous CONTROL OVERSOME 40 million OIL rich acres CORP oratized BY the 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement ACTARE sharpening steadily. 74 In Hawaii, the native owners of the islands, having rejected a Prof. Deferred cash settlement for relinquishment of their historic land rights in 1974/5, are pursuing a legislative remedy which would both pay monetary compensation for loss of use of their territory while restoring a portion of it. 76 The fact of the matter is that, wherever there are indigenous people within the United States, land claim struggles are occurring with increasing frequency and intensity. In order to convey a sense of the texture of these ongoing battles over land, it will be useful to consider a small selection of examples in a depth not possible, given constraints upon essay length, in every case which has been cited. For this purpose, the claims of the Iroquois Confederacy in upstate New York, the Lakota Black Hills land claim in South Dakota, and the Western Shoshone claims, primarily in Nevada, should serve quite well. Although they are hardly unique in many of their characteristics and are thus able to represent the generalities of a broad range of comparable struggles, they are among the most sustained and intensively pursued of such efforts. The Iroquois land claim DLS. One of the longest fought and more complicated land claim struggles in the United States is that of the Haudenosaunee, or Iroquois Six Nations Confederacy. While the 1782 Treaty of Paris ended hostilities between the British Crown and its secessionist subjects in the 13 colonies, it had no direct effect upon the state of war existing between those subjects and indigenous nations allied with the Crown. Similarly, while by the treaty George III quit-claimed his property rights under the doctrine of discovery to the affected portion of North America, it was the opinion of Thomas Jefferson and others that this had done nothing to vest title to these lands in the newly born United States. 7 On both counts, the Continental Congress found it imperative to enter into treaty arrangements with Indian nations as expeditiously as possible. A very high priority in this regard was accord the Iroquois Confederacy, 4 members of which the Mohawks, Senecas, Cayugas, and Onondagas had fought with the British. 8. 56 Frana Native Son. During October 1784 The government conducted extensive negotiations with representatives of the Six Nations at Fort Stanwix, the result being a treaty by which the Indians relinquished claim to all lands lying west of a north-south line running from Niagara to the border of Pennsylvania Territory within the Ohio Valley and the land on which Fort Oswego had been built. In exchange, the United States guaranteed 3 of the 4 hostile nations the bulk of their traditional homelands. Oneida and Tuscarora were also secured in the possession of the lands on which they are now settled. Altogether, the area in question came to about 6 million acres, or half of the present state of New York and the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, all of which combined to render treaty-making and outright purchases of Indian land by states illegal. New York then resorted to subterfuge, securing a series of 26 leases, many of them for 999 years, on almost all native territory within its boundaries. The Haudenosaunee initially agreed to these transactions because of Governor Robert N. Clinton's duplicitous assurances that leases represented a way for them to keep their land, and for his government to extend its protection over their property against the dealings of unscrupulous white land speculators in the private sector. The first such arrangement was forged with the Oneidas. In a meeting begun at Fort Schuyler on August 28, 1788. The New York Commissioners led them to believe that he Indians were recognized by George Washington as a nation at the Treaty of 1784. Hence, they were as of 1922 owners of all the land in that treaty unless they had ceded it by a treaty equally valid and binding. Lo. Everett reinforced his basic finding with reference to the treaties of Fort Harmar and Canandaigua, discounted both Buffalo Creek treaties as fraudulent, and rejected both the leases of the state and those taken by entities such as the Holland and Ogden Companies as having no legal validity at Al 106. The Albany government quickly shelved the report rather than publishing it, but it couldn't prevent its implications from being discussed throughout the Six Nations. On August 21, 1922, a council meeting was held at Onondaga for purposes of retaining Mrs. Lulu G. Stillman, Everett's secretary, to do research on the exact boundaries of the Fort Stanwix Treaty area. 107. The Iroquois land claim struggle had shifted from dogged resistance to dispossession, to the offensive strategy of land recovery, and the first test case, James Deere v. St. Lawrence River Power Company, was filed on June 26, 1925, in an attempt to regain a portion of the St. Regis Mohawk Reservation taken by New York. The federal government declined to intervene in the Mohawks' behalf as it was its trust responsibility to do, and the suit was dismissed by a district court judge on October 10, 1927. The dismissal was upheld on appeal in April 1, 929. 108. The Earth ISRMOTHER 63. Things remained quiet on the land claims front during the 1930s, as the Haudenosaunee were mainly preoccupied with preventing the supplanting of their traditional longhouse form of government by tribal councils sponsored by the Bureau of Indian Affairs via the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. Probably as a means of coaxing them into a more favorable view of federal intentions under the IRA, Indian Commissioner John Collier agreed towards the end of the decade that his agency would finally provide at least limited support to Iroquois claims litigation. This resulted, in 1941, in the Justice Department's filing of U.S. v. Furness in behalf of the Allegheny Senecas. The suit ostensibly aimed at eviction of an individual who had refused to pay his $4 per year rent to the Indians for 8 years actually sought to enforce a resolution of the Seneca Nation canceling hundreds of low-cost 99-year leases taken in the city of Salamanca, on the reservation, in 1892. Intervening for the defendants was the Salamanca Trust Corporation, a mortgage institution holding much of the paper at issue. Although the case was ultimately unsuccessful in its primary objective, it did clarify that New York law had no bearing on Indian leasing arrangements. 109. This was partly corrected, in the state view, on July 2, 1948, and September 13, 1950, when Congress passed bills placing the Six Nations under New York jurisdiction in first criminal and then civil matters. No federal responsibility to assist Indians in pursuing treaty-based land claims was nonetheless explicitly preserved. 111. Washington, of course, elected to treat this obligation in its usual see-a-failure fashion, plunging ahead during the 1950s while the Indians were mired in efforts to prevent termination of their federal recognition altogether with the flooding of 130 acres of the St. Regis Reservation near Messina by force of arms. 1L9 After a pair of local vigilantes engaged in harassing the Indians were wounded by return gunfire in October, the state filed for eviction. The Earth ISRMOTHER 65. In federal court. The matter was bounced back on the premise that it was not a federal issue, and the New York Attorney General undoubtedly discomfited at the publicity prospects entailed in an armed confrontation on the scale of the 1973 Wounded Knee siege let the case die. Alternatively, the state dispatched a negotiating team headed by future Governor Mario Cuomo. In May 1977, the Moss Lake Agreement was reached, and the Mohawks assumed permanent possession of a land parcel at Minor Lake, in the town of Altona, and another in the Macomb Reforestation Area. L21 Mohawk Posse's scion of the sites remains ongoing in 1991, a circumstance which has prompted others among the Six Nations to pursue land recovery through a broader range of tactics and, perhaps, with greater vigor than they might have otherwise. As all this was going on, the Oneidas had, in 1970, filed the first of the really significant Iroquois land claim suits. The case, Oneida Indian Nation of New York County of Oneida. That title still rested with the Oneidas. The plaintiffs have established a claim for violation of the Non-Intercourse Act. Unless the act is to be considered nugatory, it must be concluded that the plaintiff's right of occupancy and possession of the land in question was not alienated. By the deed of 1795, the state acquired no rights against the plaintiffs. Consequently, its successors, the defendant counties, are in no better position. L23. Terming the Oneidas a legal fiction, and the lower court's rulings racist, attorney Alan Van Gestel appealed to the Supreme Court. On October 1, 1984, the High Court ruled against Van Gestel and ordered his clients to work out an accommodation, indemnified by the state, including land restoration, compensation, and rent on UNRRA. 66. Covered areas. YS Van Gestel continued to howl that the common people of Oneida and Madison counties were being held hostage, but as the Oneida's attorney, Arlinda Locklear, put it in 1986. One final word about responsibility for the Oneida claims. It is true that the original sin here was committed by the United States and the state of New York. It is also no doubt true that there are a number of innocent landowners in the area, i.e., individuals who acquired their land with no knowledge of the Oneida claim to it. But those facts alone do not end the inquiry respecting ultimate responsibility. Whatever the knowledge of the claims before then, the landowners have certainly been aware of the Oneida claims since 1970 when the first suit was filed. Since that time, the landowners have done nothing to seek a speedy and just resolution of the claims. Instead, they have as a point of principle denied the validity of the claims and pursued the litigation, determined to prove the claims to be frivolous. Now that the landowners have failed in that effort, they loudly protest their innocence in the entire matter. The Oneidas, on the other hand, have since 1970 repeatedly expressed their urgency for a colon. 8 TGF Cheli. Excludicre. 0F the. Claim 5. Had the landowners joined with the Oneida 16 years ago in seeking a just resolution, the claims would no doubt be resolved today. For that reason, the landowners share in the responsibility for the situation in which they find themselves today. 126. Others would do well to heed these words because, as Locklear pointed out, the Oneida case paved the legal way for other Indian land claims. 127. Not least of these are other suits by the Oneidas themselves. In 1978, the New York Oneidas filed for adjudication of title to the entirety of their Fort Stanwix claim, about 4.5 million acres, a case affecting not only Oneida and Madison counties, but Broome, Chenango, Cortland, Herkimer, Jefferson, Lewis, Onondaga, Oswego, St. Lawrence, and Tioga counties as well. 128 In December 1979, the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin and the Th. Ames Band of South Gold, Ontario, joined in an action pursuing rights in the same claim area, but naming the state rather than individual counties as defendant. 129 The Cayuga Nation, landless throughout the 20th century, have also filed suit against Cayuga and Seneca counties for recovery of 64,015 acres taken during Clinton's leasing foray of 1789.130. The latter case, filed on November 19, 1980, resulted from attempts by the Cayugas to negotiate some sort of land base and compensation for themselves with federal, state, and county officials from the mid-70s onward. By August 1979, they had worked out a tentative agreement that would have provided them with the 1,852-acre Sampson Park area in southern Seneca County, the 3,629-acre hectare land use area in the same county, and an $8 million trust account established by the Secretary of Interior. 131. Although not 1 square inch of their holdings was threatened by the arrangement, the response of the local non-Indian population was rabid. To quote Paul D. Moonen, Sr., president of the local Monroe Title and Abstract Company, the Cayugas have no moral or legal justification for their claim. Wisner Kin, a farmer near the town of Ovid, immediately founded the Seneca County Liberation Organization, premised on a virulent anti-Indianism. SCLO attracted several hundred highly vocal members from the sparsely populated county. A bill to authorize the settlement subsequently failed due to this white backlash, and so the Cayugas went to court to obtain a much larger area, eviction of 7,000 county residents, and $350 million in trespass damages. Attempts by attorneys for SCLO to have the suit dismissed failed in 1982, as did a 1984 compromise offer initiated by Representative Frank Horton. The latter, which might well have been accepted by the Cayugas, would have provided them the 3,200-acre Howland Game Management Reserve along the Seneca River, a 2,850-acre parcel on Lake Ontario, and a 2,000-acre parcel adjoining Sampson State Park. Additionally, the Cayugas would have received well in excess of the $8 million they'd originally sought. While SCLO appears to have decided acquiescence was by this point the better part of valor, the proposal came under heavy attack from non-Indian environmentalists concerned about the animals in the Howland Reserve. Ultimately, it was nixed by Ronald Reagan in 1987, not because he was concerned with area fauna, but because he was angry with Horton for voting against Contra-Aid. The suit is therefore ongoing. 132. 68 From Azadovso. At the town of Salamanca, the leases to which expire at the end of 1991, the Allegheny Senecas also undertook decisive action during the second half of the 1980s. Beginning as early as 1986, they stipulated the intent not to renew, and to begin eviction proceedings against non-Indian lease and mortgage holders in the area, unless the terms of any new arrangement were considerably recast in their favor. 133. A further precondition to lease renewal was that compensation be made for all non-payment and underpayment of fair rental values of Seneca property accruing from the last lease. Although these demands unleashed a storm of protest from local whites who, as usual, argued vociferously that the Indian owners of the land held no rights to it, they were unsuccessful in both court and Congress. 134. At this juncture, all essential Seneca terms have been met, and Congress has passed the Seneca Nation Settlement Act of 1990, including a settlement award of $60 million for rental monies they should have received over the past 99 years, but didn't. 135. The Black Hills Land Claim itl. A much more harshly fought struggle, at least in terms of physical combat, has been the battle waged by the Lakota Nation to retain their spiritual heartland, the Black Hills. In 1851, In exchange for right-of-way to California and Oregon along what was called the Platte River Road, the government entered into the first Fort Laramie Treaty with the Lakota. The treaty recognized Lakota ownership of and sovereignty within a vast area amounting to approximately 5% of the continental United States. 136 by 1864, however, silver had been discovered in Montana, and the United States, seeking the shortest route to the mines, violated the treaty by attempting to establish the Bozeman Trail directly through Lakota territory. This led to the so-called Red Cloud War of 1866–68, in which the Lakota formed a politico-military alliance with the Cheyenne and Arapaho nations, laid siege to U.S. military posts along the trail, and the Earth ISRMOTHER. Map V. COLOR ADU 0.1868 Great SIOUX. Reservation. Treaty for cession of any portion of the reservation herein described which may be held in common shall be of any validity or force as against said Indians, unless executed and signed by at least 3/4 of all adult male Indians, occupying or interestate in the same. 13.9. In 1863, a Catholic priest named Jean de Smet, after sojourning illegally in the Black Hills, reported the presence of gold there. In short order, this incentive proved sufficient to cause Washington to violate the new treaty, sending Lt. Colonel George Armstrong Custer and his elite 7th Cavalry Regiment to explore the hills. When Custer, during the summer of 1874, reported that he too had found gold, the government dispatched a commission to purchase the region from the Lakotas, while developing contingency plans for a military seizure in the event negotiations were unsuccessful. 140. During the fall of 1875, the commission reported failure, and Sioux affairs were shifted to the War Department. L-41 The latter announced that all Lakotas who failed to congregate by mid-January at army posts where they could be taken under military command would be henceforth considered hostile and subject to punishment the following summer. In Washington, the refusal of most Lakotas to comply with this presumption was publicized as an act of war against the United States. 142. Seeking to compensate for its earlier humiliation at the hands of these same Indians, the Army launched a huge three-pronged invasion, involving several thousand troops, of the Powder River sector of unceded Indian Territory during the spring of 1876. The idea was to catch all the Sioux recalcitrants in a giant vice, overwhelm them, and then with the Lakota military capacity destroyed simply take whatever land area the United States desired. Things did not work out so quickly or so easily. First, on June 1, the Southern Command was met and decisively defeated along the Rosebud Creek by several hundred warriors led by the Oglala Lakota Crazy Horse. 143. Then, on June 25, Custer and a portion of his 7th Cavalry were annihilated in the valley of the Little Big Horn River by a combined force of perhaps 1,000 led by Crazy Horse and Gall, a Hunkpapa Lakota. L-44 The balance of the U.S. troops spent the rest of the summer and fall chasing Indians they could never quite catch. 145. In the end, the Army was forced to resort to total war expedients, pursuing a winter campaign of the type developed on the From a Native Son Southern Plains with the 1864 Sand Creek Massacre and Custer's Massacre at the Washita River in 1868. An expert in such operations, Colonel Ranald Mackenzie, was imported for this purpose and spent the snowy months of 1876–77 tracking down one village after another, killing women, children, and ponies as he went. 146. By the spring of 1877, all Lakota groups other than a portion of the Hunkpapas led by Sitting Bull and Gall, and a segment of the Oglalas led by Crazy Horse, had surrendered. The Hunkpapas sought asylum in Canada, while U.S. negotiators tricked Crazy Horse into standing down in May. 147. The great Oglala leader was assassinated on September 5, 1877. 148. With the Lakotas increasingly disarmed, dismounted, and under guard, Congress felt confident in taking possession of the westernmost portion of the Great Sioux Reservation, in which the Black Hills were located. On August 15, 1876, it had passed an act announcing the Lakota Nation had given up its claim to the desired geography. Concerned that this appeared to be a legitimate transfer of title rather than outright conquest, however, the act was written so as not to take effect until such time as Lakota II consent was obtained. Another commission, this one headed by George Mennypenny, was dispatched for this purpose. When even non-combatant Lakota men refused to cooperate, rations for the captive people as a whole were suspended. Ultimately, some 10% of all adult Lakota males signed the cession instrument in order to feed their families. Although this was a far cry from the 75% express written consent required by the 1868 treaty to make the matter legal, Congress decided the gesture was sufficient. Meanwhile, on February 28, 1877, the legislators followed up with another law stripping away the unceded Indian territory. Since the 1851 treaty boundaries were simply ignored, the Great Sioux Nation had shrunk, almost overnight, from approximately 134 million acres to fewer than 15 million. 149. Beginning in 1882, the United States began to impose an assimilation policy upon the Lakota Nation, outlawing key spiritual practices such as the sun dance, extending its jurisdiction over Lakota territory through the 1885 Major Crimes Act, and systematically removing children to remote boarding schools at which their language and cultural practices were not only prohibited, but replaced with those of their conquerors. 150. As part of this concerted drive to destroy the socio-cultural integrity of the Lakotas, allotment of the Great Sioux Reservation was undertaken, starting in 1889, with the consequence that some 80% of the remaining Lakota land base was declared surplus by unilateral action of the federal government over the next 20 years. Resulting land losses, about 7 million acres, caused separation of the various Lakota bands from one another for the first time, through emergence of a complex of much smaller reservations. 15I. By 1890, despair at such circumstances was so great among the Indians that there was widespread adoption of the ghost dance religion, a phenomenon entailing belief among its adherents that performance of specified rituals would cause a return of the buffalo and people killed by the army, as well as disappearance of the invaders themselves. Deliberately misconstruing the ghost dance as evidence of an incipient uprising, local Indian agents seized the opportunity to rid themselves of those most resistant to the new order they were seeking to install. A special police unit was used to murder Sitting Bull, who had returned from Canada in 1881 at his home on December 15. On December 28, 4 companies of the reconstituted 7th Cavalry were used to massacre some 350 followers of Bigfoot, a Minneconjou leader, along Wounded Knee Creek. In Washington, it was generally believed the recalcitrant Sioux and other Indian troublemakers had finally gotten the message concerning the permanent and unconditional nature of their subordination. 152. The government felt free to consolidate its grip over even the last residue of land left nominally in native hands. In 1891 an amendment was made to the General Allotment Act that allowed the Secretary of Interior to lease the lands of any allottee who, in the Secretary's opinion, by reason of age or other disability, could not personally and with benefit to himself occupy or improve his allotment or any part thereof. In effect, this amendment gave almost dictatorial powers over the use of allotments, since, if the local agent disagreed with the use to which lands were being put, he could intervene and lease the land to anyone he pleased. 153. 74. During the early part of the 20th century, virtually every useful parcel of land on the Lakota lands had been let in this fashion on long-term, extremely low-cost leases. 154. At the same time, however, Sioux resistance surfaced in another form. A young Santee Dakotan named Charles Eastman began to publish books including, among other things, accounts of the means by which the Black Hills had been expropriated and his own experiences as part of a burial detail at Wounded Knee. These were widely read in Europe. 155. Hence, questions on such topics were posed to U.S. observers at the Geneva Convention of the newly founded League of Nations in 1919. Always inclined to paste a patina of fairness and legality over even its most murderous misdeeds, the United States responded to this embarrassment with an act authorizing the Lakota to file suit in federal court if they felt they'd been dealt with less than honorably. The thing was apparently that an equitable settlement consisting of a relatively minor amount of cash would end the matter. No consideration at all seems to have been given to the possibility that the Lakotas might have other ideas as to what equity might look like. In 1923, they pitched a curve, entering the first Black Hills case with the U.S. Court of Claims, premised on land restoration rather than monetary compensation. Bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, the claims court simply stalled for 19 years, endlessly entertaining motions and counter-motions while professing to study the matter. Finally, in 1942, when it became absolutely clear the Lakota Nation would not accept cash in lieu of land, the court simply dismissed the case, asserting that the situation was a moral issue rather than a constitutional question over which it held jurisdiction. 156. In 1943, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to review the claims court decision. 157. Although the litigational route appeared stalemated at this point, passage of the Indian Claims Commission Act in 1946 revived the Lakota's judicial strategy. A case was filed with the Commission in 1950, but was deemed by the commissioners to have been retired by the earlier claims court dismissal and Supreme Court denial of certiorari. Thus, the Commission also dismissed the case in 1954. 158. Undeterred, the Lakota entered an appeal, which was denied and refiled. In 1958, the Black Hills claim was reinstated on the basis of a ruling that the Lakota had been represented by inadequate counsel during the 1920s and 30s. The Justice Department then attempted to have the whole issue simply set aside, submitting a writ of mandamus in 1961, which requested extraordinary relief from continued Lakota litigation. The government's argument was rejected by the Court of Claims later in the same year. 159. Hence, the Claims Commission was compelled to actually consider the case. 160. After another long hiatus, the Commission entered an opinion in 1974 that Congress had been merely exercising its power of eminent domain in taking the Lakota land, and that such action was therefore justified. On the other hand, the Commission held, it was constitutionally required that the Indians be justly compensated for their IOSS. 161. The Justice Department responded immediately by filing an appeal to minimize any cash award. This resulted, in 1975, in the government's securing of a residential judicata prohibition against payment of public funds in excess of the value of said property at the time it was taken. 162. By official estimation, this came to exactly $17.1 million, against which the Department of Interior levied an offset of $3,484 for rations issued to its captives in 1877. 16.3. The Lakota attempted an appeal to the Supreme Court, but once again the justices declined to review the matter. L64. As all this was going on, the frustrations of grassroots Lakotas finally boiled over in such a way as to radically alter the extra-legal context in which their Black Hills claim was situated. Early in 1973, traditionals on the Pine Ridge Reservation requested assistance from AIM in confronting the corrupt tribal government, in part to block another illegal land transfer. At issue was the uranium-rich northwestern 1/8 of Pine Ridge known as the Sheep Mountain Gunnery Range, which the Department of Interior wished to incorporate into the adjoining Badlands National Manu. 7.6. Meant. AIM's physical intervention resulted in its being besieged for 71 days in the symbolic hamlet of Wounded Knee by massive federal forces. By the time the spectacular armed confrontation had ended, international attention was riveted on U.S. Indian affairs as never before. In an attempt to contain the situation, the government fought a veritable counterinsurgency war against AIM and the traditional Oglalas of Pine Ridge during the 3 years following the Pine Ridge siege. 165. By the time the gunnery range was finally transferred in 1976, the Oglalas, who had sustained at least 69 fatalities and nearly 350 serious physical assaults on their reservation during the period of federal repression, were in no mood to accept further abuse. 166. They not only mounted a storm of protest which caused a partial reversal of the transfer instrument, but also rallied the rest of their nation to demand that the 3/4 express consent clause of the 1868 treaty be applied to the Claims Commission award. Organizing a referendum on the matter under the slogan "The Black Hills are not for sale," the United Sioux Tribes of South Dakota voted overwhelmingly in 1977 to refuse the settlement. 167. Meanwhile, AIM had created the International Indian Treaty Council and managed to have Lakota treaty issues docketed with the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. 168. Under these circumstances, Congress once again backpedaled, passing an act in 1978 which set aside all judicial decisions leading up to the 1977 award amount, and ordering pro novo review by the Claims Court on the question of how much the Lakota compensation package should add up to. 169. The following year, the court determined that 5% simple annual interest should pertain to the Claims Commission's award of principal, a factor which upped the amount offered the Lakota to $122.5 million. L70. The Justice Department appealed this outcome to the Supreme Court, a circumstance which prompted the High Court, after denying Indian requests to do the same thing for nearly 40 years, to finally examine the Black Hills case. In 1980, the Supreme Court, on writ of certiorari from the Court of Claims, held that the 1877 Act did not effect a mere change of form in investment in Indian tribal property, but, rather, effected a taking of tribal property, which had been set aside by the Treaty of Fort Laramie for the Sioux's exclusive occupation, which taking implied an obligation on the government's part to make just compensation, including an award of interest, to the Sioux. Justice Rehnquist filed a blistering dissenting opinion in which he charged the majority had been led astray by revisionist historians. 171. 77. The Lakota remained entirely unsatisfied. Opponents to Monterey settlement pointed out that Homestake Corporation alone had removed about $18 billion in gold from one site near the Black Hills towns of Lead and Deadwood since 1877. They also noted that a 1979 poll of the reservations showed that the great bulk of residents, although being among the most impoverished people in North America, were no more willing to accept the new offer than they had been the old one. 172. In July 1980, while a week-long survival gathering attended by 10,000 people was occurring just across the fence from the Strategic Air Command's Ellsworth Air Force Base, 10 miles from the hills, the Oglalas filed a new suit demanding return of significant acreage and $11 billion in damages. 173. Although the case was dismissed by a federal district judge in September of the same year on the premise that the matter has already been resolved, and was subsequently denied on appeal, the point had been made. 174. It was punctuated in April 1981 when AIM leader Russell Means led a group to an 880-acre site in the Black Hills about 13 miles outside Rapid City, named it Yellow Thunder Camp, and announced it was the first step in the physical reoccupation of Pahasepa, as the hills are known in the Lakota language. The U.S. Forest Service, which claimed the land on which Yellow Thunder Camp was situated, filed suit for eviction, and requested that the Federal Marshals Service carry it out. When it became apparent that AIM was prepared to offer physical resistance a la Undaid Knee, a federal judge in the state capital of Pierre issued a restraining order on federal authorities. 175. During the following summer, several other occupation camps sprang up, some of them sponsored by usually more timid tribal council governments. 176. Although they were mostly short-lived, the AIM occupation was continuous for nearly 5 years. While it was going on, the Forest Service eviction suit was litigated before U.S. District Judge Robert O'Brien, with AIM counter. 7-8. Suing on the basis that the federal government was in violation of the 1868 Treaty, the 1978 American Indian Religious Freedom Act, and several of its own anti-discrimination statutes. In 1985, the government was stunned when O'Brien upheld AIM's contentions, entering a potential landmark opinion that whole geographical areas rather than specific locations might be considered sacred lands within the meaning of ERFA, and enjoining the Forest Service from further harassing Yellow Thunder occupants. 177. The decision was reversed by the Eighth Circuit Court in 1988, however, in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision in the Ling case. By that time, the government had deposited the Lakota settlement monies in an escrow account at an Albuquerque bank, where it continues to draw interest. 17b. Throughout the first half of the 1980s, IITC reported developments in the Black Hills struggle annually to the UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations, formed by the Human Rights Commission in 1982. 179. The U.S. United Nations delegation was forced to file formal responses to information provided through this medium, a circumstance causing greater international exposure of the inner workings of federal Indian policy than ever before. This, in combination with the persistence of Lakota litigation efforts and physical confrontations, precipitated an unprecedented governmental initiative to resolve the Black Hills issue during the late 80s. It took the form of a bill, S.1453, first introduced by New Jersey Senator Bill Bradley in 1987, to reconvey title including water and mineral rights over 750,000 acres of forest land within the Pahasapa to the Lakota Nation. Additionally, specified sacred sites adding up to several thousand acres, and a 50,000-acre Sioux Park, would be retitled without mineral rights. A Sioux National Council, drawn from all Lakota reservations, would share jurisdictional and policy-making prerogatives as well as revenues from leasing, royalties, etc. over the balance of the original Great Sioux Reservation with federal and state authorities. Finally, the 1980 Claims Court Award, plus subsequently accrued interest, would be converted into compensation for damages rather than payment for land per se1 so. Although The Bradley bill hardly afforded a full measure of Lakota rights to land and sovereignty, it was the sort of substantive compromise arrangement which the bulk of Lakotas might have accepted as workable. Certainly, Lakota support for the bill had become pronounced by 1988, even as a local white backlash whipped up in part by South Dakota Senator Larry Pressler and former Governor William Janklow mounted steadily. If enacted in some form, it might have created a viable model for eventual indigenous land rights resolutions throughout North America. Unfortunately, the bill was withdrawn by its sponsor in 1990, after a 2-year period of highly publicized anti-Bradley agitation by an individual named Phil Stevens, previously unknown to the Indians but purporting to be Great Chief of all the Sioux. 181. The W. Eastern Shoshone Land Claim. A differently waged, and lesser known, struggle for land has been waged by the W. Eastern Shoshone, mainly in the Nevada Desert region. In 1863, the United States entered into the Treaty of Ruby Valley with the new nation, agreeing in exchange for Indian commitments of peace and friendship, willingness to provide right-of-way through their lands, and the granting of assorted trade licenses to recognize the boundaries encompassing the approximately 24.5 million acres of the traditional Western Shoshone homeland, known in their language as New Sigabia. 182. The United States also agreed to pay the News $100,000 in restitution for environmental disruptions anticipated as a result of Euro-American commerce in the area. As researcher Rudolph C. Reiser has observed, nothing in the Treaty of Ruby Valley ever sold, traded, or gave away any part of the new country to the United States of America. Nothing in this treaty said that the United States could establish counties or smaller states within new country. Nothing in this treaty said the United States could establish settlements of U.S. citizens who would be engaged in any activity other than mining, agriculture, milling and ranching. L 83. 80. From the signing of the treaty until the mid-20th century, no action was taken by either Congress or federal courts to extinguish native title to New Segovia. L 84. Essentially, the land was an area in which the United States was not much interested. Still, relatively small but steadily growing numbers of non-Indians did move into new territory, a situation which was generally accommodated by the Indians so long as the newcomers did not become overly presumptuous. By the late 1920s, however, conflicts over land use had begun to sharpen. Things worsened after 1934, when the federal government installed a tribal council form of government desired by W. Washington but rejected by traditional news under a provision of the Indian Reorganization Act. 185. It was to the IRA Council heading one of the W. Eastern Shoshone bands, the T.E.M.O.C., that attorney Ernest Wilkinson went with a proposal in early 1946. Wilkinson was a senior partner in the Washington-based law firm Wilkinson, Cragun, and Barker, commissioned by Congress toward the end of World War II to draft legislation creating the Indian Claims Commission. The idea he presented to the T.E.M.O.C. Council was that his firm be retained to represent their interests before the Claims Commission. 186. Ostensibly, his objective was to secure the band's title to its portion of the 1863 treaty area. Much more likely, given subsequent events, his purpose was to secure title for non-Indian interests in Nevada, and to collect the 10% attorney's fee he and his colleagues had written into the Claims Commission Act as pertaining to any compensation awarded to native clients. 187. In any event, the T.E.M.O.C. agreed, and a contract between Wilkinson and the council was approved by the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1947. 188. Wilkinson followed up, in 1951, with a petition to the Claims Commission that his representation of the T.E.M.O.C. be construed as representing the interests of the entire new nation. The Commission concurred, despite protests from the bulk of the people involved. 189. From the outset, Wilkinson's pleadings led directly away from new rights over the Ruby Valley territory. As Glenn T. Morris has framed the matter in what is probably the best article on the Western Shoshone lands struggle to date. In 1962, the Commission conceded that it was unable to discover any formal extinguishment of Western Shoshone title to lands in Nevada, and could not establish a date of taking, but nonetheless ruled that the lands were taken at some point in the past. It did rule that approximately 2 million acres of new land in California was taken on March 3, 1853, but without documenting what specific act of Congress extinguished the title. Without the consent of the Western Shoshone Nation, on February 11, 1966, Wilkinson and the U.S. lawyers arbitrarily stipulated that the date of valuation for government extinguishment of Western Shoshone title to over 22 million acres of land in Nevada occurred on July 1, 1872. This lawyers' agreement, entered without the knowledge or consent of the Shoshone people, served as the ultimate loophole through which the U.S. would allege that the New had lost their land. L. 90. 81. By 1872 prices, the award of compensation to the New for the historic loss of their territory was calculated, in 1972, at $21,350,000, an amount revised upwards to $26,154,600 and certified on December 1, 197. 191. In the interim, by 1976, even the T.E.M.O.C. had joined the other new bands in maintaining that Wilkinson did not represent their interests. They fired him, but the BIA continued to renew his contract in their behalf until the Claims Commission itself was concluded in 1980. 192. Meanwhile, the News had retained other counsel and filed a motion to suspend commission proceedings with regard to their case. This was denied on August 15, 1977, appealed, but upheld by the U.S. Court of Claims. The basis was that if the New desired to avert extinguishment of their land claims, they should go to Congress rather than the courts for redress. $26,145,189.89 was then placed in a trust account with the U.S. TREAS Department in order to absolve the United States of further responsibility in the matter. 193. One analyst of the case suggests that if the United States were honest in its valuation date of the taking of new land, the date would be December 19, 1979, the date of the ICC award, since the Commission could point to no other extinguishment date. The United States should thus compensate the Shoshone in 1979 land values and not those of 1872. Consequently, the value of the land. 82. That would be more realistic, assuming the Western Shoshone were prepared to ignore violations of the Ruby Valley TRED, would be in the neighborhood of $40 billion. On a per capita basis of distribution, the United States would be paying each Shoshone roughly $20 million. The has already received billions of dollars in resources and use from new territory in the past 125 years. Despite this obvious benefit, the U.S. government is only prepared to pay the Shoshone less than a penny of actual value for each acre of new territory. 1. 94. The News as a whole have refused to accept payment for their land, under the premise articulated by Raymond D. Yowell, chair of the W. Eastern Shoshone Sacred Lands Association, that, we entered into the TRED of Ruby Valley as co-equal sovereign nations. The land to the traditional Shoshone is sacred. It is the basis of our lives. To take away the land is to take away the lives of the people. Giving form to the sentiment. Two sisters Mary and Carrie Dan refused eviction from their homes by the V.S. Bureau of Land Management, which claimed by that point on property that had been in their family for generations and challenged all V.S. title contentions within the new treaty area when the Bureau attempted to enforce its position in court. The litigation has caused federal courts to flounder about in disarray ever since. In 1977, the Federal District Court for Nevada ruled that the Dan sisters were trespassers because the Claims Commission had resolved all title questions. This decision was reversed on appeal to the Ninth Circuit Court in 1978 because, in its view, the question of land title had not been litigated, and has not been decided. 196. On remand, the District Court waited until the Claims Commission award had been paid into the treasury, and then ruled against the Dans in 1980. The court, however, in attempting to rationalize both its present decision and its past reversal, observed that, Western Shoshone Indians retained unextinguished title to their aboriginal lands until December of 1979, when the Indian Claims Commission judgment became final. 197. This, of course, demolished the basis for the Commission's award amount. It also pointed to the fact that the Commission had comported itself illegally in the W. Eastern Shoshone case insofar as the Indian Claims Commission Act explicitly disallowed the commissioners from extinguishing previously unextinguished land titles. Thus armed, the Dans went back to the Ninth Circuit Court and obtained another reversal. 19b. The government appealed the Circuit Court's ruling to the Supreme Court and, entering yet another official estimation of when new title was supposed to have been extinguished, the justices reversed the Circuit Court's reversal of the District Court's last ruling. Having thus served the government's interest on appeal, the High Court declined in 1990 to hear an appeal from the Dans concerning the question of whether they might retain individual Aboriginal property rights based on continuous occupancy even if the collective rights of the new were denied. 199. As of this writing, despite their adverse experiences with the federal judiciary, the Dans sisters remain on their land in defiance of federal authority. Their physical resistance, directly supported by most news, forms the core of whatever will come next. One route open to them and undoubtedly the locus of much of the intensity with which the government has rejected their land claims rests in the fact that U.S. nuclear weapons testing facilities lie squarely in the heart of new territory. According to geographer Bernard Neichmann, the U.S. detonation of 651 atomic weapons there since 1963 makes New Segovia the most bombed country in the world. 200 The new portion of Nevada was also the area specified for siting of the MX missile system, and, currently, the government is planning to store a variety of nuclear wastes in repositories bored into Yucca Mountain, in the southwestern sector of New Treaty Land. For obvious reasons, the News oppose both testing and the dumping of such wastes in their homeland. Given this opposition, it may be possible that their land rights may be fruitfully pursued through emergence of a broad coalition with non-Indian environmental, anti-war, and anti-nuclear organizations. That such a potential is not furthest from the minds of new strategists is witnessed by the wording of a permit issued to all protesters arriving to oppose nuclear experiments at military bases in the area. The Eastern Shoshone Nation is calling upon citizens of the United States, as well as the world community of nations, to demand that the United States 84. Terminate its invasion of our lands for the evil purpose of testing nuclear bombs and other weapons of war. 201. Where do we go from here? The question which inevitably arises with regard to indigenous land claims, especially in the United States, is whether they are realistic. The answer, of course, is, no, they aren't. Further, no form of decolonization has ever been realistic when viewed within the construct of a colonialist paradigm. It wasn't realistic at the time to expect George Washington's ragtag militia to defeat the British military during the American Revolution. Just ask the British. It wasn't realistic, as the French could tell you, that the Vietnamese should be able to defeat U.S.-backed France in 1954, or that the Algerians would shortly be able to follow in their footsteps. Surely, it wasn't reasonable to predict that Fidel Castro's pitiful handful of guerrillas would overcome Batista's regime in Cuba, another U.S. client, after only a few years in the mountains. And the Sandinistas, to be sure, had no prayer of attaining victory over Somoza 20 years later. Henry Kissinger, among others, knew that for a fact. The point is that in each case, in order to begin their struggles at all, anti-colonial fighters around the world have had to abandon orthodox realism in favor of what they knew to be right. To paraphrase Daniel Cohn-Bendit, they accepted as their agenda the goals, objectives, and demands which guided the redefinition of reality in terms deemed quite impossible within the conventional wisdom of their oppressors. And, in each case, they succeeded in their immediate quest for liberation. 202. The fact that all but one of the examples used subsequently turned out to hold colonizing pretensions of its own does not alter the truth of this or alter the appropriateness of their efforts to decolonize themselves in the least. It simply means that decolonization has yet to run its course, that much remains to be done. The battles waged by native nations in North America to free themselves, and the lands upon which they depend for ongoing existence as discernible peoples, from the grip of U.S. internal colonialism are plainly part of this process of liberation. Given that their 85. Very survival depends upon their perseverance in the face of all apparent odds, American Indians have no real alternative but to carry on. They must struggle, and where there is struggle there is always hope. Moreover, the unrealistic or romantic dimensions of our aspiration to quite literally dismantle the territorial corpus of the U.S. state begin to erode when one considers that federal domination of native North America is utterly contingent upon maintenance of a perceived confluence of interests between prevailing governmental/corporate elites and common non-Indian citizens. Herein lies the prospect of long-term success. It is entirely possible that the consensus of opinion concerning non-Indian rights to exploit the land and resources of indigenous nations can be eroded, and that large numbers of non-Indians will join in the struggle to decolonize native North America. Few non-Indians wish to identify with or defend the Nazi-esque characteristics of U.S. history. To the contrary, most seek to deny it in rather vociferous fashion. All things being equal, they are uncome for with many of the resulting attributes of federal posture and in substantial numbers actively oppose one or more of these, so long as such politics do not intrude into a certain range of closely guarded self-interests. This is where the crunch comes in the realm of Indian rights issues. Most non-Indians have been indoctrinated to believe the officially contrived notion that, in the event the Indians get their land back, or even if the extent of present federal domination is relaxed, native people will do unto their occupiers exactly as has been done to them, mass dispossession and eviction of non-Indians, especially Euro-Americans, is expected to ensue. Hence, even those progressives who are most eloquently inclined to condemn U.S. imperialism abroad and/or the functions of racism and sexism at home tend to deliver a blank stare or profess open disinterest when indigenous land rights are mentioned. Instead of attempting to come to grips with this most fundamental of all issues on the continent upon which they reside, the more sophisticated among them seek to divert discussion into higher priority or more important topics like issues of class and gender equity, in which justice becomes synonymous with the redistribution of power and 86 from a captive son. Loot deriving from the occupation of native North America even while the occupation continues. Sometimes, Indians are even slated to receive their fair share in the division of spoils accruing from expropriation of their resources. Always, such things are couched and typically seen in terms of some greater good than decolonizing the 0.6% of the U.S. population which is indigenous. 203. Some Marxist and environmentalist groups have taken the argument so far as to deny that Indians possess any rights distinguishable from those of their conquerors. 204. AIM leader Russell Means snapped the picture into sharp focus when he observed in 1987 that so-called progressives in the United States claiming that Indians are obligated to give up their rights because a much larger group of non-Indians need their resources is exactly the same as Ronald Reagan and Elliott Abrams asserting that the rights of 250 million North Americans alt BEHTHPRIEHT of stands revealed. 08. Government spokespersons have pointed out that the disposition of public lands does not always conform to treaty areas. While this is true, it in no way precludes some process of negotiated land exchange wherein the boundaries of indigenous nations are redrawn by mutual consent to an exact, or at least a much closer conformity. All that is needed is an honest, open, and binding forum such as a new bilateral treaty process with which to proceed. In fact, numerous native peoples have, for a long time, repeatedly and in a variety of ways, expressed a desire to participate in just such a process. Nonetheless, it is argued, there will still be at least some non-Indians trapped within such restored areas. Actually, they would not be trapped at all, the federally imposed genetic criteria of Indianness discussed elsewhere in this book notwithstanding. Indigenous nations have the same rights as any other to define citizenry by allegiance rather than by race. Non-Indians could apply for citizenship, or for some form of landed alien status which would allow them to retain their property until they die. In the event they could not reconcile themselves to living under any jurisdiction other 87. 88. Than that of the United States, they would obviously have the right to leave, and they should have the right to compensation from their own government. 209. Finally, and one suspects this is the real crux of things from the government/corporate perspective, any such restoration of land and attendant sovereign prerogatives to native nations would result in a truly massive loss of domestic resources to the United States, thereby impairing the country's economic and military capacities. For everyone who queued up to wave flags and tie on yellow ribbons during the United States' recent imperial adventure in the Persian Gulf, this prospect may induce a certain psychic trauma. But, for progressives at least, it should be precisely the point. When you think about these issues in this way, the great mass of non-Indians in North America really have much to gain, and almost nothing to lose: from success of native people in struggles to reclaim the land which is rightfully ours. The tangible diminishment of U.S. material power, which is integral to our victories in this sphere, stands to pave the way for realization of most other agendas, from anti-imperialism to environmentalism, from African American liberation to feminism, from gay rights to the ending of class privilege pursued by progressives on this continent. Conversely, succeeding with any or even all these other agendas would still represent an inherently oppressive situation if their realization is contingent upon an ongoing occupation of native North America without the consent of Indian people. Any North American revolution which failed to free indigenous territory from non-Indian domination would be simply a continuation of colonialism in another form. Regardless of the angle from which you view the matter, the liberation of native North America, liberation of the land first and foremost, is the key to fundamental and positive social changes of many other sorts. One thing, as they say, leads to another. The question has always been, of course, which thing is to be first in the sequence. A preliminary formulation for those serious about achieving radical change in the United States might be first priority to first Americans. Put another way, this would mean, U.S. out of Indian country. Inevitably, the logic leads to what we've all been so desperately seeking, the United States, at least as we've come to know it, out of North America altogether. From there, it can be permanently banished from the planet. In its stead, surely we can join hands to create something new and infinitely better. That's our vision of impossible realism. Isn't it time we all went to work on attaining it? Genocide in Arizona? The Navajo-Hopi land dispute in perspective. Genocide is always and everywhere a political occurrence. Irving Lewis Horowitz, genocide? There are an estimated 20 billion tons of high-grade, low-sulfur coal underlying a stretch of Arizona desert known as Black Mesa. Rich veins of the mineral rest so near the surface that erosion has exposed them to sunlight in many places. A veritable strip miner's delight, the situation presents obviously lucrative potentials to the corporate interests presently profiting from America's spiraling energy consumption. The only fly in the oil of commerce at this point is the fact that the land which would be destroyed in extracting the black gold is inhabited by a sizable number of people who will not, indeed, from their perspective, cannot leave. This problem has caused the federal government to engage in one of the more cynical and convoluted processes of legalized expropriation in its long and sordid history of Indian affairs. Historical BACL ground. It all began in the 1860s when the Army fought the Kit Carson Campaign, a vicious war designed to eliminate the Dine people of the Southwest as a threat to ranching and mining concerns. The war featured a scorched earth policy directed against such targets as the Dine sheep herds and the peach orchards, which had been carefully established over several generations at the bottom of Cannon de Chelly, in northeastern Arizona. The plan was to starve the Indians into submission, and it worked very well. The whole thing culminated in the forced march of virtually the entire Dine people to a concentration camp at Bosque Redondo, in eastern New Mexico, a desolate place where about a third of them died of disease and exposure in barely 2 years. In 1868, hoping to avoid a scandal concerning its 107, 108 own treatment of a vanquished foe after having tried and convicted officers of the Confederate Army for engaging in comparable atrocities against U.S. troops at such prison camps as Andersonville, the government entered into a treaty with the Dine. It acknowledged, among other things, their right to a huge piece of barren land, mostly in western New Mexico. Over the next decade, however, it was discovered that much of the new reservation was usable as rangeland. Consequently, the government continually adjusted the boundaries westward, into Arizona, until the territory of the Dine completely engulfed that of another people, the Hopi. Still, there was no particular problem in many ways. The Dine, whose economy was based on sheep herding, lived dispersed upon the land, while the Hopi, agriculturalists, lived clustered in permanent villages. Conflict was minimal, the Indians coexisted in a sort of natural balance, intermarrying frequently enough to create an inter-ethnic entity called the Tobacco Clan. This began to change in 1882, when President Chester A. Arthur, in order to provide jurisdiction to J.H. Fleming, an Indian agent assisting Mormon missionaries in kidnapping Hopi children, created a Hopi reservation within the area already reserved for the Dine. Arbitrarily designated as being a rectangle of 1 degree longitude by 1 degree latitude, the new reservation left Moenkopi, a major Hopi village, outside the boundary. Conversely, much Dine pasturage and at least 300 Dine was contained within the area, a matter supposedly accommodated by stating that it would be the territory of the Hopi and such other Indians as the president may select. 4. For nearly a generation equilibrium was maintained. Then, in 1919, a group of mining companies attempted to negotiate mineral leases on Dine land. In 1920, the traditional Dine Council of Elders, a mechanism of governance drawn in equal proportions from each of the clans comprising the nation, and which still held undisputed power in such matters, unanimously rejected the idea. The companies lobbied, and, in 1923, the federal government unilaterally replaced the traditional Dine government with a Grand Council composed of individuals of its own choosing. Being made up of men compulsorily educated off-reservation rather than traditionals, and owing their status to Washington rather than to the people they ostensibly represented, the new council promptly signed the leasing instruments. Thereafter, the council was the only entity recognized by the federal government as legitimately representing Dine interests. This experiment was such a success that an idea was shortly hatched to replace all traditional Indian governments with modern democratic forms, based on models of corporate management. In 1934, with passage of the so-called Indian Reorganization Act, this concept became law. Indian resistance to the IRA varied from place to place, a rule of thumb being that the more acculturated the people, the greater the ease with which it was accepted. 6. At Hopi, where the traditional Kikmungwe form of government was/is still very much alive, 90% of all people eligible to vote for or against reorganization simply refused to participate, boycotting entirely a referendum required to gamer at least the illusion they had accepted reorganization. As BIA employee Oliver Lafarge observed at the time, having announced he would have nothing to do with so unhopi a thing as a referend, LM. Here we also see the Hopi method of opposition. Abstention of almost the whole village should be interpreted as a heavy opposition vote. The same situation prevailed in each of the Hopi villages. Indian Commissioner John Collier overcame this difficulty by declaring all abstentions as being yes votes, providing the appearance that the Hopis had all but unanimously approved implementation of the IRA. Despite its clear rejection of W. Washington's governmental formula, Hopi was then quickly reorganized, opening a deep schism within that society which has not only never healed, but which is in some ways more acute today than it was 50 years ago. Effects of reorganization. As is usually the case where patently imposed forms of governance are utilized by a colonial power to administer a subject people. 110. The Navak and H.C. Pi. Re Serva Tik Nstc Day. Salt LAXE City. Utah. Denv. Colorado. 6/RMGJ on. Nay, IJ Ida Inib PMJED. GALJP Kalen CITO.SANRN Fe. L.R. I. Albuquerque. Rama. New Mexico. The new Hopi Tribal Council rapidly learned to convert service to the oppressor into personal profit. Leadership of the 10 to 15% segment of Hopi society which had been assimilated into non-Hopi values via compulsory education and Mormon indoctrination. This group represented the literal totality of Hopi voter turnout during reorganization, and in all subsequent Hopi elections had long been the station of the Sikakwaptwa family. 9. The men of the family Abbott and Emery, later Emery, Jr., and Wayne rapidly captured political ascendancy within the council. Correspondingly, they garnered a virtual monopoly on incoming U.S. government contracts and concessions, business starts, and the like. The new wealth and position were duly invested in a system of patronage among the Mormon Hopis, and this most un-Hopi sector of Hopi society became far and away its richest and most powerful strata. In short order, what had by and large remained a remarkably homogeneous and egalitarian culture was thus saddled with the sorts of ideological polarization, class structure, and elitism marking Euro-American civilization. L0. Genocide in Arizona? III. Indian Commissioner Collier was meanwhile quite concerned that the concept of reorganization upon which he had staked his political future and personal credibility would work in terms of making IRA governments functional successful reflections of mainstream corporate society. The Mormon Hopis were only too happy to oblige in moving Collier's grand scheme along, serving as something of a showpiece in exchange for a quid pro quo arrangement by which they became the only Hopi entity with which the U.S. would deal directly. The ability of the Chickamauga to fulfill its traditional role of conducting Hopi affairs was correspondingly undermined drastically. By 1940, the Secaucus and their followers had converted their alignment with the federal government into control, not only of all Hopi political offices, appointed positions, and the budgets that went with them, but also of the sole Hopi newspaper, grazing interests, and externally generated cash flow as well. However, they had still bigger plans. These had emerged clearly by 1943, when the Council, in collaboration with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and over the strenuous objections of the Chickamauga, successfully consummated a lobbying effort for the creation of Grazing District 6, a 650,013-acre area surrounding the main Hopi villages and marked off for exclusive Hopi use and occupancy. Insofar as nothing within the traditional Hopi lifeways had changed to cause them to disperse across the land, the only beneficiaries were the Secaucus. Their grazing activities and revenues were considerably expanded as a result of the establishment of the district. Meanwhile, some 109 families who had lived on the newly defined District 6 land for generations were forced to relocate beyond its boundaries into the remainder of the 1882 Executive Order area. LL. Enter John B. Oeden. By the early 1950s, with their gains of the 40s consolidated and digested, the Secaucus were once again casting about for ways to expand their clout and income. Following the consolidation of Grazing District 6, they had allowed their council activities to lapse for several years while they pursued personal business enterprises. In 1951, however, they appear to have determined that reconstitution of the IRA government would be an expedient means through which to advance their interests. Devout Mormons, it was perhaps natural that they should retain the services of a well-connected Salt Lake City Mormon lawyer named John Boyden to pursue this end in the name of Hopi self-governance, while undoubtedly sensing a potential for immense profitability both for himself and for his church in the move. Boyden accepted the position of Hopi tribal attorney. At the top of his list of priorities in doing so, by agreement with the Secaucus, was an initiative to claim all of the 1882 Executive Order area in the name of the Hopi IRA government. This he pursued through a strategy of first authoring legislation allowing him to do so, and then pursuing lawsuits such as the Healing v. Jones cases. 13. What was at issue was no longer merely the land, concomitant grazing rights, and the like. By 1955, the mineral assets of the Four Corners region were being realized by the U.S. government and corporations. 14. Anaconda, Kermagee, and other energy conglomerates were buying leases and opening mining/milling operations, feeding the guaranteed market established by the ore-buying program of the Atomic Energy Commission. Standard, Phillips, Gulf, and Mobil were moving in on oil and natural gas properties. The worthless desert into which the U.S. had shoved the Indians was suddenly appearing to be a resource mecca, and it was felt that the 1882 Executive Order area might be a particularly rich locale. Indications are that Boyden and the Secaucus originally hoped that what might be argued in court as constituting Hopi territory would overlay a portion of the Grant's uranium belt. This did not pan out, however, and royalties from the uranium boom continued to accrue only to neighboring peoples such as the Navajo and Laguna Pueblo. Still, oil exploration proved a more lucrative proposition, and Boyden opened sealed bidding for leasing rights with District 6 during the fall of 1964. The proceeds came to $2.2 million, of which a flat $1 million in fees and bonuses was paid to Boyden's Salt Lake City law firm. 16. With his own coffers brimming, the attorney turned to the service of his church as well as his Hopi and corporate clientele. Enlisting the assistance of a pair of regional politicos, Secretary of Interior Stuart Udall and Colorado Representative Wayne Asp Inall, both of whom professed that energy development would be good for the West, he was able to negotiate a triangular coal leasing arrangement between the federally approved Navajo and Hopi councils, on the one hand, and the Peabody Coal Com. PA New York, on the other. Kayenta, location of the Peabody Mine, on Black Mesa in the northern extreme of the 1882 Executive Order area, sits astride what has turned out to be perhaps the richest low-sulfur coal vein ever discovered in North America. Not coincidentally, a controlling interest in Peabody was held at that time by the Mormon Church, for which Boyden was also serving as legal counsel during the lease negotiations. Overall, the attorney's take on the deal is said to have again run into seven figures. 17. For him, things were moving right along. The nature of the land dispute. With a long-term money-maker functioning at Black Mesa, Boyden returned his attentions to his real agenda, securing the entirety of the executive order area, and the fossil fuels underlying it, on behalf of the Seequaquiptwa faction. While opening moves in this gambit had been made during the 1950s, the serious campaign really got off the ground during the early 1970s. In a major suit, Hamilton v. Nakai, Boyden argued that an earlier judicial determination advanced in the second Healing v. Jones case that both the Hopi and Dine were entitled to equal use and benefit from the 1882 Executive Order area outside of Grazing District 6 meant that the Dine had no right to keep livestock in numbers exceeding their half of the federally established carrying capacity of the land. This held true, he said, even if no Hopis were keeping livestock there. Boyden was thereby able to obtain court orders requiring a 90% reduction in the number of Dine livestock within the joint use area. 18. Any such reduction being tantamount to starvation for a people like the traditional Dine, dependent for subsistence upon a sheep economy. Boyden and the 114. Seequaquiptuas anticipated this courtroom victory would literally drive their opponents out of the JUA, into the Navajo Nation proper. With virtually no Dine living in the contested territory, arguments concerning the exclusivity of Hopi interests and prerogatives therein would be much more plausible than had previously been the case. On the judicial front, however, the Boyden/Seequaquiptwa combine had apparently not calculated on the fact that the targeted Dine really had no place to go. The Dine had no alternative but to refuse to comply, a situation which forced Boyden into a whole series of related suits, each of which generated additional judicial decrees against them. A freeze was placed upon their ability to build new homes, corrals, or other structures within the JUA, for example, but none of which in themselves translated into the desired result of forcing the Dine out of the 1882 area. 19 federal authorities could find no interest of sufficient magnitude in the JUA issue to motivate them to deploy the level of force necessary to implement their court's various decisions. The situation changed again with the arrival of the energy crisis of the 1970s. Overnight, energy self-sufficiency became a national obsession. Shale oil, coal gasification, and other esoteric terminology became household matters of discussion. Congress sat down to do a quick inventory of its known energy assets, and suddenly the Black Mesa coal, which had barely elicited a ho-hum response from legislators a few months before, became a focus of attention. Arizona superhawks such as Barry Goldwater and Representative Sam Steiger in particular saw a way to put their state on the energy map of national interest by consummating plans already laid by powerful economic entities such as Western Energy Supply and Transmission Associates. 20. There was only one hitch to the program: it was/is impossible to strip mine the land so long as Dine people were/are living on it. The solution, of course, for the federal government as well as the Hopi Council and the energy corporations, was to remove the people. Hence, as early as 1971, Boyden offered his services in drafting a bill to be introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives calling for the genocide in Arizona. 115. Formal division of the JDA into halves. The draft called for all Hopis living on the Dine side of the partition line to be compulsorily relocated into Hopi territory and vice versa. Given that virtually no Hopis actually lived in the JDA, the law would serve the purpose of emptying half of the desired acreage of population and thereby open it up for mining. 21. Several scientific studies already suggested that once strip mining and slurry operations commenced in so substantial a portion of Black Mesa, the adjoining areas would be rendered uninhabitable in short order, forcing the Dine off even their remaining portion of the 1,882 area. 22. The Boyden/Steiger plan was thus clearly to use the appearance of an equitable resolution to a property rights question as a means to totally dispossess the JDA Dine, accomplishing what the Mormon Hopis had been trying to do all along. Steiger dutifully introduced his draft legislation in 1972, but it met with certain PR problems. After all, the mass forced relocation of indigenous people was something which had not been done in North America since the 19th century. While it squeaked through the House by a narrow margin, it stalled in the Senate. 23. The congressional fear seems to have been that, energy crisis notwithstanding, the American public might balk at such a policy. This seemed especially true in the immediate context of the civil rights, anti-war, and Black Power movements. Democratic Party presidential nominee George McGovern came out against the idea of partition and relocation in the JDA, and even Goldwater, the arch-conservative, expressed doubts about the wisdom of the plan under such circumstances. For a plausible humanitarian cover was needed, under which to effect the legislation necessary to clear the population from much of the JUA. Here, Boyden once again proved his mettle. Retaining David Evans and Associates, yet another Mormon-controlled Salt Lake City firm to handle the public image of the Hopi tribe, he oversaw the creation of something called the Navajo-Hopi Range Dispute. Within this scenario, which the Evans PR people packaged rather sensationally and then fed to the press in massive doses, the Hopis and Dine occupying the JDA were at irreconcilable odds over ownership of the land. The result of this was a virtual shooting war between the two indigenous peoples, fueled not only by the property rights dispute 116, but also by deep historical and intercultural animosities. No mention was made of mineral interests, or that Evans was simultaneously representing West Associates, voracious as that consortium was in its desire to mine and bum JUA coal. As Washington Post reporter Mark Panich recounted in 1974, the relationship between the Hopi Council and the power companies became almost symbiotic. On the one hand, Hamilton's speeches written by Evans would be distributed through the public relations machinery of 23 major Western utilities. On the other hand, these utilities would tell their customers, often through local media contacts, that the Hopis were good Indians who wouldn't shut off the juice which ran their air conditioners. Because of the efforts by representatives of the Hopi to present the viewpoint, the Hopi rapidly took on the aura of the underdog who just wanted to help his white brother. Some of the Navajo, on the other hand, were saying threatening things about closing down polluting power PL41.ts and requiring expensive reclamation of strip-mined land. 25. The image of range war-type violence was reinforced by Evans' photographers' snapshots of outbuildings and junk vehicles abandoned at various locations in the JUA. These were subsequently used for target practice by teenaged plinkers, and were therefore often riddled with bullet holes. The Evans group presented their photos to the media as evidence of periodic firefights between Hopis and Dines. As Panich put it, during 1971-72, few newspapers escaped a Sunday feature on the range war about to break out between two hostile tribes. Photos of burned corrals and shot-up stock tanks and wells were printed. By calling Evans and Associates, a TV crew could arrange a roundup of trespassing Navajo stock. Occasionally, when a roundup was in progress, Southwestern newsmen would be telephoned and notified of the event. 26. What real violence there was came mainly from a group of thugs, such as a non-Indian named Elmer Randolph, put on the payroll and designated as Hopi Tribal Rangers by the Mormon faction. Their specialty was beating to a pulp and arresting for trespass any Dine who had come to retrieve sheep that had strayed into grazing District 6.27. When a group of Dine attempted to erect a fence to keep their livestock off the Hopi land, the Seekokwiptuas first called a television crew to the spot and then personally tore the fence down, demanding before the cameras that the Arizona National Guard be dispatched to restore order within the JUA. This, too, was straight-facedly passed off by news commentators as indication of the level of violence existing among the Indians. 28. The federal government was morally obligated, so the argument went, to physically separate the two warring groups before there were fatalities. Predictably, Representative Steiger gave this theme official voice. There is nothing funny about the violence which has already transpired: livestock mutilations, corral burnings, fence destruction, water tank burnings, and at least one shooting incident. If we permit ourselves to be seduced into some kind of legal procrastination and someone is killed, I am sure we would assume the responsibility that is patently ours. Let us not wait for that kind of catalyst. 29. At this juncture, Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater, one of the more powerful political figures in the country, decided the time was ripe to weigh in along the Boyden/Seekokwiptwa/Steiger axis. I have not supported the Steiger approach mostly because it involved money, Goldwater announced. I do not think we have to pay money to relocate Indians, when in the case of the Navajo they have 16 million acres. He went on to assert with bold-faced falsity that the Dine had literally tens of thousands of acres that are not being used and which were therefore available to absorb those displaced by the partition and relocation proposal, ostensibly without significantly altering their way of life. 3. John Boyden seized this opportunity to draft a new bill, this one to be introduced by Goldwater and Arizona's other senator, Pat Fannin. It called for partition and the rapid, uncompensated, and compulsory relocation of all Dine residing within the Hopi portion of the JVA. By comparison, the Steiger draft bill, which had called for the federal government to underwrite all costs associated with relocation, including the acquisition of additional lands as needed to resettle those affected, seemed benign. 31. This, of course, did much to attract support to the latter. Relocation becomes law. The Goldwater-Fannin initiative was a ruse designed to drive liberal Democrats into countering the draft bill's harsh proposals with 118 from a native SON. A gentler plan of their own. This assumed the form of House Resolution 10337, yet another draft bill in which Boyden took a hand, this one introduced by Liberal Utah Representative W.A.N. Owens. It called not only for compensation to the victims of the partition, as the Steiger draft had already done, but also for a decade-long time period during which the relocation was to be phased in, so that those to be moved would not be overly traumatized. Tellingly, when Owens placed his proposition on the table, Steiger promptly abandoned his own draft and became an endorser of the Owens bill. This newly hatched liberal conservative coalition was destined to finally produce Boyden's desired result. Despite a letter sent by Arizona Representative Manuel Lujan that passage of H.R. 10337 might result in a bloodbath in northern Arizona that would make the My Lai massacre look like a Sunday school picnic, and that it would in any event be the most shameful act this government has perpetrated on its citizens since colonial days, the Owens/Boyden concept was approved by the House Interior Committee by voice vote in February 1974.32. It was then forwarded to the full House for passage. This was accomplished on May 29, 1974, by a vote of 290 to 38. 3. On the same day, Judge Walsh issued a contempt of court decree against Chair Peter MacDonald and the Navajo tribal government for having failed to comply with his order to reduce dine livestock in the JUA. 34. The bill was passed by the Senate shortly thereafter, by a vote of 72-0 and in a somewhat different form from that which had been approved by the House. Although this usually precipitates an ad hoc committee meeting involving representatives of both chambers in order to hammer out a mutually acceptable joint version of the legislation, in this instance the House took the extraordinary step of simply approving the Senate version without further discussion. 35. The statute was then routed on an urgent basis to President Gerald R. Ford, who signed it without reading it, while enjoying a ski vacation in Vail, Colorado. 36. Enacted as Public Law 93-531, the bill required a 50-50 division of the JUA, with the actual partition boundary to be established by the Federal District Court in Arizona. 37. It established a 3 Navajo Hopi Relocation Commission, to be appointed by the Genocide in Arizona? 119. Secretary of Interior. Within 2 years of the date the court's partition line was defined, the commission was charged with submitting a plan to Congress detailing how relocation was to be accomplished. 30 days after Congress approved the relocation plan, a 5-year period would begin during which relocation would be carried out. A total of $37 million was initially budgeted, both to underwrite the Relocation Commission's functioning and to pay incentive bonuses of $5,000 to the head of each dine family which voluntarily agreed to relocate during the first operational year of the program. Bonuses of $4,000 were slated to be paid to those who agreed to go during the second year, $3,000 during the third, and $2,000 during the fourth. In addition, each family of 3 or fewer individuals was deemed eligible to receive up to $17,000 with which to acquire replacement housing. Families of 4 or more could receive up to $25,000 for this purpose. PL 93-531 also contained several other important provisions. It directed the Secretary of Interior to implement Judge Walsh's order for dine livestock reduction by outright impoundment. It authorized the Secretary to sell to the Navajo Nation up to 250,000 acres of land under jurisdiction of the Bureau of Land Management at fair market value, and provided Navajo authority to acquire up to 150,000 additional acres of privately held land. 8. The law also authorized litigation to resolve Hopi claims to land surrounding the village of Moenkopi, left out of the original executive order area. 9. Problems with Public Law 93-531. The first grit in PL 93-931's gears appeared almost immediately, when it was discovered that virtually none of the targeted people were likely to relocate on anything resembling a voluntary basis. The second followed shortly thereafter, when it was found that the size of the dine population to be affected had been dramatically underestimated. This was due to language in the Act which stipulated that the partition would include the higher density population areas of each tribe within the portion of the lands partitioned to each tribe to minimize and avoid undue social, economic, and cultural disruption. Insofar as possible. Congress had apparently accepted without question an assertion made by John Boyden through Evans and Associates that if this principle were adhered to, the number of impacted dine would be about 3,500. 40. There was no reason to assume this information was accurate. More to the point, when the court's partition line was ultimately finalized on February 10, 1977, it conformed much more closely to coal deposits than to demography. 41. Those areas Peabody preferred to mine first, including areas of the northern JUA furthest from the Hopi mesas but adjoining the Kayenta mining sites, were included within the Hopi territory. Consequently, estimates of the number of dine to be relocated were quickly raised to 9,525 by 1980. 42. And are now calculated to have involved 17,500 people overall. 43. Only 109 Hopis were affected, and their relocation was completed in 1976. 44. Correspondingly, the costs associated with the relocation program escalated wildly. While in 1974 the Congress estimated the entire effort could be underwritten through allocation of $28 million in direct costs and another $9 million in administrative overhead, by 1985 the relocation alone was consuming $4 million per year. With a Dine population vastly larger than originally projected, direct costs were by 1985 being estimated at a level of at least $500 million. 45. Inflation and other factors have, since then, driven even this enormous amount considerably higher. Similarly, the original time span conceived as being required for relocation to be fully implemented, which placed the completion of the program in 1982, quickly proved impractical. Revised several times, the completion date was by 1985 being projected into 1993. 46. Predictably, Barry Goldwater's assertion that the Navajo Nation had tens of thousands of idle acres outside the JUA onto which relocates could move and continue their traditional lifeways proved absolutely false. Leaving aside the spiritual significance of specific JDA geography to its Dine residents, it was well known that the entirety of the reservation, consisting of arid and semi-arid terrain, had been saturated with sheep since at least as early as the mid-30s. 47. Meanwhile, the 400,000 acres of replacement lands authorized under PL 93 to 531 for acquisition by the Navajo Nation as a means of absorbing surplus relocates were blocked by a combination of conflicting congressional interests, a requirement in the law that such land be within 18 miles of the reservation's boundaries, non-Indian lobbying, and avarice on the part of the Navajo tribal government itself. 48. The result was that the relocates were left with no place to go other than to urban areas which represented the very antithesis of their way of life. Belatedly, Congress also began to discover the falsity of the range war thesis, and that the Hopis were hardly unified in their desire to see the Dine pushed from half the JUA. There was no excuse for this. As early as the beginning of 1972, Kikmungwimina Lansa had come before the House Interior Committee, while the Steiger bill was being considered, and made it clear that the traditional Hopi majority wished to see the Dine remain on the land, insofar as this represented a barrier to strip mining in the JUA. She further informed the legislators that the Council of People, Clarence Hamilton, and others, say all Hopis are supporting this bill through the newspapers and publicizing to the world that both Hopi and Navajo are going to fight each other. These things are not true, and it makes us very ashamed to see that some of our young people who claim to represent us created much publicity in this way while in this capital lately. 49. In 1975, Lansa took the unprecedented step of openly participating in a largely non-Indian coalition seeking to repeal PL 93 to 53L. We should all work together against Washington to revoke this bill, she said. The Hopi Council favors this bill. But as a Hopi chief, I say no. The Hopis and Navajos can live right where they are. So she withdrew her support of the non-Indian group when one of its leaders, Bill Morale, called for the abolition of both the Hopi and Navajo reservations. Per SES 1. However, her opposition to the Hopi IRA government and the relocation law, and her support of the JUA Dine, remained outspoken and unswerving. In 1975 and 1976, she and other Hopi spiritual leaders such as David Monongai and Thomas Banyasaya supported suits intended to challenge federal authority to implement policy on the say-so of the Hopi IRA government. 52. The double standard of determining equity inherent to U.S. legal treatment of indigenous peoples also became increasingly apparent within the rationalizations through which the Relocation Act had been passed. The issue goes to the fact that, where the federal government or its non-Indian citizenry has been shown to have illegally acquired Indian land, the victims have never been allowed to recover their property. U.S. judicial doctrine has instead held that they are entitled only to just compensation, in the form of money, and in an amount determined to be fair by those who stole the property in the first place. 53. No white population in North America has ever been relocated in order to satisfy an indigenous land right. Attorney Richard Skifter framed the question plainly and succinctly before the Senate Interior Committee in September 1972. Could it be, may I ask, that where the settlers are white, we pay the original owners off in cash, but where the settlers are Indian, we find expulsion and removal an acceptable alternative? Can such a racially discriminatory approach be considered as meeting the constitutional requirement for due process? 54. Representative Sam Steiger made what appears to be the DA are under tremendous strain. They are facing the unknown of relocation, and as their stock is taken away they are losing a bank account and a way of life. Traditionally, their day was planned around the needs of the flock, and if they needed money they could sell a sheep or two. But as things are now, we can expect a lot of personal and family problems. All I know is that I can't deliver on a promise I made to people in a very difficult situation. 65. The stock impoundment effort slowed after this, but has been continued at a steady, deliberate, and for the Dine socially, economically, and psychologically debilitating pace ever since. It has not, however, been the only coercive measure used. Judge Walsh's order making the Simkin Line official also included an instruction renewing his earlier freeze on Dine construction within the Hopi partition area, other than with a permit from the Hopi tribe. 66. The Hopis, of course, have issued no such permits and have used their rangers to destroy any new structures which have appeared. Even repair of existing structures has been attacked as a violation of the building freeze. This has caused a steady 126. Deterioration in the living conditions of the targeted Dine, as well as a chronic anxiety about whether the very roofs of their hogans might not be simply ripped off from over their heads. 67. The situation has now lasted 13 years. At the same time, those who bowed to the unrelenting pressure and accepted relocation were meeting a fate at least as harsh as that being visited upon those who refused. As of March 1984, not a single acre of rural land had been prepared to receive relocates. For those approximately 30% of all targeted families who had allowed themselves to be moved into cities or towns. Even the Relocation Commission's statistics revealed a problem of tremendous proportions. Almost 40% of those relocated to off-reservation communities no longer owned their government-provided house. In Flagstaff, Arizona, the community which received the largest number of relocates, nearly half the 120 families who had moved their NN1 NNEPR their homes. When county and tribal legal services offices discovered that a disproportionate, alcoholism, family dislocation, crime and even death for many. This is very emotional, Miller Nez, a local resident, went on, and at some point I think we're going to resist any further attempt by Washington to take away our only 128. Source of support. I think sooner or later there will be killing of individuals. 76. The Dine were, to be sure, already resisting, and had been for 23 years, simply by their refusal to comply with the terms of Healing v. Jones. Resistance of the sort under discussion, however, may be said to have really begun on October 2, 1977, when a Dine elder named Pauline Weitzinger faced down a crew hired by the BIA to erect a barbed wire fence. When the crew began to construct a section of fence bisecting Weitzinger's sheep graze, she told them to stop. When they didn't, she drove her pickup truck straight at them. They left, but returned the next day and resumed work. This time, she chased them away by throwing handfuls of dirt into their faces. Weitzinger was shortly arrested on assorted charges, but later acquitted. 77. Often, the following year and a half, fencing crews showed up for work in the morning only to find the wire and posts they'd laboriously installed the day before had been torn down during the night. During midsummer 1979, a crew appeared on the line of Elder Catherine Smith, only to find themselves staring into the muzzle of her .22 caliber rifle. She fired over their heads and, when they scattered, she began dismantling the fence before their eyes. Smith was arrested on serious charges, only to receive a directed verdict of acquittal from a judge responsive to her argument that she had been beside herself with rage in confronting a law she knew to be not only wrong, but immoral. 78. At about the same time Smith was firing her rifle, the American Indian Movement was conducting its 5th International Indian Treaty Council at the sacred site of Big Mountain in the Hopi partitioned portion of the northern JVA. Convened in that location at the request of the Dine elders, the council was intended as a means of garnering outside support for what the targeted population expected to be a bitter battle for survival. During the council, the elders prepared a statement which read in part, "We do hereby declare total resistance to any effort or influence to be removed from our homes and ancestral lands. We further declare our right to live in peace with our Hopi neighbors." 9. Traditional Hopi leaders David Monongai and Thomas Banyasaya attended the council, extending unity and support from the Kikmangwe to the Big Mountain resistance. IITC pledged itself to take the situation of the Jua Dine before the United Nations. 80. Dine AIM leader Larry Anderson then announced his organization was establishing a permanent survival camp at the council site, located on the property of AIM member Bahikade Nahe. Anderson also promised to establish a legal defense apparatus to support the Big Mountain effort as rapidly as possible. This was accomplished by securing the services of Boston attorney Lou Gurwitz to head up what became known as the Big Mountain Legal Defense/Offense Committee. By 1982, BMDC, utilizing funds provided by the National Lawyers Guild, had opened a headquarters in Flagstaff, the most proximate town of any size to the JUA. 81. Over the next 2 years, Gurwitz entered several suits in behalf of individual Dine people suffering under the impact of stock reduction, and began to assemble a legal staff composed primarily of student interns underwritten by the NLG. 82. He also began to organize an external support network for the Big Mountain resistance which at its peak evidenced active chapters in 26 states and several foreign countries. 83. On a related front, BMLD/OC put together an independent commission to study the intimational legal implications of federal relocation policy in the JUA, and collaborated with organizations such as the Washington, D.C.-based Indian Law Resource Center in making presentations to the UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations. 84. As this was going on, more direct forms of physical resistance were also continuing. For instance, in 1980, Bahikade Nahe was arrested along with 20 others during a confrontation with BIA police. Charged with several offenses, he was later acquitted on all counts. At about the same time, Elder Alice Benelli and 3 of her daughters confronted a fencing crew, were maced, arrested, and each charged with 8 federal crimes. They too were eventually acquitted on all counts. The spring of 1981 saw a large demonstration at the Keams Canyon BIA facility which caused Acting Commissioner of Indian Affairs Kenneth Payton to temporarily suspend livestock impoundment operations. In 1983, 130. After livestock reduction had been resumed, Big Mountain elder Matso was severely beaten while physically resisting impoundment of her horses. Arrested and jailed, she suffered 2 heart attacks while incarcerated. She was ultimately acquitted of having engaged in any criminal offense. 85. Matters reached their peak in this regard during June 1986, in preparation for a federally established date when outright forced relocation was to be implemented. The scenario called for large units of heavily armed BIA police and U.S. Marshals to move into the Hopi partition area, physically removing all Dine who had refused to relocate in response to less drastic and immediate forms of coercion. In the event, BMLD/OC managed to bring some 2,000 outside supporters into the contested zone. AIM made it known that its contribution to defense of the area would likely be other than pacifistic, and the government backed down from the specter of what Gurwitz described as 70-year-old Dine grandmothers publicly engaged in armed combat with the forces of the United States of America. 86. Rather than suffer the international public relations debacle which would undoubtedly have accompanied a resort to open warfare with the Dine resistance, federal authorities opted to engage in a waiting game, utilizing the relentless pressure of stock reduction, fencing, and the like to simply wear down the opposition. Their strategy also seems to have encompassed the likelihood that, absent the sort of head-on government/Indian collision implicit in the imposition of an absolute deadline, the attention of non-Indian supporters would be difficult or impossible to hold. The defense coalition BMLD/OC had so carefully nurtured was thus virtually guaranteed to atrophy over a relatively short term of apparent government inactivity, affording authorities a much greater latitude of operational secrecy in which to proceed than they possessed in mid-1986. 87. In 1988, Big Mountain defense attorney Lee Brooke Phillips, in collaboration with attorneys Roger Finzel and Bruce Ellison, filed a lawsuit Many Beads v. United States in an attempt to take the pressure off the DINE by blocking relocation on the basis of the policy's abridgment of First Amendment guarantees of religious freedom. Although it initially seemed promising, the suit was dismissed by U.S. Genocide in Arizona? 131. District Judge Earl Carroll on October 20, 1989, because of the Supreme Court's adverse decision in the so-called Geo Road case concerning the rights of indigenous people in Northern California to specific geographic areas for spiritual reasons. At present, Phillips is engaged in appeals to have the Many Beads suit reinstated, but the outlook is not favorable. 89. Resistance under these conditions adds up more than anything to a continuing refusal to leave the land. And so it is that by the summer of 1990, approximately 75% of the DINE originally targeted for relocation under PL 93 to 531 remain where they were at the outset, stubbornly replenishing their flocks despite ongoing impoundments, repairing hogans and corrals in defiance of the building freeze, and conducting periodic forays to dismantle sections of the hated partition line fence. 90. Although suffering the full range of predictable effects stemming from the government's 15-year sustained effort to push them quietly off their land, there is currently no indication they will alter their position or course of action. Liberal obfuscation. Almost from the moment that it became evident DINE resistance would be a serious reality, the government began a campaign to mask the implications of PL 93 to 531 behind a more liberal and humanitarian facade. The first overt attempt along this line occurred in July 1978 when Arizona's conservative Senator, Barry Goldwater, a prime mover in the law's passage, responded to a challenge presented by DINE elders Roberta Blackgoat and Violet Ashka during the culmination of AIM's longest WALC in Washington, D.C. the same month. At their invitation, he traveled to Big Mountain to meet with the resistors. Goldwater used the occasion to try and confuse the issue, asserting that the Relocation Act entailed no governmental policy that says that have to move or what have to do. 91. Even the establishment press responded negatively to such clumsy distortion. 92. Finding bold-faced lying an ineffectual tactic, Goldwater quietly made it known that he would not oppose token gestures proposed by congressional liberals to create the public appearance that relocation was less harsh in its implications than was actually the case. The Maine. 132 from a native son. Wait of this effort fell upon Dennis D. Concini, who had replaced Wayne Owens as an Arizona senator in 1976, and Representative Morris Udall, who had already publicly sided with the Sikh-equipped was. 93. Both lawmakers tendered proposals to amend PL 93 to 531, which would provide for life estates allowing limited numbers of DINE elders to remain on 90-acre parcels within the Hopi partition area until they died. No provisions were made to allow these selected elders to retain the familial/community context which lent meaning to their lives, have access to sufficient grazing land to maintain their flocks, or to pass along their holdings to their heirs. In effect, they were simply granted the right to live out their lives in impoverished isolation. Not unreasonably, the DINE began in short order to refer to the scheme as an offering of death estates. Nonetheless, a combination of the DeConcini and Udall initiatives was passed as PL 96 to 305 in 1980. 94. Touted as having corrected the worst of the problems inherent to PL 93-531, the new law immediately became a focus for resistance in its own right. It was generally viewed, as Dine activist Danny Blackgoat put it in 1985, as a way to divide the unity of the people, setting up struggles between relatives and neighbors over who should receive an estate, and causing those who were offered estates to abandon those who weren't. That way, the resistance would fall apart, and the government would be able to do whatever it wanted. But, as Blackgoat went on to observe, it didn't work. The people rejected the whole idea, and our struggle actually increased after the 1980 law was passed. 95. As Dine resistance and outside support mounted with the approach of the government's relocation deadline, the Liberals adopted a different strategy. Udall first engineered a February 25, 1986, Memorandum of Understanding whereby the Relocation Commission, which was by that point openly admitting it could not meet its goals, would essentially dissolve itself and pass over responsibility for relocation to the BIA. He then secured an agreement from both Yvonne Sidney and Indian Commissioner Ross Swimmer to forego forcible relocation, pending further legislative remedy of the situation. He then teamed up with then Arizona Representative John. Genocide in Arizona? 133. McCain to introduce compromise legislation, House Resolution 4281, which would have allowed an exchange of land between Dine and Hopi within the partitioned areas without disturbing the basic premises of PL 93 to 531 in any way at all. 96. The Udall-McCain bill was already in the process of being rejected by the resistance on the grounds that it accomplished nothing of substance when Barry Goldwater began entering his own objections to the effect that it was time to stop coddling the resistors. H.R. 4281 thus died without being put to a vote. This provoked New Mexico Representative Bill Richardson to propose a bill requiring a formal moratorium on forced relocation until the matter might be sorted out. Udall killed this initiative in his capacity as chair of the House Interior and Insular Affairs Committee. 97. An informal stasis was maintained until 1987, when California Senator Alan Cranston introduced an initiative calling for an 18-month moratorium on relocation, pending further study and the devising of a new resolution, to which all parties might agree. This effort continues in altered form as of mid-1990, officially designated as 5-481, and is now co-sponsored by Illinois Senator Paul Simon and Colorado Senator Tim Wirth. A lower chamber version of the bill, H.R. 1235, is presently co-sponsored by 20 members of Congress. 98. Meanwhile, with the help of Udall, McCain was able to push through a draft bill which became PL 100-666 in 1989. The statute contains elements of the earlier, ineffectual, Udall-McCain draft land exchange legislation while requiring that the Relocation Commission be reactivated and that relocation go forward, to be completed by the end of 1993. At present, no new relocation commissioner has been named, although the search seems to be centering upon a former executive of the Peabody Coal Company. 99. The present situation. As this manuscript goes to press, the government of the United States has done absolutely nothing to end the process of Dine cultural destruction. It began with the passage of PL 93 to 531 in 1974. There has been no discussion of repealing the offending statute. To the contrary, the federal government has steadfastly maintained the basic legity. May COF its policy in this regard, offering mere variations on the theme of relocation as alternatives. The options offered amount, in the words of Colorado AIM leader Glenn Morris, to sugar-coated genocide. 100 The fact that the actual physical eviction of the Dine resistance has not been attempted seems to have been little more than a tactical decision, pursuit of a war of attrition rather than a blitzkrieg. In early 1989, the Peabody Coal Company requested that the Federal Office of Surface Mining approve expansion of its mining activities on Black Mesa. Although Peabody had never obtained permits, required by law since 1985, to operate at its already existing mine sites, the OSM raised no issue with this new application. Instead, it referred the matter for review within the framework of an officially commissioned and supposedly objective environmental impact study released on June 2, 1989. The study is suspect on a number of grounds, not least of which is an assertion that post-extraction reclamation of the area to be strip-mined can be 100% effective. Such a claim is not supported by any known body of scientific literature, although it is customarily advanced by representatives of Peabody Coal. Other defects in the study include apparently inadequate assessments of the effects of water drawdown for purposes of increased slurry operations, selenium accumulation, atmospheric pollution, and local social and cultural impacts. Lack of available information is typically cited as a reason for these deficiencies, despite the facts that the missing data are known to exist, and that a number of regional experts were never contacted for their opinions. 101. Although the study reputedly took 4 years to complete, public response time was limited by the OSM to 60 days, thus severely limiting the type and quantity of countervailing information which might be submitted. 102. While it is true that expanded mining operations in the northern JUA have not yet commenced, all indications are that an official sanction for such activity has already been orchestrated. This in turn establishes the prospect that the question of dine resistance in the contested area may ultimately be resolved through the expedient of simply digging the very ground from beneath the resistors' feet. The dine position remains unchanged. As Roberta Blackgoat, a 75-year-old dine resistance leader, put it, "If they come and drag us all away from the land, it will destroy our way of life. That is genocide. If they leave me here, but take away my community, it is still genocide. If they wait until I die and then mine the land will still be destroyed. If there is no land and no community, I have nothing to leave my grandchildren. If I accept this, there will be no dine, there will be no land. That is why I will never accept it. One can never accept it. I will die fighting this law." 103. Beyond this, there seems nothing left to say. Our defeat was always implicit in the history of others. Our wealth has always generated our poverty by nourishing the prosperity of others, the empires and their native overseers. In the colonial and neocolonial alchemy, gold changes to scrap metal and food into poison. WEL have become painfully aware of the mortality of wealth which nature bestows and imperialism appropriates. Eduardo Galeano, Open VEINs of Latin America. Land has always been the issue central to North American politics and economics. Those who control the land are those who control the resources within and upon it. Whether the resource at issue is oil, natural gas, uranium, or other minerals, water, or agriculture, land ownership, social control, and all the other aggregate components of power are fundamentally interrelated. At some levels, such a situation seems universal, but in this hemisphere, given the peculiarities of a contemporary socio-economic apparatus of power which has been literally imported in its entirety, the equation seems all the more acute. Within North America, American Indian reservations or reserves, as they are called in Canada, constitute a small but crucial piece of the rock. Approximately 1/3 of all western U.S. low-sulfur coal, 20% of known U.S. reserves of oil and natural gas, and over 1/2 of all U.S. uranium deposits lie under the reservations. 1. Other important minerals such as bauxite and zeolites are also located there in substantial quantities, and a considerable proportion of western U.S. water resources is subject to American Indian priority use through various treaty stipulations. A comparable, if somewhat less pronounced, situation prevails in Canada. 2. Even these figures are misleadingly small. Past and more recent land expropriations undertaken by corporate interests such as railroads, agribusiness, and mining concerns, as well as land. 147. 148. Withdrawals from the indigenous nations orchestrated by the federal government under the provisions of the Allotment Act, the Homestead Act, the Termination Act, and other legislation must be considered in any rational assessment. 3. If the areas stripped away from tribal ownership and control in direct violation of standing international agreements are included, the amount of contemporary American Indian resources is suddenly jolted to a much higher level than is conventionally perceived. 4. One example of this is the southern Arizona copper belt, a deposit yielding fully 2/3 of all U.S. copper ore. The bulk of the area was a part of the Papago Reservation until the copper was discovered during the 1920s. The ore-bearing area was subsequently removed from the Papago domain by unilateral decree of the U.S. Congress. Similarly, the bulk of the massive Fort Union coal deposit of Wyoming, Montana, and North Dakota, which does not underlie current reservation boundaries, does underlie the territory reserved by the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho nations under the terms of the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. Although some 90% of the original treaty area has now passed from Indian control, the treaty in question remains an internationally binding document conferring ownership to the signatory indigenous peoples in perpetuity. 6 Aside from the mining interests which have made huge contemporary inroads into what amounts to unceded Indian territory, an other focal point of any examination of Indian resources must concern water rights. In the arid but energy-rich western United States, water is both prerequisite and integral to all forms of corporate development. The preponderance of Western water is legally owned by various Indian nations. Hypothetically, even if a given nation could not retain control over a portion of its territoriality, it could still shape the nature and extent of corporate exploitation of the land through assertion of its water rights. Of course, the federal government has systematically acted to diminish or effectively void most Indian exercise of water rights prerogatives. A final factor worthy of consideration concerns, not resource distribution and control, but the distribution of production itself. For instance, while Indians technically own only about half of U.S. uranium resources, production statistics relative to reservation areas are much higher. In 1974, 100% of all federally controlled uranium production accrued from the contemporary reservation land base. 8. In 1975, there were some 380 leases concerning uranium extraction on reservation lands, as compared to a total of 4 on both public and acquired land. In Canada, the data are quite similar. 9. Indicating that while North American Indian resources are perhaps not overwhelmingly large on a global scale, production certainly is. The pattern of colonization prevalent in South America and noted in the quotation from Eduardo Galeano at the outset seems appropriate to conditions currently existing in the North as well. Internal colonialism. The colonization of indigenous peoples is a malignant, if little discussed, fact of life within both the United States and Canada. The centrality of the issue of colonization of such fourth-world peoples to any reasonable strategy of global anti-imperialism seems much more evident in the North than in the South, not for moral reasons, but for pragmatic ones. North America, and the 150 United States in particular, is the seat of the most comprehensive system of imperialism ever witnessed by humanity. Increasingly, it is a system fueled by nuclear capabilities, fed by uranium. The relationship of the reservations to that uranium is clear. Likewise, the United States and Canada lead the world in food production. Needless to say, there is a huge stake in maintaining this position of dominance. Again, the relationship of the American Indian Treaty lands to primary North American agricultural areas is readily observable. The same can be said relative to a range of crucial resources. Such issues, the internal integrity and hegemony of North American imperialism, and the colonial stranglehold over the resources of internalized sovereignties it implies, are the subject of this essay. Internal colonialism. A distinction must be made between property in its economic and legal aspects and property considered as a social institution. The territorial question of American Indian peoples in the United States is fundamentally an economic question, that is, as the source of livelihood, but also involves the survival of human societies, and is, therefore, a question of human rights, and a nationalities question. A people cannot continue as a people without a land base, an economic base, and political independence, as distinguished from a religious group or an ethnic minority of fundamentally the same historical character as the majority society. United Nations Subcommittee on Racism, Racial Discrimination, Apartheid, and Decolonization Final Report. American Indian nations in North America are today constrained to occupation of approximately 2.5% of their original land base. Low nonetheless, this land, if carefully managed or, in some cases, expanded to reconcile to legally posited treaty boundaries, provides a viable basis for national survival. The Navajo Nation, as one example, holds a territorial base comparable to that of Belgium, the Netherlands, or Denmark. It is considerably larger than such European sovereignties as Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, or Monaco. Its natural resource base is far greater than that of these nations combined. L1 The Lakota, or Great Sioux, reservation of the Dakotas prior to its patently illegal dismemberment under the Allotment and Homestead Acts, would provide an even more striking example. The Menomonies of Wisconsin were almost entirely self-sufficient despite radical reductions of their land base, with a replenishable economy based on timbering, when the nation was unilaterally dissolved by congressional fiat under the Termination Act. The peoples of the Pacific Northwest, the 5 civilized tribes, the Tohono-O'odham of Arizona, the Cheyenne and Crow of Montana, and the list could go on and on. Each possesses a treaty-sanctioned and demonstrably viable economic basis for national existence. In Canada, the situation is much the same. The foreign interests represented by the US and Canadian national governments, however, have not been content with past land confiscations. Throughout this century, and into the present moment, each has proceeded with the most insidious and mercenary neocolonial policies imaginable. A primary vehicle of neocolonialism was created under the so-called Indian Reorganization Act, whereby the United States imposed a system of tribal council governments on each reservation, a mechanism designed to replace traditional Indian governmental forms with an apparatus approved by and owing its allegiance to Washington, D.C. Recognized by the United States after 1934 as the sole governing body of Indian reservations, the tribal council system rapidly circumvented or usurped the authority of traditional Indian governmental structures such as the councils of chiefs. The U.S. rationale was readily apparent. The new governments were charged with responsibilities for economic planning, minerals lease negotiations, contracting with external corporate agencies, long-term agricultural/ranching leasing, water rights negotiations, land transfers, and so on, all of which required direct approval from Bureau of Indian Affairs representatives prior to consummation, and most of which had long been staunchly resisted by the traditional leadership. 12. The reorganization brought about a situation through which U.S. developmental policies could/can be implemented through a 15-2. Formalized agency composed of the Indians themselves. Canada followed suit with a similar ploy during the 1930s. With the consolidation of political power on this blatantly neocolonial principle, modern internal colonialism became possible in North America. To inaugurate this fact, federal land management authorities acted immediately to begin the inversion of the extant tribal economies which had been evolved to accommodate both traditional needs and the constrictions of reservation conditions. Stock reduction programs were initiated to alleviate what was termed overgrazing of reservation areas by individually and tribally owned cattle. These programs rapidly became permanent as AP plied against Indians, not against non-Indian ranchers leasing reservation land for grazing purposes, and, since 1935, more than one-half of all Indian livestock resources have been eliminated as a result. The results of such a policy were predictable and immediate. The economic L. structure of North American indigenous nations was dramatically undercut. On the Navajo Reservation, for instance, 58% of the people derived a livelihood from stock raising and agriculture in 1940. By 1958, fewer than 10% were able to do so. 13 Correspondingly, Secondary and tertiary aspects of the tribal economy such as the wool derived from sheep raising, and the blankets derived from wool were dislocated. Concurrent to this marked and externally imposed reduction in self-sufficiency was the systematic transfer of economic power to the neocolonial structure lodged in the U.S./tribal council relationship, developmental aid from the United States, implementation of an educational system geared to training for the cruder labor needs of industrialism, employment contracts with mining and other resource extraction concerns, housing programs to provide appropriate workforce concentrations, and eventually actualization of cooperative social control mechanisms such as unemployment and welfare for newly dependent Indian citizens. On the Navajo Reservation in 1978, approximately one-third of the working-age population was employed year-round. Of those employed, 57.7% worked as a result of government subsidies, 29.3% received their salaries from private non-Navajo enterprises. The Political Economy of Radioactive Colonialism 153. And only 13% worked in wholly Navajo operations of all types. This, of course, left Navajo unemployment at approximately 65%. Hence, Navajo self-sufficiency may be estimated as accommodating some 4.3% of the working-age population, down from 100% in 1920. 14. Such a single generational transition from self-sufficiency to destitution would seem the strongest possible testimony to the negative effects of U.5. Internal colonialism on indigenous populations, but it is not, at the Pine Ridge Lakota Reservation in South Dakota, to list but one example, unemployment currently hovers over 90% and self-sufficiency is unknown. Overall, reservation unemployment in both the United States and Canada runs at about 65%. 16. Subsistence is gleaned from a sort of federal per capita payment system which keeps the bulk of the population alive but abjectly dependent. TWO Canadian researchers, Mark Zanis and Robert Davis, analyzed the welfare system in Canada and found that the welfare system is a form of pacification. Combined with political and physical repression, it keeps people alive at a subsistence level but blunts any attempt at revolt while turning them into captive consumers of industrial products. For the past 2 to 3 decades, a kind of enclosure movement has taken place, brought on by the very nature of the welfare system and the dictates of corporate profits. 17. Zanis and Davis go on to note that residential requirements are prerequisite to any form of welfare. Nuclear families and individuals receive this sort of income as opposed to groups. Coupled to the educational system, the result is that without children, adults are deprived of the essential labor to carry out traditional economic activities. This creates the need for more welfare, and continues the reorganization of Indian societies mandated by the Reorganization Act of 1934. In recent years, it has become obvious that the social and economic disruption inflicted upon many indigenous nations results from needs peculiar to energy corporations. For example, when Peabody Coal requires 400,000 acres of Indian land for a strip mining operation, not only is the tribal infrastructure impacted, but the physical distribution of the people as 154 from a native son. Well, relocation of people as is happening at Big Mountain, Hopi, and elsewhere with accompanying forced transformations of familial integrity, community organization, etc., is very much at issue. 18. The process of phased destruction of tribal entities undertaken as reorganization in the 1930s has greatly accelerated with the advent of the world energy crisis in the 1970s. Compounding this problem in the 1980s and on into the 90s are the budgetary cutbacks in social service spending undertaken by the supply-siders of the Reagan and Bush administrations. As the federal government defaults on the reservations, Native people are driven for bare sustenance into the arms of the very corporations with which they are purportedly to negotiate over use of their land and extraction of their resources. Clearly, prostration is a poor bargaining position from which to proceed, but a half-century of neocolonial rule has resulted in little else. Despite the obvious and abundant wealth of land and resources retained by the Nahans mentioned above, North American Indian populations suffer virtually the full range of conditions observable in the most depressed of third-world areas. Theirs is the highest rate of infant mortality on the continent, the shortest life expectancy, the greatest incidence of malnutrition, the highest rate of death by exposure, the highest unemployment rate, the lowest per capita income, the highest rate of communicable or plague diseases, the lowest level of formal educational attainment, and so on. 19. Since such data indicate amply that the federal government has failed abjectly in promoting Indian well-being, as promised by the Reorganization Act, there is a strong feeling in many quarters of Indian country that the tum to the corporations now being necessitated by Reaganite policies is not such a bad idea. Despite the poor bargaining position through which indigenous nations are securing extraction royalty rates in the 2 to 5% range, a pittance in the world market, internal production distribution within North America is such that the sheer quantity of mining and other corporate activities likely to occur over the next 20 years will generate a huge cash flow into the hands of the tribal councils. Oh, it is this cash flow, real and potential, which the feds, the tribal governments, and the corporations are all banking on. To offset in the short run, at least the cumulative effects of internal colonialism on American Indians. Western energy resource-rich reservations in particular are thus faced with a political and economic turning point at least as vast in its implications as the reorganization of the 1930s or even the 19th century transitions to reservation status. Should they embrace and participate in the process of industrializing the reservations after the fashion of developing third-world nations, or pursue a fourth world strategy of attempting to disengage from dominant processes and procedures altogether? 2.1. The results of this decision will undoubtedly shape the futures of American Indian peoples irrevocably. At this juncture, even many of the tribal councils are beginning to realize the stakes of the issue, and some are expressing consternation as a result. To date, however, no tribal council member has been able to articulate a clear position favoring the disengagement option as opposed to development. A number have attempted to articulate plans favoring both approaches, a stance which has proven so contradictory as to be untenable. Whether some will ultimately break ranks with the federally promulgated vision of progress remains to be seen, but will no doubt prove crucial to the number and magnitude of factional splits within the native peoples themselves over the next decade. The new colonialism. Simply stated, the difference between the economics of the old Colorado nihilism, with its reliance on territorial conquest and manpower, and the new colonialism, with its reliance on technologically oriented resource extraction and transportation to the metropolitan centers, is the expendable relationship of subject peoples to multinational corporations. This fact has implications for both the new ways in which genocide is committed, and the new kind of dependence created. Under the old colonialism, the economy of subject peoples was more or less incorporated into the colonial system in a fashion which altered the subject people as little as possible. The economic base commodities were extracted and semi-processed, in part, by the subject people. These people were expected to maintain their own subsistence economy basically intact. Under New Style colonialism, the subsistence economy is not a matter of great concern to the corporations. The raw material they wish to process is usually not organic, nor does it require heavy labor. The multinational corporation today does not see any 156 relationship between what they want and the local economy. Robert Davis and Mark Zannies, The Genocide Machine in Canada. Spurred by the advice of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and corporate promises of jobs and royalties, the Navajo Tribal Council AP approved a mineral extraction agreement with Kerr-McGee in 1952. In return for access to uranium deposits near the New Mexico town of Shiprock on the reservation, and to fulfill risk-free contracts with the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, Kerr-McGee employed 100 Navajo men in underground mining operations. 22. Wages for these non-union Navajo miners were low, averaging $1.60 per hour, or approximately 2/3 of the then prevailing off-reservation rate. 23. Additionally, the corporation cut operating costs significantly by virtue of lax enforcement of worker safety regulations at its Shiprock site. In 1952, a federal mine inspector found that ventilation units in the mine's primary shaft were not in operation, for in 1954, the inspector discovered the ventilation was still not functioning properly, with the fan operating only during the first half of each shift. When the inspector returned in 1955, the ventilation blower ran out of gas during his visit. 5. One report, dating from 1959, noted radiation levels in the Kerr-McGee shaft had been allowed to reach 90 times the permissibly limit. 26. For the corporation, low wages and guaranteed labor force, privileged contract status and virtually non-existent severance taxes, and non-existent safety regulation provided a great incentive to both maintain and expand operations on the reservation. However, by 1969 Kerr-McGee had exhausted easily recoverable uranium deposits at Shiprock, in both geological and financial terms. Uranium extraction technology at the time was such that further profitable recovery under any conditions was rendered unlikely. Further, the Atomic Energy Commission was in the process of phasing out its ore buying program, the factor which had made the entire mining gambit feasible in the first place. The Shiprock facility was closed, for all practical intents and purposes, in early 1980. The Political Economy of Radioactive Colonialism 157. For the Navajo people, Kerr-McGee's abrupt departure shed light upon the diseconomies of uranium development. First, the corporation simply abandoned some 71 acres of raw uranium tailings at the mining site. These tailings constitute waste byproducts of uranium ore refinement, but retain 85% of the original radioactivity of the ore. This huge tailing pile begins approximately 60 feet from the San Juan River, the only significant surface water source within the Shiprock area. 28. The obvious result has been a considerable dispersal of radioactive contamination to a number of downstream communities which, of necessity, draw upon the river for potable water. 9. The price of Kerr-McGee's development at Shiprock, in terms of life lost in this generation, and in generations yet to come, cannot be calculated by any financial, economic yardstick. Of the 150-odd Navajo miners who worked underground at the Shiprock facility during the 18 years of its operation, by 1975, 18 had died of radiation-induced lung cancer and another 21 were feared dying. 30 by 1980, 20 of this 21 were dead, and another 95 had contracted similar respiratory ailments and cancers. 3. 1. Birth defects such as cleft palate, leukemia, and other diseases commonly linked to increased radiation exposure have increased dramatically both at Shiprock and in the downstream communities of the San Juan watershed. 32. Since 1970, such diseases have come to be the greatest health concerns of the Navajo Nation. Nonetheless, by 1980, under the leadership of THIRD Chair Peter MacDonald, a staunch advocate of energy development and founder of the Council of Energy Resource TRIBs, the Navajo Nation had allowed 42 uranium mines and 7 uranium mills to be located on or immediately adjacent to the reservation. 33. Some 15 new uranium-oriented projects were in the construction stages on Navajo land. Additionally, 4 coal stripping operations averaging approximately 30,000 acres each and 5 coal-fired power plants have been actualized on the reservation. Much more is in the planning stages. As the U.S. uranium industry undergoes a temporary depression in the early 90s, such non-nuclear energy facilities will remain and burgeon, continuing the development of infrastructure upon which the new colonialism depends. 158. The extent of infrastructural development which is to be continued is indicated by the means through which energy corporations are seeking to address the chronic Navajo unemployment spawned by reorganization. In an article entitled "Manpower Gap at the Uranium Mines," Business Week observed, "Currently, 3,200 miners work underground and 900 more are in open pit operations. By 1990, the industry will need 18,400 underground miners and 4,000 above ground. Olms on the job, Kerr-McGee estimates that it costs $80,000 per miner in training, salary, and benefits, as well as the costs for the trainees who quit. Kerr-McGee is now operating a training program at its Church Rock mine on the Navajo Reservation. The $2 million program is financed by the Labor Department, and is expected to turn out 100 miners annually. Labor Department sponsors hope the program will help alleviate the tribe's chronic unemployment. 34. The training program is still in effect and has been successful in employing a number of Navajos in practical applications of their newfound skills. In the case of the Navajo Nation, which now has more trained and educated persons per capita than any reservation in North America, the form of education within financial reach clearly does not question the desirability of reliance on energy resource exploitation as a means to self-sufficiency, nor the cumulative effects of radioactive contamination. Yet there are lessons to be learned by those who can manage to be de-educated. It seems axiomatic that the solution to unemployment being offered by the energy corporations is, as in the case of the shiprock miners, lethal. The consequences to the surrounding habitat and inhabitants also hold with the Chara Ct. Aris ticks introduced at Shiprock. Tuba City, Arizona, another location on the Navajo Reservation, has been left with raw tailings piles quite comparable to those at Shiprock and with entirely similar effects. 5. The Kerr-McGee mine at Church Rock currently discharges some 80,000 gallons of radioactive water from its primary shaft per day, contamination which is introduced directly into local and downstream potable water supplies. 6. In July 1979, the United Nuclear Uranium Mill, also located at Church Rock, was the site of an enormous accident. The adjacent mill tailings dam broke under pressure and released more than 100 million gallons of highly radioactive water into the Rio Puerco River. Kerr-McGee style safety standards, similar in principle to the ventilation system at Shiprock, were the cause. Although United Nuclear had known of cracks within the dam structure at least 2 months prior to the break, no repairs were made. 700 Navajo people were immediately affected, their single water source contaminated beyond any conceivable limit. More than 1,000 sheep and other livestock, which ingested Rio Puerco water in the aftermath, died. 7. As a token of the expendability of the indigenous population under the new colonialism referred to by Davis and Zanes, when the Church Rock community attempted to seek compensation including emergency water and food supplies for directly affected community members, United Nuclear stonewalled. Through an array of evasions and obfuscations, the corporation was able to avoid any form of redress for over a year, finally making a minimal out-of-court settlement when a class action suit was filed in behalf of the town. By then, of course, the immediate life and death situation had passed. The potential outrage of the local citizenry is, however, a bit constrained. Between the aforementioned Kerr-McGee plant and training program, the United Nuclear Facility, and several other energy corporations operating in the area, well over half the jobs and nearly 80% of income at Church Rock are now derived from uranium production. Dependency, in its most virulent colonial manifestation, has effectively converted Church Rock into an economic hostage and an expendable hostage at that of the uranium industry. But Church Rock and Shiprock are only sample cases of the radioactive colonization prevailing across the face of the Navajo Nation. Nor should the Navajo Nation be considered as unique in its experience of radioactive colonization. To the north, within what, in 1977, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled was rightly the land base of the Lakota people, some 40 energy corporations are currently vying for position within an extremely rich resource belt. 38 central to the Lakota Territory, legally defined by the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868, is the Black Hills region. As of August 1979, some 5,163 uranium claims, 160, were held in the Black Hills National Forest alone, 218,747 acres of private land in the area are also under mining leases. 39. In addition to uranium, coal is a major factor within Lakota Territory. The huge Fort Union coal deposit underlies approximately half the land, including the whole of both the current Crow and Northern Cheyenne reservations in Montana, the Fort Berthold Reservation in NQRTH Dakota, and substantial portions of the Standing Rock and Cheyenne River Lakota reservations near the North Dakota/South Dakota state line. According to Harvey Wasserman, overall, the plans for industrializing the Black Hills are staggering. They include a gigantic energy park featuring more than a score of 10,000 megawatt coal-fired plants, a dozen nuclear reactors, huge coal slurry pipelines designed to use millions of gallons of water to move crushed coal thousands of miles, and at least 14 major uranium mines. 40. VVIRLYVEGTE The plans for just one mine, Burdock, call for the depressurization of aquifers prior to commencement of mining per SE. This would entail the pumping of some 675 gallons per minute from the area's quite limited groundwater resources. As depressurization must be maintained for the duration of mining activities projected over a full decade in the case of Burdock, the quantity of water at issue is not trivial. Compounded by the number of mines anticipated as being operational during the same period, the quantity becomes truly astronomical. The reason for the 10-year limitation on Burdock projections has little to do with depletion of mineral resources, but with the anticipated total exhaustion of regional groundwater supplies by the end of the first decade. The pumped-off water is slated to be used in operations such as the Energy Transportation Systems Incorporated pipeline, which is intended to provide a fluid coal transportation system from the Dakotas to the southeastern United States. Although development and consolidation of the uranium industry within the Lakota Territory are not as pronounced as on Navajo reservations, the sorts of environmental phenomena occurring there are similar. On June 11, 1962, 200 tons of radioactive mill tailings washed into the Cheyenne River, an indirect source of potable water for the Pine Ridge Reservation. 41. In June 1, 1980, the Indian Health Service announced that well water at the reservation community of Slim Buttes contained gross alpha levels at least 3 times the national safety standard. 42. A new well at Slim Buttes, however, tested at 70 picocuries per liter. This is 14 times the standard. Similarly, subsurface water on Pine Ridge's Red Shirt tably tested at several times 1/acceptable limits of radioactivity, and tests conducted at the towns of Manderson and Oglala revealed comparable results. The distribution of these locations is such as to indicate that the water sources for the entire reservation have been affected. 43. Stanley Looking Elk, then THIRD president, requested that $175,000 of the $200,000 federal allocation for reservation water management be committed to securing emergency water supplies. In a response strikingly similar to that of United Nuclear at Church Rock, the Bureau of Indian Affairs stipulated that such alternative water supplies could be secured on Pine Ridge, but only for consumption by cattle. 44. Perhaps the reason underlying the government's stonewalling on the issue of radioactive contamination on Pine Ridge is that much worse is yet to come. Not the least cause of this could be the circumstance brought out in a situation report carried in Akwesasne notes. The Air Force retained an area near which residents have cited large containers being flown in by helicopter. These reports have raised strong suspicions that the gunnery range was being used as a dump for high-level military nuclear waste, which may be leaking radioactivity into the Lakota aquifer. In the same area, the rate of stillborn or deformed calves has skyrocketed. Northeast of this area are 12 nuclear missile sites whose radioactive effects are unknown. 45. The gunnery range is an area within the northwestern quadrant of the Pine Ridge Reservation borrowed from the Oglala Lake OTAS in 1942 for use in training Army Air Corps gunners. It was to be returned upon the conclusion of World War II, but never was. In 1975, in secret negotiations, former THIRD chair Dick W. Ilson assigned legal title over the area to the federal government, ostensibly so that it could become a formal part of the Badlands National Monument. 46. Area residents have felt all along that the area was being used as a convenient dumping ground for virulently toxic nuclear waste, away from large concentrations of mainstream U.S. citizens. 47. Whether or not the government is engaged in such a classified operation, it is known that earlier uranium mining and milling activities at the former Army Ordnance Depot at Igloo, South Dakota, left something on the order of 3.5 million tons of exposed tailings lining the banks of the Cheyenne River and Cottonwood Creek, one of the river's tributaries, in the downtown area of nearby Edgemont. 48. While it is known that wind and erosion are carrying significant quantities of this radioactive contaminant into these sources of potable water, it is considered cost-prohibitive to clear up the wastes. 49. To the contrary, during the period 1987 to 89, the government purportedly fixed the tailings problem at Edgemont by digging up the wastes piled all through the center of Edgemont and redumping them in an open area a few miles outside the village limits. This new disposal site is protected by nothing more than signs adorning a chain-link fence, as accompanying maps reveal. Meanwhile, the same governmental corporate entities which proclaimed that the commencement of uranium mining at Edgemont, circa 1955, carried with it no public health hazard are now proclaiming the area so thoroughly contaminated by radiation that there is nothing for it but to use the site as a Nashio 1U11 nuclear waste dump. 50. The cancer death rate among longtime Edgemont residents is currently skyrocketing, but government/corporate spokespersons have recently proclaimed that the situation of the dump site in the southern Black Hills area presents no health danger to surrounding communities. 51. South Dakota Governor William Janklow, who campaigned on a platform plank of not allowing dump sites within the state, has apparently reversed his view, now advocating location of the dump in Edgemont as a boon to the momentarily depressed uranium industry. What is not stated publicly by either federal or corporate officials is that such a site, and Black Hills uranium production in general, all but inevitably causes radioactive leaching into the Madison Formation, the primary groundwater source of the region. The U.S. Department of the Interior itself. The political ECOT/OMYOF radioactive COLOT/EALism 163. Quietly summed up this problem in a 1979 report cited in Akwesasne Notes and concerning uranium tailing ponds. Contamination is well beyond the safe limit for animals. Escape by infiltration into the water table or by breakout to stream drainages could cause contamination by dangerous levels of radioactivity. Stock or humans using water from wells down gradient from tailing ponds would be exposed. Plants and animals encountering contaminated flows or contaminated sediments deposited in drainage channels would be exposed. Increasing the danger is the non-degradable and accumulative nature of this type of contamination. 52. The same, of course, would pertain, in quantum fashion, to the types of material commonly disposed of in nuclear dumping operations. What the government report does not bring out is that, not only could this happen but, in all probability, it already has, as is testified to both by the earlier cited 1962 spill at Edgemont, and by reported groundwater radiation levels at Pine Ridge. Correspondingly, a tentative study conducted by WO men of all red nations on Pine Ridge indicates a marked increase in such radiation-associated phenomena as stillbirths, infant deformations such as cleft palate, and cancer deaths among reservation residents since 1970. 53. The relationship between this situation and the disaster at Edgemont seems clear enough, and underscores the cynicism of government/corporate content ions that a continued development of the uranium industry holds no ill effects for area communities. The Greater Sioux Nation, like the Navajo Nation, has become effectively another radioactive colony within the schema of the new colonialism. 54. Again, the data presented are but a narrow sample of the prevailing situation within the Aggregate Lakota Treaty Territory. A fairer portrait is offered by Map 2. A more candid appraisal of the situation at Navajo and the Sioux Nation, in view both of current circumstances and of developmental projections, came from the Nixon administration in 1972. At that time, in conjunction with studies of U.S. energy development needs and planning undertaken by the Trilateral Commission, the federal government termed and sought to designate both the Four Comers region and the impacted region of the Dakotas, Wyoming, and Montana as national sacrifice areas. That is, areas rendered literally uninhabitable through the deliberate elimination of the total water supplies for industrial purposes and proliferation of nuclear contamination. In other words, the destruction anticipated is effectively permanent. 55. Needless to say, consummation of such plans would immediately eradicate Navajo and the so-called Sioux complex as reservations. The largest block of land holdings remaining to American Indians within the United States would thus be lost utterly and irrevocably. The same situation would of course pertain to smaller reservations such as Hopi and most other pueblos, Northern Cheyenne, Crow, and possibly Wind River, which lie within the sacrifice areas. The great likelihood is that the peoples involved, to the extent that they are not physically expended within the immediately projected extraction processes, would cease to function as peoples, once severed from their land base. Like the Klamath people who were terminated in the 1950s and never recovered their Oregon homeland, these newly landless nations would in all probability disintegrate rapidly, dissolving into the mists of history. By conventional English definition, such a prospect and such a process can only be termed genocide. 56. Nor is the situation in Canada appreciably different, in spirit if not in quantity and intensity. The James Bay Power Project undertaken through conjoint governmental and corporate efforts, for example, threatens to utterly demolish the habitat, lifeways, and self-sufficiency of the Cree people in that area. 57. Comparable sorts of activity in virtually every province of Canada harbor the same results for various Indigenous peoples. 58. The native peoples of the entire northern half of the Americas stand in imminent danger of being swallowed up and eliminated entirely by the broader societies which have engulfed their land. For American Indians to opt toward the very processes sketched as being at work within this section, to embrace transient extractive industrialism as a solution to the sorts of problems the Y now confront, problems brought into being and fostered by the representative institutions of industrial control and consolidation itself, seems at best to be a self-defeating strategy. More likely, it promises participation in a route to self-liquidation or, to borrow a phrase from certain analysts of the recent Holocaust in Kampuchea and to place it within a rather more accurate framework, to engage in autogenocide. 59. Whatever the short-run benefits in terms of diminishing the, by now, all but perpetual cycle of American Indian disease, malnutrition, and despair generated by neocolonialism, the looming longer-term costs vastly outweigh them. In the next section, however, we shall examine whether even the short-term benefits perceived by such agencies of American Indian progress as CERT and many tribal councils as roads to prosperity and self-determination are more real or illusory in their immediate potentials. Radioactive colonialism. When years before they had first come to the people living on the Cebolita land grant, they had not said what kind of mineral it was. They said they were driving U.S. government cars, and they paid the Land Grant Association $5,000 not to ask questions about the test holes they were drilling. Early in the spring of 1943, the mine began to flood with water from the subterranean springs. They hauled in big pumps and compressors from Albuquerque. But later in the summer the mine flooded again, and this time no pumps or compressors were sent. They had enough of what they needed, and the mine was closed, but the barbed wire fence and guards remained until August 1945. By then they had other sources of uranium, and it was not top secret anymore. He had been so close to it, caught up in it for so long that its simplicity struck him deep inside his chest. Trinity Site, where they had exploded the first atomic bomb, was only 300 miles to the southeast, at White Sands. and the top-secret laboratories where the bomb had been created were deep in the Jemez Mountains on land the government took from the Cachiti Pueblo, Los Alamos, only 100 miles northeast of him now, still surrounded by high electric fences. There was no end to it, it knew no boundaries, and he arrived at the point of convergence where the fate of all living things, and even the earth had been laid. From the jungles of his dreaming he recognized why the Japanese voices merged with the Laguna voices, converging in the middle of witchery's final ceremonial sand painting. From that time on, human beings were one clan again, united by the fate the destroyers had planned for all of them, for all living things, united by a circle of death that devoured people in cities 12,000 miles away, victims who had never known these mesas, never seen the delicate colors of the rocks that had boiled up their slaughter. Economic and labor analysts have argued on numerous occasions that improved labor relations and altered mineral development policies could, or would, tip the cost-benefit balance to the favorable side of the scale for American Indians. The careful examination of Lorraine T. Urner roughing in relation to such contentions, and information available through the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union combine with any fundamental understanding of the general environment in uranium-producing regions to dispute notions that adjusting or tuning the production scenario will do much of anything to offset negative factors over either the long or short terms. The circumstances correlated to the Navajo experience at Shiprock, Church Rock, Tuba City, and elsewhere and, in a slightly different sense, the experiences of the Lakota to the north are not anomalies. There is, and can be, no safe uranium mining, processing, or waste disposal, either now or in the foreseeable future. Such facts can be denied, they can be argued upon debaters' points or the exclusivity of narrow ranges of technical expertise, but they cannot be made to go away in the real world where people and environments become contaminated, sicken, and die. We have already seen how the energy corporations and the government use local Indian workforces at the lowest possible wage, paying little if any heed to community safety, avoiding both severance taxes to cover the community costs incurred by their presence and land reclamation costs to cover even the most lethal of their damages upon departure, and paying the absolute minimum rate in royalties for the milled ore they ship. Equally, we have seen that the nature of the destruction they anticipate creating, and do create, as an integral aspect of their productive process is such that there can be no further tribal development, post-mining. It is unlikely that much beyond the level of amoeba will be able to survive in a national sacrifice area, once sacrificed. In other words, long-term consequences foreclose upon short-term advantages where the uranium production process is concerned. Of course, the right Indian negotiator might be able to bargain the royalty rates to a higher, more acceptable level, say 2 or 5 or 10 times the going rate in Indian country. But, to what avail? This short-run gain is a mirage. No matter what magnitude of cash flow is generated from such resource sales by tribal managerial elites, it can only be invested in a homeland which is soon to be uninhabitable, a people soon to be extinguished. Cash can never be sufficient to replace either the homeland or the people. Adjustments to the rate of exchange are thus ultimately irrelevant to the issue at hand, whether over the next 2 decades, or the next 20. The only possibility of even short-term benefits, then, lies in the improbable possibility that a preponderance of tribal members, people who, despite personal confusions of identity and a grinding poverty lasting for generations, have clung steadfastly to overall notions of Indianness and maintained a firm embrace of their homelands, are somehow now prepared to abandon these things for the external reality of the dominant culture. In order for even this dubious prospect to be more than mere illusion, however, the uranium development option must both be survivable to participants, and offer them not only a cash reserve, but also the skills and employment situation through which to successfully enter the mainstream. The question thus becomes whether in fact there are means available through which such short-run considerations might be met, assuming that Indians desired them. In this connection, it would seem that unionization might provide a key to success. The Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union is the largest and most influential workers' force within the uranium industry. Although not all miners are unionized within the Grants Uranium Belt of the Southwest, the OCAW has been successful in pressuring the overall uranium industry to a degree. To begin with, the union has essentially achieved standardization of conditions for all miners within the area, union or non-union, brown, red, black, or white. As a result, conditions such as those prevailing in the Shiprock mine during the 1950s are now uncommon, even exceptional. Yet the industry, by OCAW estimation, remains one of the most dangerous in every phase. 60 primary union concerns and actions have been devoted to increasing worker safety conditions within the mines. In 1 year, 1967, 525 men were seriously injured in the mines of New Mexico alone, 7 of them died. But these are problems which prevail across the mining industry as a whole. The more insidious hazards associated with uranium mining and the ones which claim the heaviest toll are those involving chemical and radiation contamination. In this regard, the OCAW has been active in opposing the bonus system, the practice by which corporations reward miners financially for operating in hotspots and/or working higher grade ore than is normally handled. In essence, the union argues that such sustained exposure as is expected of miners performing under the bonus system virtually guarantees contamination, and that the corporations are intentionally downplaying the risks involved. The OCAW has also held that worker rotation systems for working hotspots and super-rich ore, often without the benefits of extra pay, fail to solve the contamination problem, serving instead to spread potentially lethal concentrations of radiation on the order of 6.5 times maximum safe dosages throughout the entire workforce. 6L. In some respects, then, OCAW might be viewed as affording a means by which initial steps have been taken to provide tangible worker safety. In addition, the union has proven quite successful in attaining real wage increases for miners across the board, whether or not they belong to OCAW. But, in fairness, it must be said that the union has ultimately succeeded in eliminating the most extreme forms of abuse routinely conducted by management, while merely exposing rather than correcting the more generic varieties. In this sense, while it is certainly a more humane and progressive entity than the corporations it confronts, it represents no solution to the problems with which it deals. Additionally, many of the strategies through which the union has proposed to force wage increases and improved safety standards are much better suited to the usual, highly mobile mine labor force than to reservation-bound Indian miners. Similarly, a number of improvements attained by the OCAW in behalf of its miner constituency have, perversely, worked to the dead. 170 from a native SON. Remont of the Indian miners' home communities. Consider the matter of mine ventilation. The uniform installation of proper ventilating blowers within mine shafts is unquestionably a major gain for miners. For transient miners, this is essentially the end of the story, again. But, for those whose intention it is to live out their lives within the mining community, and to have their children and their children's children live out their lives in the community as well, the question of what becomes of radioactive dust blown from the mine shafts assumes a critical importance. The answer, of course, is, into the air of the community, from which it settles upon the community. Hence, the gain to the Indian miner in terms of increased workplace safety for him/herself is incurred at the direct expense of his/her permanent community. The Gulf-operated MTTA Ealer mine located in San Mateo, New Mexico, is a significant site of such problems. It is but one of many. The town of Cuesta, New Mexico, has its elementary school built upon a dry tailing pond, at the foot of a tailing pile, situated near shaft ventilators. The OCAW maintains, perhaps rightly, that such matters are beyond its purview. But this leaves the concept of unionization voided in a very important respect for Indian miners and their communities. Short-run considerations of the ultimate survivability of uranium production would thus seem heavily skewed to the negative, both for participating miners and for participating communities. In view of this fact, concerns with short-term income benefits seem rather beside the point. There would obviously seem little advantage to be gained from achieving a short-term economic security from an occupation which was directly and rapidly killing not only you, but your family and future offspring as well. Given the remote possibility that things are somehow not as they seem, either in the overall or in some particular sense or locale, the short-term economic implications with an emphasis on individuals will also be examined. All uranium-producing American Indian nations, and the individuals who comprise them, are in the position typified by the Navajo's Church Rock community. They are economic hostages of the new colonialism. For example, approximately 7,000 acres of the 418,000-acre Laguna Pueblo land holding is leased to the Anaconda. The Political Economy of Radioactive Colonialism 171. Corporation. The tribal posture in entering into the leasing agreement was to secure royalty revenues for the group, and jobs/income for individuals within the group. In effect, the land has passed under Anaconda's eminent domain. Anaconda operated uranium stripping operations at Laguna from 1952 until 1981, when, as in the case of Kerr-McGee's Shiprock mine, profitably extractable or played out. During the operating years, the Laguna Tribal Council negotiated an agreement with the corporation whereby tribal applicants would receive priority hiring to work in the reservation mine. The practice was quite successful, with some 93% of the Anaconda labor force ultimately accruing from the Pueblo. As the mining operation expanded over the years, so did the workforce, from 350 in 1952 to a peak of 650 in 1979. 62. Wages to miners, relative to average per capita incomes on reservations, are quite high, and the high concentration of miners within the tiny Laguna population established it as one of the richer all-round tribal groups in the country by the early to mid-1960s. 63. Throughout the 1970s, unemployment within the tribal membership averaged approximately 25%, quite high by non-Indian standards, but less than half the prevailing average reservation rate nation-ally. Further, royalty payments and other mechanisms allowed the Lagunas to symbolically break certain important aspects of the typical reorganization fostered dependency upon the federal government. By 1979, former Laguna Governor Floyd Correa was able to state in an interview that, of the tribal unemployed, only 12 were collecting unemployment benefits. Upon superficial examination, the Laguna seemed well on the road to recovering the self-sufficiency which had long since passed from the grasp of most North American indigenous nations. The bubble burst when Anaconda abruptly pulled up stakes and left the husk of their mining operation, a gaping crater and, of course, piles of virulently radioactive slag. Over the years, Laguna's negotiating position had steadily deteriorated as the absolute centrality of the Anaconda operation became apparent to the people and to the 172. Corporation. Consequently, very little provision was built into lease renewals which would have accommodated cleanup and land reclamation upon conclusion of mining activities. It will likely cost the Pueblo more to repair environmental havoc wrought by the corporation than it earned during the life of the mining contract. 64. And, unlike Anaconda, the Laguna people as a whole cannot simply move away, leaving the mess behind, nor can individual workers. The abrupt departure of Anaconda left the majority of the reservation's income earners suddenly jobless. Here, a cruel lesson was to be learned. The skills imparted through training and employment in uranium mining are not readily translatable to other forms of employment, nor are they particularly transferable without dissolution of the tribal group itself. Meanwhile, the steady 30-year gravitation of the Laguna population toward mining as a livelihood caused a correspondingly steady atrophy of the skills and occupations enabling the Pueblo to remain essentially self-sufficient for centuries. Whether or not the former Anaconda employees can adjust to their new circumstances and make a sort of reverse transition to more traditional occupations and/or secure adequate alternative employment proximate to the reservation may be in some respects a moot point. While not as pronounced as in the deep shaft mining areas of the Navajo Nation, the pattern of increasing early deaths from respiratory cancer and similar ailments as well as congenital birth defects has been becoming steadily more apparent on the reservation. 65. Most of the afflicted no longer retain the health insurance coverage, once a part of the corporate employment package, through which to offset the costs of their illnesses. Thus, the ghost of Anaconda is eating the personal as well as tribal savings accruing from the mining experience. It seems safe enough to observe that the short-term benefits perceived at Laguna were more illusory than real. Although a temporary sense of economic security was imparted by the presence of a regular payroll, and the stability of a big-time employer, there was never time to consolidate the apparent gains. Costs swiftly overtook the political economy of radioactive coloniale SM-173 gains, although the tribal government was not necessarily immediately privy to the change of circumstances. In the final analysis, the people may well end up much more destitute, and in an infinitely worse environmental position, than was ever the case in the past. As if to underscore the point, water has become a major problem at Laguna, one which may eventually outweigh all the others brought about by its relatively brief relationship with Anaconda. The Rio Paguit River, which once provided the basis for irrigation and a potentially thriving local agriculture, now runs through the unreclaimed ruins of corporate flight. As early as 1973, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency discovered that the strip mining operation was contaminating the Laguna water supply. 66. With agricultural and cattle-raising production withering under the glare of higher-paying and more glamorous work in the mine, the Pueblo converted to groundwater in meeting all, rather than a portion, of its potable needs. In 1975, however, the EPA returned to find widespread groundwater contamination throughout the Grants Mineral Belt, including that under Laguna. 67. In 1978, the EPA was back again, this time to reassure tribal members that all of their available water sources were dangerously contaminated by radioactivity, and that the tribal council building, community center, and newly construct jackpile housing paid for in substantial proportion by royalty monies were all radioactive as WEL-1. 68. Additionally, Anaconda had used low-grade uranium ore to improve the road system leading to the mine and village. 69. Hence, even were the lagunas able to reclaim the land directly associated with what was once the world's largest open-pit uranium mine, no small feat in itself, and even if they were somehow able to avert the seemingly impending carcinogenic and genetic crises, restore an adequate measure of employment and tribal income, and clear up at least the direct sources of contamination to the Rio Paguit, they would still be faced with the insurmountable problem of contaminated groundwater. And, if they have had enough of such progress and wish to attempt a return to the agriculture and animal husbandry which stood 174 them in such good stead for generations, then they will still have to contend with the factor of disrupted ore bodies which persist in leaching out into otherwise reclaimed soil. When such leaching occurs, radioactive contaminants are drawn into the roots of plants. Animals, whether human or otherwise, consuming contaminated plants likewise become contaminated. This too may well be an insurmountable problem. It seems likely that the damage is done and irreparable, that the way of life the lagunas have known, and with which they identify and represent themselves as a people, is gone forever. And in exchange? Nothing. At least, nothing of value, unless one wishes to place a value on radioactive community centers and road repairs, or unless one wishes to consider as valuable the bitter legacy and lessons learned as an example from which to base future plans and future actions. Laguna is not unique in the nature of its experience. The examples drawn earlier from the Navajo Nation and the Lakota Territory should be sufficient to demonstrate that. Dozens, scores, even hundreds of additional examples might be cited from Hopi, from Zuni, Acoma, Isleta, Crow, Northern Cheyenne, and elsewhere in the United States, and from the Cree, Métis, Athabasca and other territories of Canada, through which to illustrate the point. One other example within the United States might be drawn upon to nail things down. This concerns the Department of Energy's nuclear facility at Hanford, on the boundary of the Yakima Nation in central Washington state. Designed on the same pattern as the ill-fated Soviet plant at Chernobyl, Hanford was used for 40 years to produce weapons-grade fissionable material. Finally closed down in 1987, when officials became concerned that a Chernobyl-style disaster might occur there, Hanford was still described by the federal government as having functioned in a safe and essentially accident-free fashion throughout its operational existence. Finally, in July of 1990, government spokespersons admitted that the weapons facility had been since the early 1950s secretly dumping radioactive wastes into the environment at a level at least 2,000 times greater than those officially deemed safe. 70. The Political Economy of Radioactive Colonialism 175. A year later, in April 1991, this was spelled out as meaning that 444 billion gallons of water laced with plutonium, strontium, tritium, ruthenium, cesium, and assorted rare earth elements had been simply poured into a hole in the ground over the years. 'Twas admitted that these materials had long since seeped into local groundwater sources, and estimated that the contamination will reach the Columbia River by the end of the decade. 71. In sum, the residents of Yakima and the surrounding area have been exposed to greater concentrations of radiation as a matter of course than were those Soviet citizens living in or near Chernobyl during the near meltdown of the reactor there. Further, they, unlike their LMTPRP, RT in THPT, SSR, H, L.dbt1LNJ, 3N_GLYT exposed to the contamination for decades. It should by now be plain that there is neither short nor long-term advantage to be gained by indigenous nations in entering into energy resource extraction agreements. Advantage accrues only to the corporate and governmental representatives of a colonizing and dominant industrial culture. Occasionally it accrues momentarily, and in limited fashion, to the Vichy tribal governments they have reorganized into doing their bidding. For the people, there is only expendability, destruction, and grief under this new colonization. Ironically, the situation was spelled out in the clearest possible terms by Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, the site of the birth of controlled nuclear fission, in its February 1978 mini-report. Perhaps the solution to the radon emission problem is to zone the land into uranium mining and milling districts so as to forbid human habitation. Viewed in this light, the choices for uranium-rich, landlocked reservation populations are clearly defined. For some, there is cause for immediate retreat from engagement in the uranium extraction process. For others, it is a matter of avoiding a problem not yet begun. In either case, such a choice will necessitate an active resistance to the demands and impositions of the new colonizers. 176. It seems certain that those who would claim their uranium to fuel the engines of empire, both at home and abroad, will be unlikely to accept a polite no in response to their desires. Strategies must be found through which this no may be enforced. Perhaps, in the end, it will be as Leslie Silko put it, that human beings will be one clan again, united finally by the circle of death which ultimately confronts us all, united in putting an end to such insanity. Until that time, however, American Indians, those who have been selected by the dynamics of radioactive colonization to be the first 20th century national sacrifice peoples, must stand alone, or with their immediate allies, for a common survival. It is a gamble, no doubt, but a gamble which is clearly warranted. The alternative is virtual species suicide. There are bright spots within what has otherwise been painted as a bleak portrait of contemporary Indian country. It is to these, the representations of the gamble, and what must be hoped are the rudiments of an emerging strategy of resistance, to which we turn in our next and final section. Conclusion. It is genocide to mine the uranium in our land, no more, no less. Russell Means, 1980. Non-Indian America, Euro-America in particular, has a long and sorry history of blaming the victims of its criminal abuse for the existence of that abuse. Perfectly sincere young professors at Midwestern universities are wont to stand and observe in all seriousness that the Indians fought each other before the white man came, in a context implying that there is really nothing differentiating traditions of counting coup on the one hand, and wars of annihilation on the other. WER, after all, the same. Others smugly point out that Indians killed the buffalo, often in large numbers, before the advent of professional buffalo hunters. Implication: the extermination of an entire species, in the end as a military tactic, is no different in kind than subsistence hunting. The Indian, it is presumed, will be stifled from complaint by the fact of having set an example of butchery for his wanton Western brothers. 72. The Political Economy of Radioactive Colonialism 177. Again, serious scholars pronounce that dispossession of the Lakota, for example, from their land is little basis for complaint, given that the Sioux ran the Crows off their land, too. Never mind that the Lakota action resulted from the fact that Anishinaabes, well armed with muskets gleaned from the fur trade, had, when being shoved west by encroaching whites in Tum, pushed the Lakota, who lacked comparable weaponry, westward into Crow country. 3. Never mind, too, that the Crows, who fought with the U.S. Army rather than against it, and whom no one dimes did much dispossessing of anyone, were as readily stripped of their land as were the Lakota. The fate of the Lakota was sealed through some process of cosmic justice in the nature of their own traditions according to the conventions of liberal Euro-American academe. 4. Today, the American Indian suffers from the infliction of radioactive colonization. To be sure, it may be rightly contended that Indians have participated, often willingly, in that process. The question which occurs as a result of this obviousness is whether, once again, a form of logical convolution will be applied thereby through which to blame the Indian for his/her fate. And, if such distortive blame is applied, will it be used, as it usually has been, to fabricate a justification for and sanction of the status quo? In political terms, such an attitude, whether overtly or subtly expressed, has generally led to the assumption that defects of our own cultures somehow having brought us to our contemporary past Indians inherently require, and deserve, non-Indian ideology and leadership. To put it another way, Indians have proven weak in a Darwinian sense, have through such weakness been overrun and left prostrate by the stronger cultures of Europe, and must now be subsumed as a small but integral component of European conceptions of revolution currently employed against the equally Euro-specific notions of imperialism which generate Indians' oppression. For all its liberatory veneer, such an outlook is fundamentally similar to that of the current oppressor. It preserves, entirely intact, the prevailing and entirely objectionable status quo of American Indian subordination to an external and dominant cultural reality, both at the conceptual and at the physical levels. 5. 178. The pattern of victim-blaming mentality underpinning the ideology of most imported cultures of resistance within this hemisphere has also led to certain highly distortive strategic assumptions on the part of those purporting to combat North American imperialism from within. 6. Concern with economies of scale has led non-Indian dissidents to ignore or dismiss the Indians of North America as a critical element of anti-imperialist struggle, primarily because of their small numbers. Discounting the fact of Indian existence necessarily leads to the missing of their colonial status and the contemporary existence of territorially defined colonies within the physical confines of the North American imperial powers. 7. This, to be sure, is no small oversight. If Indian reality is effectively voided at the intellectual level of avowed anti-imperialists, the result is the view which seems most commonly held among non-Indians, that of the United States and Canada as possessing an essentially seamless internal integrity and hegemony through which their imperialism is uniformly exported to other, usually third world, nations. Preoccupation with the effects of colonialism, and with indigenous efforts to offset it, thus centers on North America's satellites, seldom upon the continent itself. Such an erroneous view generates a cumbersome method of countering imperial policy, slashing as it does always at the tentacles, never at the heart. 78. This essay has attempted to show why colonies exist within the countries of North America. Further, it has sought to explain the absolutely crucial nature of the existence of these colonies, by virtue of resource distribution and production, to the maintenance and expansion of North American imperialism. Finally, it has tried to provide a critical insight into the internal colonial methods employed, and the impact of those methods upon the populations most immediately and directly affected by them, the resident populations of the colonies themselves, American Indians. It is to be hoped that within such an articulation lie the seeds of an analysis pointing to an anti-imperialist mode of action which transcends the victim-blaming and misorientation marking past practice. With the structural properties and physical characteristics of North American internal colonialism lie the levers with which a properly focused anti-imperialist effort can begin to pry apart the skeletal components of the imperial nations themselves. The application of the broadest possible support to the internationally acceptable principle of the sanctity and sovereignty of Indian treaty territories would carry a considerable challenge of and jeopardy to the physical integrity of both the United States and Canada. Perhaps even more crucial is that the specific areas most in question in this regard are such that both nations would find themselves denied ease of access to a major proportion of their strategic reserves of vital raw materials. Similarly, any exertion of real tribal sovereignty over the treaty territories would serve to curtail an array of both nations' internal production capabilities, both in terms of denying conveniently remote locations, and in denying the water upon which many if not most industrial processes depend. Clearly, such a turn of events would prove crippling to imperialism in ways which confronting its presence within the satellite colonies abroad never has, and in all probability never can. Not that facing the facts of the matter provides a panacea, a magic act through which such conditions can be actualized at a stroke. The treaties and other factors at issue have existed all along, and are well known to both corporate and governmental managers. For what must be obvious reasons, such managers have systematically declined to honor the treaties, to respect American Indian ownership of much of the contemporary basis of North American power. Implementation of treaty terms and provisions, with all that this implies, will necessarily entail a considerable and sustained struggle on the broadest possible popular basis. The question thus emerges as to who is to lead such a struggle, to provide it form and direction in its day-to-day development. Here, an utter inversion of the principle of blaming the victim and its accompanying orthodoxy of Euro-derived movements is indicated. Currently, representative leaders and movements know little of treaties, their implications and practical potentials in the global arena. Nor is the extent of American Indian territoriality, water rights, resource holdings, and the like both current and potential particularly well understood outside the circles of Indian activism. Nor has the background and experience of most non-Indian anti-imperialists especially suited them for direct interaction with and grassroots organization of the internal colonial populations. All of this combines to present a rather poor case for American Indians being led by non-Indians in any struggle to dismantle the North American internal colonial structure. To the contrary, it points very plainly to the prospect that a real and highly visible Indian leadership component of any North American anti-imperialist movement must be accepted as a prerequisite to success. Native people have, after all, been forced to live in the very front lines of the colonial process, through no choice of their own, for generations. They, among all the people of America, have been imbued with a comprehensive understanding of that process at the most practical level. Inadvertently, this knowledge, and their geographical disposition, has placed them in a position at the very cutting edge of any emergent contestation of North American political economy, regardless of the numerical status of their population and other factors. Hence, the recent actualization of certain American Indian activist formations and the undertaking of certain actions by these formations should be viewed with hope, as bright spots in what is otherwise a deadening panorama of horror. The first, and perhaps most obvious, of these has been the founding and continuation of the American Indian movement and, for a time, its subordinate diplomatic component, the International Indian Treaty Council. Another AIM spin-off, and one which should be carefully studied by non-Indian and Indian activists alike, was the Black Hills Alliance. Within this coalition of various regional organizations, Native people held a very strong but hardly exclusive leadership position. The formal board of directors was composed not only of AIM members, but also of miners, clergy, area ranchers, and at least one former John Birch Society member. Using treaty rights and the environment as first points of contention, this amalgamation was able to successfully articulate a practical program of anti-imperialism within its area which stressed the commonality of issues between the political Onohi of radioactive colonialism 181. Indians and non-Indians. 79. By adopting such a posture, the alliance was able to slil a position in the very forefront of local resistance to wholesale mining, uranyl production, water diversion, land expropriation, and so forth. It was also able to mount the 1979 and 1980 Black Hills International Survival Gatherings, which formulated a strategy wherein Indian treaty rights were viewed as the key to countering governmental/corporate processes detrimental to the population as a whole, and drew unprecedented enlilbers of non-area activists to the Black Hills region. So having successfully opposed nuclear dumping at Edgemont and the ETSI initiative, the alliance essentially dissolved, its membership going on to serve as cadre in other local, regional, or national organizations. While a number of other events and circumstances across the face of Indian country could be cited to underscore the point being made, the preceding examples should be sufficient to render credible the observation that the rudiments of a serious, seasoned, and effective internal anti-imperialist movement currently exist within AIM and conceptually affiliated organizations. That such a movement must expand tremendously in scale before it can hope to attain its ultimate goals is undeniable. That such expansion can occur within North America only through the attraction of non-Indian allies is equally unquestionable. Here, both the model offered by the Black Hills Alliance, and the earlier mentioned inversion of the usual non-Indian agendas and priorities become crucial. The struggle currently shouldered by AIM and related native organizations is not merely for Indians. It is for everyone. To resolve the issue of the colonization of the American Indian would be, at least in part, to resolve matters threatening to the whole of humanity. In altering the relations of internal colonialism in North America, the AIM idea would vastly reduce the capability of the major nations there to extend their imperial web into Central and South America, as well as Africa, Asia, and the Pacific Basin. In denying access to the sources of uranium to the industrial powers, American Indians could take a quantum leap toward solving the problem of nuclear proliferation. In denying access to certain other resources, they could do much to force conversion to renewable, non-polluting alternative energy sources such as solar and wind power. The list could be extended at length. Ultimately, the lagunas, the shiprocks, church rocks, tuba cities, Edgemonts, and pine ridges which litter the American landscape are not primarily a moral concern for non-Indian movements. Rather, they are pragmatic examples, precursors of situations and conditions which, within the not-so-distant future, will engulf other population sectors, which, from place to place, have already begun to actively encroach in a more limited fashion. Circumstance has made the American Indian the first to bear the full brunt of the new colonialism in North America. The only appropriate response is to see to it that they are also the last. The new colonialism knows no limits. Expendable populations will be expended. National sacrifice areas will be sacrificed. New populations and new areas will then be targeted, expended, and sacrificed. There is no sanctuary. The new colonialism is radioactive, what it does can never be undone. Left to its own dynamics, to run its course, it will spread across the planet like the literal cancer it is. It can never be someone else's problem, regardless of its immediate location at the moment. It has become the problem and peril of everyone alive, and who will be alive. The place to end it is where it has now taken root and disclosed its inner nature. The time to end it is now. The making of an American Indian diaspora in the United States. They are going away. With a visible reluctance which nothing has overcome but the stem necessity they feel impelling them, they have looked their last upon the graves of their sires, the scenes of their youth, and have taken up the slow toilsome march with their household goods among them to their new homes in a strange land. They leave names to many of our rivers, towns, and counties, and so long as our state remains, the Choctaws who once owned most of her soil will be remembered. Vicksburg Daily Sentinel, February 25, 1832. We told them that we would rather die than leave our lands, but we could not hill, LIRELVPTHPTTNNLD0. CR-.1. CJ died on the road. 2 of my children died. After we reached the new land, all my horses died. The water was very bad. All our cattle died, not one was left. I stayed till 158 of my people had died. Then I ran away. Standing Bear, January 1876. W. Jathan. The arena of diaspora studies, the question of whether the W. Fields analytical techniques might be usefully applied to the indigenous population of the United States is seldom raised. In large part, this appears to be due to an unstated presumption on the part of diaspora scholars that because the vast bulk of the native people of the United States remain inside the borders of that nation-state, no population dispersal comparable to that experienced by African Americans, Asian Americans, Latinos or, for that matter, Euro-Americans is at issue. Upon even minimal reflection, however, the fallacy embedded at the core of any such premise is quickly revealed. To say that a Cherokee remains essentially at home so long as S/he resides within the continental territoriality claimed by the United States is equivalent to arguing that a Swede displaced to Italy, or a Vietnamese refugee in Korea, would be at home simply because they remain in Europe or Asia. Native Americans, no less than other peoples, can and should be understood as identified with the specific. 191. 192 from AL/SON. Peoples. Mohawks are native to the upstate New York/southern Quebec region, not Florida or California. Chiricahua Apaches are indigenous to southern Arizona and northern Sonora, not Oklahoma or Oregon. The matter is not only cultural, although the dimension of culture is crucially important, but political and economic as well. Struggles by native peoples to retain use and occupancy rights over their traditional territories, and Euro-American efforts to supplant them, comprise the virtual entirety of U.S/Indian relations since the inception of the Republic. All 40 of the so-called Indian Wars recorded by the federal government were fought over land. 1. On more than 370 separate occasions between 1778 and 1871, the Senate of the United States ratified treaties with one or more indigenous peoples by which the latter ceded portions of their land base to the United States. In every instance, a fundamental quid pro quo was arrived at. Each indigenous nation formally recognized as such through a treaty ratification was simultaneously acknowledged as retaining a clearly demarcated national homeland within which it might maintain its socio-political cohesion and from which it could draw perpetual sustenance, both spiritually and materially. At least 5 succeeding generations of American Indians fought, suffered, and died to preserve their people's residency in the portions of North America which had been theirs since time immemorial. In this sense, the fundamental importance they attached to continuing their linkages to these areas seems unquestionable. By the same token, the extent to which their descendants have been dislocated from these defined, or definable, land bases is the extent to which it can be observed that the conditions of diaspora have been imposed upon the population of native North America. In this respect, the situation is so unequivocal that a mere sample of statistics deriving from recent census data will be sufficient to tell the tale. By 1980, nearly half of all federally recognized American Indians lived in off-reservation locales, mostly cities. The largest concentration of indigenous people in the country, 90,689, was in the Los Angeles metro area. 3. By 1990, the proportion of urban-based Indians is estimated to have swelled to approximately 55%. All federally unrecognized Indians, a figure which may run several times that of the approximately 1.6 million the United States officially admits still exist within its borders are effectively landless and scattered everywhere across the country. 5. THIRD, the coast of which was once one of the more populous locales. For indigenous people, reported a reservation-based Native American population of 859 in 1980.6. The total Indian population of THIRD was reported as being 39,740. Even if this number included only members of peoples native to the area, it would still represent a reduction from about 1.5 million at the point of first contact with Europeans. A veritable vacuum in terms of American Indian reservations and population is now evidenced in most of the area east of the Mississippi River, another region once densely populated by indigenous people. Delaware, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Maryland, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Vermont, Virginia, West Virginia show no reservations at all. 9. The total Indian population reported in Vermont in 1980 was 968. In New Hampshire, the figure was 1,297. In Delaware, it was 1,307, in West Virginia, 1,555. The reality is that a greater number of persons indigenous to the North American mainland now live in Hawaii, far out in the Pacific Ocean, than in any of these easterly states. 10. 193. The ways in which such deformities in the distribution of indigenous population in the United States have come to pass were anything but natural. To the contrary, the major causative factors have consistently derived from a series of official policies implemented over more than 2 centuries by the federal government of the United States. These have ranged from forced removal during the 1830s, to concentration and compulsory assimilation during the 1880s, to coerced relocation beginning in the late 1940s. Interspersed through it all have been periods of outright liquidation and dissolution, continuing into the present moment. The purpose of this essay is to explore these policies and their effects on the peoples targeted for such exercises in social engineering. During the period immediately following the American Revolution, the newly formed United States was in a desperate financial plight. Saw its salvation in the sale to settlers and land companies of western lands lying outside the original 13 colonies. L1 Indeed, the revolution had been fought in significant part in order to negate George II's proclamation of 1763, an edict restricting land acquisition by British subjects to the area east of the Appalachian Mountains and thereby voiding certain speculative real estate interests held by the U.S. Founding Fathers. During the war, loyalty of rank-and-file soldiers, as well as major creditors, had been maintained through war rents advanced by the Continental Congress with the promise that rebel debts would be retired through issuance of deeds to parcels of Indian land, once the revolution had succeeded. 12. A substantial problem for the fledgling republic was that in the immediate aftermath, it possessed neither the legal nor the physical means to carry through on such commitments. In the Treaty of Paris, signed on September 3, 1783, England quit-claimed its rights to all present U.S. territory east of the Mississippi. Contrary to subsequent Americana, this action conveyed no bona fide title to any of the Indian lands lying within the area. 13. Rather, it opened the way for the United States to replace Great Britain as the sole entity entitled under prevailing intimational law to a secure Indian land in the region through negotiation and purchase. 14. The United States, already an outlaw state by virtue of its armed rejection of lawful crown authority, appears to have been emotionally prepared to seize native property through main force, thereby continuing its initial posture of gross illegal ity. 15. Confronted by the incipient indigenous alliance espoused by Tecumseh in the Ohio River Valley and to the south by the powerful Creek and Cherokee confederations, however, the United States found itself militarily stalemated all along its western frontier. 16. The Indian position was considerably reinforced when England went back on certain provisions of the Treaty of Paris, refusing to abandon a line of military installations along the Ohio until the United States showed itself willing to comply with minimum standards of intimational legalism, 2. Acknowledging the Indian right in the soil long since recognized under the doctrine of discovery. I-70. The South, Spanish Florida also aligned itself with native nations as a means of holding the rapacious settler population of neighboring Georgia in check. Is frustrated, federal authorities had to content themselves with the final dispossession and banishment of such peoples as the Huron and Delaware, whose homelands fell within the original colonies, and who had been much weakened by more than a century of warfare to points beyond the 1763 demarcation line. There, these early elements of a U.S. precipitated indigenous diaspora were taken in by stronger nations such as the Ottawa and Shawnee. I-9. Meanwhile, George Washington's initial vision of a rapid and wholesale expulsion of all Indians east of the Mississippi, expressed in June 1, 1783, 20. was tempered to reflect a more sophisticated process of gradual encroachment explained by General Philip Schuyler of New York in a letter to Congress the following month. As our settlements approach their country, must, from the scarcity of game, which that approach will induce, retire farther back, and dispose of their lands, unless they dwindle to nothing, as all savages have done. When compelled to live in the vicinity of civilized people, and thus leave us the country without the expense of purchase, trifling as that will probably be. 21. As Washington himself was to put it a short time later, from about 250,000 to less than 20,000, due chiefly to the cruelties and wholesale massacres perpetrated by the miners and early settlers. 62. Much of the killing in California and southern Oregon Territory resulted, directly and indirectly, from the discovery of gold in 1848 and the subsequent influx of miners and settlers. Newspaper accounts document the atrocities, as do oral histories of the California Indians today. It was not uncommon for small groups or villages to be attacked by immigrants and virtually wiped out overnight. 63. It has been estimated that Indian deaths resulting from this sort of direct violence may have run as high as 500,000 by 1890. 64. All told, the indigenous population of the continental United States, which may still have been as great as 2 million when the country was founded, had been reduced to well under 250,000 by 1900. 65. As the noted demographer Sherburne F. Cook has observed, the record speaks for itself. No further commentary is necessary. 66. Under these conditions, the United States was able to shuffle native peoples around at will. The Northern Cheyennes and closely allied Arapahoes, for instance, were shipped from their traditional 202 territory in Montana's Powder River watershed to the reservation of their southern cousins in Oklahoma in 1877. After the Cheyenne remnants, more than a third of whom had died in barely a year of malaria and other diseases endemic to this alien environment, made a desperate attempt to return home in 1878, they were granted a reservation in the North Country, but not before the bulk of them had been killed by Army troops. Moreover, they were permanently separated from the Arapahoes, who were temporarily assigned to the WMD River Reservation of their hereditary enemies, the Shoshone, in Wyoming. 67. A faction of the Chiricahua Apaches who showed signs of continued hostility to U.S. domination by the 1880s were yanked from their habitat in southern Arizona and resettled around Fort Sill, Oklahoma. 68. Hinmatan y Lotkot of the Nez Perce and other leaders of that people's legendary attempt to escape the army and flee to Canada were also deposited in Oklahoma, far from the Idaho Valley they'd fought to retain. 69. Most of the Santee Dakotas of Minnesota's woodlands ended up on the windswept plains of Nebraska, while a handful of their relatives remained behind on tiny plots which are now called the Upper and Lower Sioux Reservations. A portion of the Oneidas, who had fought on the side of the rebels during the Revolution, were moved to a small reservation near Green Bay, Wisconsin. 71. An even smaller reserve was provided in the same area for residual elements of Connecticut's Mohegans, Mohegans, and other peoples, all of them lumped together under the heading Stockbridge-Munsee Indians. 72 on and on, it went. Allotment and assimilation. With the native ability to militarily resist U.S. territorial ambitions finally quelled, the government moved first to structurally negate any meaningful residue of national status on the part of indigenous peoples, and then to dissolve them altogether. The opening round of this drive came in 1871, with the attachment of a rider to the annual Congressional Appropriations Act suspending any further treaty-making with Indians. This was followed, in 1885, with passage of the Major Crimes Act, extending U.S. jurisdiction directly over reserved Indian territories for like sand in The 203. The first time. Beginning with 7 felonies delineated in the initial statutory language, and combined with the Supreme Court's opinion in U.S. v. Kagama, a measure designed expressly to destroy what was left of the basic indigenous socio-economic cohesion by eradicating traditional systems of collective land holding. Under provision of the statute, each Indian identified as such by demonstrating 1/2 or more degree of Indian blood was to be issued an individual deed to a specific parcel of land 160 acres per family head, 80 acres per orphan or sing lep airson ovfr 1 ryf 1 rs of 1 pound, f, 1 nn 40, 1 cress per dependent child within existing reservation boundaries. Each Indian was required to accept U.S. citizenship in order to receive his or her allotment. Those who refused, such as a substantial segment of the Cherokee full-blood population, were left landless, for generally speaking, those of mixed ancestry whose blood quantum fell below the required level were summarily excluded from receiving allotments. In many cases, the requirement was construed by officials as meaning that an applicant's blood had to have accrued from a single people. Persons whose cumulative blood quantum derived from intermarriage between several native peoples were thus often excluded as well. In other instances, arbitrary geographic criteria were also employed. All Cherokees, Creeks, and Choctaws living in Arkansas, for example, were not only excluded from allotment, but permanently denied recognition as members of their respective nations as well. 5. Once all eligible Indians had been assigned their allotments within a given reservation, all of them from the worst land available therein, the remainder of the reserved territory was declared surplus and open to non-Indian homesteaders, corporate acquisition and conversion into federal or state parks and forests. 6. Under the various allotment programs, the most valuable land was the first to go. Settlers went after the rich grasslands of Kansas. 204. Nebraska, and the Dakotas, the dense black soil forests of Minnesota and Wisconsin, and the wealthy oil and gas lands of Oklahoma. In 1887, for example, the Sisseton Sioux of South Dakota owned 918,000 acres of rich virgin land on their reservation. But since there were only 2,000 of them, allotment left more than 600,000 acres for Euro-American settlers. The Chippewas of Minnesota lost their rich timber lands. Once each member had claimed their land, the government leased the rest to timber corporations. The Colvilles of northeastern Washington lost their lands to cattlemen, who fraudulently claimed mineral rights there. In Montana and Wyoming the Crows lost more than 2 million acres, and the Nez Perces had to cede communal grazing ranges in Idaho. All 67 of the tribes in Indian Territory underwent allotment. On the Flathead Reservation in Montana, which included Flatheads, Pend O'Reilly's, Kootenays, and Spokane's, the federal government opened 1 million acres to settlers. A similar story prevailed throughout the country. 7. By the time the allotment process had run its course in 1930, the residue of native land holdings in the United States had been reduced from approximately 150 million acres to fewer than 50 million. Of this, more than 2/3 consisted of arid or semi-arid terrain deemed useless for agriculture, grazing, or other productive purposes. The remaining 1/3 had been leased at extraordinarily low rates to non-Indian farmers and ranchers by local Indian agents exercising almost dictatorial powers over remaining reservation property. 79. Indians across the country were left in a state of extreme destitution as a result of allotment and attendant leasing practices. Worse, the situation was guaranteed to be exacerbated over succeeding generations insofar as what was left of the reservation land base, already insufficient to support its occupants at a level of mere subsistence, could be foreseen to become steadily more so as the native population recovered from the genocide perpetrated against it during the 19th century. So a concomitant of allotment was thus an absolute certainty that ever-increasing numbers of Indians would be forced from what remained nominally their own land during the 20th century, dispersed into the vastly more numerous American society at large. There, it was predictable that they would be like sand in The 205. Digested, disappearing once and for all as anything distinctly Indian in terms of socio-cultural, political, or even racial identity. The record shows that such outcomes were anything but unintentional. The purpose of all this was assimilation, as federal policymakers described their purpose, or to put the matter more unabashedly, to bring about the destruction and disappearance of American Indian peoples as such. In the words of Francis E. Loop, Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1905 through 1909, the Allotment Act in particular should be viewed as a mighty pulverizing engine for breaking up the tribal mass which stood in the way of complete Euro-American hegemony in North America. Or, to quote Indian Commissioner Charles Burke a decade later, and the agent was made responsible for keeping the schools filled, by persuasion if possible, by withholding rations and annuities from the parents, and by other means if necessary. Who were guilty of misbehavior might either receive corporal punishment or be imprisoned in the guardhouse. Cannot be done in areas with less than 10 inches of rainfall a year. The rainfall over most of the Navajo Nation ranges from 6 to 10 inches a year. The NAS suggests that such areas be spared development or honestly labeled national sacrifice areas. 118. Illingly, the two areas considered most appropriate by the NAS for designation as national sacrifices, the Four Comers and Black Hills regions, are those containing the Navajo and Sioux complex of reservations, the largest remaining blocks of acknowledged Indian land and concentrations of land-based indigenous population in the United States. For this reason, many American Indian activists have denounced both the NAS scheme, and the process of environmental destruction which led up to it, as involving not only national sacrifice areas, but national sacrifice peoples as WEL1. L19 at the very least, having the last of their territory zoned so as to forbid human habitation would precipitate an ultimate dispersal of each impacted PEOPLE, causing its disappearance as a human group per SE. 120. As American Indian Movement leader Russell Means has put it, it's genocide. No more, no less. 121. Regardless of whether a policy of national sacrifice is ever implemented in the manner envisioned by the NAS, it seems fair to observe that the conditions of dire poverty and environmental degradation 213 fostered on Indian reservations by colonialism have contributed heavily to the making of the contemporary native diaspora in the United States. In combination with the constriction of the indigenous land base brought about through earlier policies of removal, concentration, allotment, and assimilation, these conditions have created a strong and ever-increasing pressure upon reservation residents to cooperate with other modem federal programs meant to facilitate the outflow and dispersal of Indians from their residual land base. Chief among these have been termination and relocation. Termination and relocation. As the IRA method of administering Indian country took hold, the government returned to such tasks as trimming the fat from federal expenditures allocated to support Indians, largely through manipulation of the size and disposition of the recognized indigenous population. By 1940, the system of colonial governance on American Indian reservations was largely in place. Only the outbreak of World War II slowed the pace of corporate exploitation, a matter that retarded initiation of maximal development activities until the early 1905. By then, the questions concerning federal and corporate planners had become somewhat technical: what to do with those indigenous nations which had refused reorganization. How to remove the portion of Indian population on even the reorganized reservations whose sheer physical presence served as a barrier to wholesale strip mining and other profitable enterprises anticipated by the U.S. business community. 122. The first means to this end was found in a partial resumption of 19th-century assimilationist policies, focused this time on specific peoples, or parts of peoples, rather than upon Indians as a whole. On August 1, 1953, Congress approved House Resolution 108, a measure by which the federal legislature empowered itself to enact statutes terminating selected native peoples, typically those which had rejected reorganization, or who lacked the kind of resources necessitating their maintenance under the IRA. 123. Among the involved were the comparatively large and wealthy Menominee of Wisconsin and the Klamath of Oregon, both owners of extensive timber resources. Also passed were Acts to terminate the Indians of Western Oregon, small Paiute bands in Utah, and the mixed bloods of the Uinta and Ouray reservations. Approved, too, was legislation to transfer administrative responsibility for the Alabama and Coushatta Indians to the state of Texas. Early in the first session of the 84th Congress, bills were submitted to 45. Another salient illustration is that of the W. Eastern Shoshone. Mostly resident on a vast expanse of the Nevada desert secured by their ancestors in the 1863 Treaty of Ruby v. Ailey, the Shoshones have suffered the fate of becoming the most bombed nation on Earth by virtue of the United States having located the majority of its nuclear weapons testing facilities in the southern portion of their homeland since 1950. During the late 70s, despite its being unable to demonstrate that it had ever acquired valid title to the territory the Shoshones call New Segovia, the U.S. government began to move into the northern area as well, stating an intent to construct the MX missile system there. While the MX plan has by now been dropped, the Shoshones are still being pushed off their land, freeing it for use in such endeavors as nuclear waste dumps like the one scheduled to be built at Yucca Mountain over the next few years. 146. In Alaska, where nearly 200 indigenous peoples were instantly converted into village corporations by the 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, there is a distinct possibility that the entire native population of about 22,000 will be displaced by the demands of tourism, North Slope oil development, and other devil. 218 from a native son. Op mental enterprises by some point early in the next century. Already, their land base has been constricted to a complex of tiny townships and their traditional economy mostly eradicated by the impacts of commercial fishing, whaling, and sealing, as well as the effects of increasing Arctic industrialization on regional caribou herds and other game animals. 147. Moreover, there is a plan apparently conceived in all seriousness to divert the waterflow of the Yukon River southward all the way to the Rio Grande, an expedient for supporting continued non-Indian population growth in the arid regions of the lower 48 states and creating the agribusiness complex in the northern Mexican provinces of Sonora and Chihuahua envisioned in a free trade agreement recently proposed by the Bush administration. 148. It seems certain that no traditional indigenous society can be expected to stand up against such an environmental onslaught. Eventually, if such processes are allowed to run their course, the probability is that a final solution of the Indian question will be achieved. The key to this will rest, not in an official return to the pattern of 19th-century massacres or the emergence of some Auschwitz-style extermination center, but in the erosion of socio-cultural integrity and confusion of identity afflicting any people subjected to conditions of diaspora. Like water flowing from a leaking bucket, the last self-consciously Indian people will pass into oblivion silently, unnoticed and unremarked. The deaths of cultures destroyed by such means usually occur in this fashion, with a faint whimper rather than resistance and screams of agony. There are, perhaps, glimmers of hope flickering upon the horizon. One of the more promising is the incipient International Convention on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Drafted over the past decade by the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations, The instrument is due for submission to the General Assembly during the summer of 1992. When it is ratified by the latter body in October, the 100th anniversary of the Columbian expedition which unleashed the forces discussed herein, the convention will at last extend to native peoples the essential international legal protections enjoyed by their colonizers the world over. 149. Should it be adhered to by this nation of laws, the instrument will effectively bar the United States from 219. Completing its quietly ongoing drive to obliterate the remains of native North America. If not, and the United States has historically demonstrated a truly remarkable tendency to simply ignore those elements of intimational legality it finds inconvenient, the future of American Indians looks exceedingly grim. 1 SO. Death Squad S in the United States. Confessions of a Government Terrorist. The reality is a continuum which connects Indian flesh sizzling over Puritan fires and Vietnamese flesh roasting under American napalm. The reality is the compulsion of a sick society to rid itself of men like Nat Turner and Crazy Horse, George Jackson, and Richard Oakes, whose defiance uncovers the hypocrisy of a declaration affirming everyone's right to liberty and life. The reality is an overwhelming greed which began with the theft of a continent and continues with the merciless looting of every country on the face of the earth which lacks the strength to defend itself. Richard Lundstrom. During the first half of the 1970s, the American Indian movement came to the forefront of a drive to realize the rights of treaty-guaranteed national sovereignty on behalf of North America's indigenous peoples. For the government and major corporate interests of the United States, this liberatory challenge represented a considerable threat, given on the one hand that Indians possess clear legal and moral rights to the full exercise of self-determination and, on the other hand, that their reserved land base contains substantial quantities of critical mineral resources. Upwards of half of all known domestic U.S. uranium reserves lie within the boundaries of present-day Indian reservations, as do as much as a quarter of the high-grade low-sulfur coal, a fifth of the oil and natural gas, and major deposits of copper and other metals. 1. Loss of internal colonial control over these items would confront U.S. elites with significant strategic and economic problems. Predictably, the government set out to liquidate AIM's political effectiveness as a means of maintaining and reinforcing the federal system of administering Indian country. For a number of reasons, the crux of the conflict came to be situated on the Pine Ridge Sioux Reservation, home of the Oglala Lakota people, in what is now the state of South Dakota. Throughout the mid-70s, what amounted to 231, 232 low-intensity warfare was conducted against AIM in this remote locale by the FBI and a surrogate organization calling itself Guardians of the Oglala Nation. The Bureau and its various apologists, often scholarly experts like Ethan Theo Harris and Alan Dershowitz, have consistently denied not only that a de facto counterinsurgency effort was mounted on Pine Ridge, but also any direct relationship between the FBI and the goons. Those uttering claims to the contrary have been publicly dubbed left-wing McCarthyites, accused of engaging in innuendo and attributing guilt by association. 3. Writer Peter Matheson, one of the more comprehensive and careful analysts of the AIM/Goon wars, has also been the target of two frivolous but massive and prolonged lawsuits, designed to suppress his 1983 book on the topic, In the Spirit of Crazy Horse. Matheson's sins were allegedly a defaming of the characters of David Price, an agent heavily involved in the repression of AIM, and William Wild Bill Janklow, former Attorney General and then Governor of the state of South Dakota, who headed one of the many white vigilante groups operating in the Pine Ridge area during the mid-70s. Both Price and Janklow, it appears, received substantial support from governmental and corporate quarters as well as financing from such overtly right-wing entities as the Heritage Foundation, in keeping the Matheson study off the shelves for nearly a decade. 4. As a consequence, it was not until the spring of 1991 that the American public was accorded an opportunity to read what this much-seal-bragged author has to say about the events in question. A major chink in the stone wall of official and quasi-official plausible deniability has now appeared. This assumes the form of Dwayne Brewer, former second-in-command of the Bureau of Indian Affairs Police and eventual head of the Highway Safety Program on Pine Ridge. Along with his superior in the constabulary, Delmar Eastman, Brewer served by his own admission as a primary commander of the reservation goon squads and participated directly in many of the organization's most virulent anti-AIM actions. In a previously undisclosed interview, undertaken by independent filmmakers Michel Dubois and Kevin Barry McKiernan in 1987 and televised in part through a 1990 PBS television documentary, Brewer does much to nail down exactly how the goons were utilized by the FBI within a wider campaign to destroy AIM and Indian militancy more generally. As his statements should go far in establishing that the federal government has resorted to employment of outright death squads within the borders as an integral aspect of its programs of domestic political and soci-repression. The Pine Ridge Bloodbath. During the 3-year period running from roughly mid-1973 through mid-1976, at least 69 members and supporters of AIM died violently on Pine Ridge. Nearly 350 others suffered serious physical assaults, including gunshot wounds and stabbings, beatings administered with baseball bats and tire irons, having their cars rammed, MRLRNN off THPT0 at high SRLOFD, and DLHEIR homes torched as they slept. 6. Researchers Bruce Johansen and Roberto Maestas have determined that the politically motivated death toll on Pine Ridge made the murder rate for the reservation 170 per 100,000 during the crucial period. By comparison, Detroit, the reputed murder capital of the United States, had a rate of 20.2 per 100,000 in 1974. The U.S. average rate was 9.7 per 100,000, with the average for large cities as follows: Chicago, 15.9, New York City, 16.3, Washington, D.C., 13.4, Los Angeles, 12.9, Seattle, 5.6, and Boston, 5.6. An estimated 20,000 persons were murdered in the United States in 1974. In a nation of 200 million persons, a murder rate comparable with that of Pine Ridge between 1973 and 1976 would have left 340,000 persons dead for political reasons in 1 year, 1.32 million in 3. A similar rate for a city of 500,000 would have produced 850 political murders in a year, 2,550 in 3. For a metropolis of 5 million, the figures would have been 8,500 in 1 year and 25,500 in 3. As Johansen and Maestas go on to point out, their figures do not include the typical high rate of fatalities experienced on Pine Ridge and most other American Indian reservations. Rather, the murder rate of 170 per 100,000, almost 9 times that of Detroit, takes into account only deaths caused by the physical repression of Indian resistance. 9. Nowhere in North America has there been a comparable rate of homicide during the 20th century. To find counterparts, one must turn to contexts of U.S. sponsored political repression in the Third World. 234. The political murder rate at Pine Ridge was almost equivalent to that in Chile during the 3 years after a military coup supported by the United States deposed and killed President Salvador Allende. Based on Chile's population of 10 million, the estimated 50,000 persons killed in the 3 years of political repression in Chile at about the same time roughly paralleled the murder rate at Pine Ridge. 10. Under provision of the Major Crimes Act, murder on an Indian reservation is an offense falling under jurisdiction of federal authorities. Since at least as early as 1953, this has specifically meant the FBLLL. Not one of the murders of AIM people on Pine Ridge during the mid-70s was ever solved by the Bureau, despite the fact that in a number of instances the assailants were identified by one or more eyewitnesses. In many cases, investigations were never opened. When queried with regard to this apparent inactivity on the part of his personnel, Georgia Clark, Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Rapid City Resident Agency until mid-1975, pleaded lack of manpower as the reason. 12. At the very moment he spoke, A clock was overseeing the highest ratio of agents to citizens over a sustained period enjoyed by any resident agency in the history of the Bureau. Why, as he himself later put it, the normal complement of personnel for Rapid City was 4 agents, 3 investigators, plus the ASAC. During the anti-AIM campaign, however, things were different. Most of the time before the 1970s, there were just 4 agents assigned to this resident agency, and we covered the western half of South Dakota, which included the Rosebud and Pine Ridge Indian reservations. Then, from 1972 to 73 to the time of my retirement, the resident agency almost tripled in size insofar as agents and FBI personnel were concerned. There were many more, at different times, 30 to 40 agents working. 1-4. All told, a clock admits, between January of 1973 and the end of 1975, there were at least 2,500 different Bureau personnel temporarily assigned to. A peak number of probably 350 was reached during July of 1975, with an average of about 200 to 250 maintained for the 6 months beginning on July 1 and ending on December 31, 1975. Far from there being a lack, a clock now acknowledges there were in fact too many agents in the area to be effective, or even to be kept track of by administrators. Consequently, by August of 1975, Norman Zigrossi, who succeeded a clock as Rapid City ASAC, was actively reducing a LOO agent surplus in his roster. In other words, the Rapid City office was consistently overstaffed throughout the crucial 3-year period, and at times the entire western South Dakota region was absolutely saturated with FBI personnel. It is also readily apparent that these personnel engaged in a virtual orgy of investigative and other activities while posted to the Pine Ridge locale. For instance, while professing to be too short-handed to assign agents to look into the killing and maiming of AIM members and supporters, a clock managed to find ample resources to investigate the victims. Some 316,000 separate investigative file classifications were amassed by the Rapid City FBI office with regard to AIM activities during the 1973 siege of Wounded Knee alone. This enormous expenditure of investigative energy made possible the filing of 562 federal charges against various AIM members during the second half of 1973. The result, after more than 2 years of trials, was a paltry 15 convictions, far and away the lowest yield of guilty verdicts to investigative hours invested and charges filed in FBI history, all of them on such trivial matters as interference with a postal inspector in performance of his lawful duty. 18. Nonetheless, O'Clock's effort might be assessed as a failure. The method inherent to his endeavor was perhaps best explained in 1974 by Colonel Volney Warner, a counterinsurgency warfare specialist and military advisor to the FBI on Pine Ridge, when he observed that convictions weren't the point. By virtue of simply causing charges, however spurious, to be filed, Warner said, the Bureau was able to keep many of AIM's most militant leaders and followers under indictment, in jail, or warrants out for their arrest. Concomitantly, the movement's financial resources were necessarily diverted to legal defense efforts. By pursuing such tactics, Warner argued, AIM could be effectively neutralized as a political force. The government can win, even if no one goes to. 19. Meanwhile, what the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights described as a reign of terror on Pine Ridge continued, unimpeded by interference from THEFBL-20. Indeed, all indications are that the Bureau not only encouraged, but actively aided and abetted it. The goons and the FBI. A number of studies have concluded the goons were responsible for the bulk of the AIM fatalities on Pine Ridge. In those cases in which witnesses identified the murderers, the culprits were invariably known members of the reservation goon squad. Yet, in most instances, no formal FBI investigation resulted. On the afternoon of March 21, 1975, Edith Eaglehawk, her 4-month-old daughter, and 3-year-old grandson were killed when their car was forced into a deep ditch alongside Highway 44, between Scenic and Rapid City. Edith Eaglehawk was a defense witness for AIM member Jerry Bear Shield, who was at the time accused of killing a goon, William Jack Steele, on March 9. The driver of the car which struck the Eaglehawk vehicle, Albert Coombs, a white on-reservation rancher who was allowed by the Wilsonites to serve as an active goon, also lost control of his car, went into the ditch and was killed. Eugene Eaglehawk, who was badly injured but survived the crash, identified a second occupant of the Coombs car as being Mark Clifford, a prominent goon. BRA and FBI reports on the matter fail to make mention of Clifford. 1. On other occasions, the victims themselves, or their associates, were investigated and sometimes charged with attendant publicity to establish the violence-prone characteristics of their organization with having perpetrated the violence directed against them. On June 19, 1973, brothers Clarence and V. Ronald Cross were sitting in their car by the side of the road near Pine Ridge when they began receiving rifle fire. Clarence died of gunshot wounds. V. Ronald, severely injured but alive, was charged by Delmar Eastman with the murder of his brother. 9-year-old Mary Ann Little Bear, who was riding past the Cross car in a vehicle driven by her father at the time. Death squads in the United States of the shooting, was struck in the face by a stray round, suffering a wound which cost her an eye. Witnesses named 3 goons, Francis Randall, John Hussman, and Woody Richards, as the gunmen involved. He had people from all over, he says. Some of them you never had to ask to do anything, you know, like for Dick, you know. They were ready to do anything. A lot of them liked Dick Wilson and his ideas. And they thought that was pretty nice, a goon squad. Hell, you don't see that very often in this world. Of course, it is going on all over the nation now, and different presidents and leaders have their crew of people. And, you know, I guess that's all. That's politics. You have your certain followers. But, in them days, you had real dedicated people. They would hurt somebody for their leader if they had to. And if anybody tried to hurt him or anything, then we're too outnumbered to go messing around. A lot of dedication. The goons were organized on a community-by-community basis, according to Brewer, into crews of about a dozen men apiece, each headed up by one or another of 10 to 15 pretty hardcore individuals such as Chuck and Emil Woody Richards, and Wilson's eldest son, Manny. 33. Brewer's own crew, of which 240. BIA Police SWAT Team Commander Marvin Stolt, Manny Wilson, and John Hussman served as operational lieutenants, and which at its high GH point in 1975 rostered at least 22 other individuals, functioned more or less exclusively on the western side of Pine Ridge. Chuck Richards' group covered the northeastern quadrant of the reservation, and Woody Richards the southeastern area. Essentially ad hoc units were formed from time to time. Combined operations between standing units occurred in all areas, as needed. The result of such organization was a relatively constant reservation-wide fire force of about 100 men, sometimes expanded to twice that number, throughout the critical period. The goons themselves were augmented, not only by the BIA police, but also by non-Indian vigilante groups such as the Bennett County Citizens Committee, Charles Mix County Rangers, F8th chapter of the John Birch Society, and other Birch-oriented ranchers associations in South Dakota, Wyoming, and Nebraska. At present, maybe 10 or so of the hardest core goon squad members have buried much of their best weaponry, as well as ample stocks of ammunition and explosives, around the reservation. They stand ready, in Brewer's view, to resume their role as a nucleus of goon leadership in case that's ever needed again. They are motivated, he says, by a lot of hatred. Relationship of the goons to the FBI. With regard to how he and his underlings got along with the agents on Pine Ridge during the goons' formative period, Brewer's estimation is that we had a pretty good working relationship in those days. Part of this emerged, he believes, because his own BIA police goon unit served as a sort of regional roving patrol, dispensing a bare-knuckled law and order against AIM on various reservations. During the time I was an officer, we traveled all over the country following the movement. We went to the TRED convention up at Fort Yates. We spent a lot of time in Rosebud. We went to Fort Teton when they took the jail over. It was always Pine Ridge's little crew that went. So, we kind of had a reputation. Usually when they send you off like that, they tell you, you don't cut them any slack. So, you bust a few heads. It don't really take, you don't take any shit. You haul 'em in. You show them authority because there is no law and order. Point 1. Got to travel quite a bit when I was an officer. I enjoyed all of it. 34. 24-1. The choice to use Brewer's unit as an inter-reservation fire brigade against AIM was not merely the result of their attitudes towards radicalism and the appropriateness of suppressing it through liberal applications of gratuitous violence, but also because of a concise federal policy based on recognition of those attitudes of equipping them for this purpose. People, giving them trouble. Asked whether this meant the FBI looked the other way when goons engaged in physical assaults upon AIM members, he replied somewhat disingenuously that we never, ever done anything with them around, but they probably would have. 50. Anything we could get away with, we would. 35. I had a good relationship with them, all kinds of information and things. They were probably giving a lot more than they were supposed to. Which is good, hell, every little bit helps. Basically, we could get information from them whenever it was needed. Queried as to whether this meant the FBI thought it was okay to. 242. Rough up AIM supporters, Brewer responded, I imagine they did. I think they did. They never did investigate any of them incidents, At another point, in response to a similar question, he replied that when the FBI brought information to his house, it was because they wanted to see us go out and educate AIM members and supporters. I got the feeling they was hoping that I'd kick the shit out of somebody. Or have a war. General Goon Violence. Asked to explain the term educate in the context in which he was using it, and thus the sort of activities the FBI had at least tacitly endorsed, Brewer offered the concept of butt kickin'. Good word. We would educate them, like I said, we would kick their butt. Then they ain't going to corn around and bug you anymore. He went on to explain that the intended result of an educational butt kickin' was for the victim to know that any time they move any part of their body it hurts 'em. It could have been worse. I've educated a few who will never forget me, or have never forgotten. I think when you give them a severe beating and, like I said, you don't cut no slack. You beat their face, you beat their arms and legs, and work them over good. So, like I said, when they wake up the next day, every time they move they're going to think about you and decide whether they want to come back and mess with you again. Or just let you go. And, you do it good enough and they're not going to be thinking about coming back for more of the pain. They're going to forget about it. The Wilsonites' repertoire of educational techniques was often even more extreme. At one point, Brewer recounts how a goon named Sonny Dion beat this guy up so bad and then he used a saw and was trying to saw this guy up. Other goons, apparently shocked at the extent to which Dion was getting out of hand, intervened to prevent consummation of this macabre act. Brewer goes on to note that Dion was eventually shipped out, that is, he was charged by the Blah police and eventually sent to federal prison not for his murderous assault upon the AIM member, but for turning his brutal attentions upon another goon, Chauncey Folsom, shooting him 6 times in the back with a .22 caliber revolver. For his part, Brewer points out, Folsom was a key player in a notorious event occurring on February 27, 1975, at the Pine Ridge Airport. In this incident, some 15 carloads of goons headed by Dick Wilson himself surrounded an automobile occupied by Bernard E. Escamilla, an AIM member charged with several offenses during the Wounded Knee siege, his legal counsel, National Lawyers Guild attorney Roger Finzel, and 2 paralegal assistants, Eva Gordon and Kathy James. 36. Wilson ordered the goons to stomp their quarry. Thereupon, Brewer admits, He personally led the charge, smashing the car's windshield. Other goons, whom Brewer does not identify, sliced open the top of the car, dragged Finzel and Escamilla out, and, according to a Rapid City Journal article published the following day, stomped, kicked and pummeled to the ground. Took turns kicking and stomping, while one slashed Finzel's face with a knife, cutting Eva Gordon's hand as she attempted to shield him. Folsom, who, as Brewer put it, was a really huge guy, proceeded to educate Escamilla, a much smaller man, beat him up real bad, and then just sort of dumped him in a ditch full of water. Things kind of got out of hand, I guess. No federal charges were ever filed against Wilson or any of his goons in this matter, although Finzel and Gordon provided detailed and mutually supporting depositions, naming several of their assailants. 7. Instead, the FBI busied itself administering polygraph examinations to the victims. Wilson, meanwhile, had conducted a press conference in which he claimed to know nothing about the incident other than that the violence was supposed to have been caused by Russell Means and a large group of followers, last seen heading east out of Pine Ridge Village. 38. When they were nonetheless indicted by a federal grand jury, Wilson and his men quickly pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge in tribal court and were assessed $10 fines. Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Clayton thereupon announced that no federal prosecutions would be initiated because any felony charges brought by his office would constitute double jeopardy. When asked by interviewers whether the whole thing hadn't 244 been whitewashed, as critics have long contended, Brew replied, "Yeah, I guess maybe it was." 3. 9. At one point the former goon leader denies having personally killed anyone. "No, I never did. I never did kill anybody. Like I said, I might have smoked them up pretty bad where they thought they were gonna die. But I never did really kill them." However, he also says, "T've come close, I think, you know. I've beat some people with clubs that I was worried wouldn't live, and I worried the few times that I did kill somebody." Further, he readily admits that the goons as a whole did regularly commit homicide, some, let's say different incidents. 4. Certain of these incidents concern the much-rumored murder of at least 13 individuals engaged in transporting supplies through goon and federal lines during the 1973 siege of Wounded Knee. TRLNNT Len if THPT Lay 11 PC. THPM on THPFNTRPCFLLLSP. Like I said, there would be witnesses. More likely, they took them off by themselves, if they did this. Like I say, I don't know. They might have done it. I know that there was one group of guys that had that roadblock that, done a guy in pretty bad, just beatin' him with a weapon. Hey, ended up really pistol whippin' him and usin' weapons on him, you know? More, I've never heard of them ever taking a guy to the hospital as bad as he was beat up. He was probably killed somewhere. 41. A customary goon squad practice was to conduct drive-by shootings of the homes of movement people, you know, if there was too many AIM members there, or something, maybe would take a cruise by and shoot them up. Often, Brewer recalls, we would set it up so that drive-bys would be blamed on AIM. During the course of his interview, he drove reporters through the Cherry Hill housing project, where a lot of AIM people used to live, pointing out specific dwellings which had been shot up and or firebombed by goon patrols. I know it was done quite a bit. Any time gathered up the AIM people. A lot of times we had a little war. Somebody would go by and they would open up. I guess the housing that was really the one that was shot up the most was probably Cherry Hills. There was a lot of AIM. That's where AIM, the majority of them lived there at one. Death squads in THE Unit ED State S. Time, the supporters of AIM. So it was shot up a lot. Them houses are a real mess. 245. Nor was Cherry Hill the only such target. I know firebombed a house in Crazy Horse once because one of the guys that lived there was an AIM supporter. Brewer also acknowledges that it was goons who, on March 3, 1973, firebombed the home of journalist Aaron D'Souza and his wife, Betty, in order to send a message that they should suspend publication of an anti-Wilson tabloid based in the reservation village of Manderson. Betty D'Souza was badly burned in the ensuing blaze. Among other targets of goon firebombings were the home of elderly traditional Oglala Lakota chief Frank Fools Crow on March 5, 1975, and that of his assistant, Matthew King, on March 3. The home of AIM member Severt Young Bear, near the reservation hamlet of Porcupine, was shot up on at least 6 occasions and firebombed twice in little more than a year. 42. In another of many more noteworthy incidents, this one occurring on November 17, 1975, BIA police officer / goon Jesse Trueblood shot up an AIM house belonging to Chester and Bernice Stone in Oglala, another reservation village. He seriously wounded all 5 occupants and permanently maimed 2 of them, an adult named Louis Tian and 3-year-old Johnny Musso. Trueblood himself was found dead in his patrol car shortly thereafter, shot in the back of the head with his own service revolver. The FBI, incredibly, listed the cause of death as suicide. Brewer concurs that the federal finding was absurd. Jesse had a disability which prevented him from lifting his arms in such a way that he could have shot himself like that, but says he has no idea who did the killing. It is commonly accepted around Oglala that Trueblood was murdered by a prominent goon leader, who availed himself of the opportunity presented by the confusion attending the drive-by to settle a romantic dispute with his erstwhile colleague. Asked about the source of the increasingly sophisticated weaponry the goons came to possess, Brewer alludes repeatedly to the idea that the FBI armed his group both directly and through indirect. 246. Conduits with items such as Thompson submachine guns and M16s. Some of it was given, like I told you, in a little in Rapid City where they would give you some weapons, and in another location where they would tell you to come up with this amount of money and we'll tum all this over to you. WE had M16s, he says. 30 caliber carbines, a lot of military stuff. Supplies of ammunition for such hardware were lavish. There's sometimes that you, like at one time I probably had 5 bandoliers full of and boxes of ammo for this, the 9mm. It looked like it was probably police stuff. It was always cheap when we got it. All this included more than ammunition and automatic weapons. Brewer itemizes provision of plastic explosives, det cord, fragmentation grenades, as well as dynamite and blasting caps, to the goons. He contends that certain of the less exotic but nonetheless expensive weapons used by the goons, such as .300 Weatherby rifles, were provided at little or no charge by white vigilante Group S. Some of the M16s, he says, accrued from BIA police inventories provided by the federal government. Most of the rest of the hard-to-get gear came in clandestine fashion from FBI personnel and /or black drug gun dealers in Rapid City motel rooms, usually at the local Holiday Inn. Oh, you'd go to their room with this big suitcase and show you a bunch of weapons, grenades, det cord, blasting caps, whatever, and give you some. Here, take this. A couple guys I know of walked around with blasting caps in their shirt pockets. In those instances where the black gun dealers effected transfer of weapons and explosives, agents were in the motel, monitoring the activity. 43. When asked whether the agents were aware the goons were in possession of such illegal paraphernalia, Brewer responded, "Sure." As an illustration, he recounted an occasion when, with FBI agents in adjoining rooms, a goon playing with a newly acquired weapon accidentally discharged it in the Holiday Inn, blowing a hole in the floor. No investigation was made, nor was any other action taken by the Bureau. Brewer also mentions repeatedly that agents visiting his home were routinely shown illegal weapons in his poor death squads in THELJNITEDST8S 247. So null possession, and often informed of how he planned to use them. Such matters failed to evoke a negative response, never mind an arrest from the agents. To the contrary, they customarily advised him to be careful as he went about his business. At another point Brewer explains that as a reward for his engaging in a fist fight with AIM leader Russell Means, he was given a .357 Magnum, 6-inch barrel. 300 and some bucks, brand new. Real nice. I carried that a long time. 44. He also states categorically that the FBI supplied the goons with special types of armor-piercing ammunition, which was real expensive and restrict to law enforcement personnel, so the gunmen could hit their aim targets even if they were in a brick building or something. This led to a question concerning the best way to hit a house, to which the goon leader responded. Best way to hit it is probably just to, like I say, have your lookouts, and when there is nobody around and it's nice and quiet, have your, like I said, your assault car with all the weapons in it. And do it from the road. Don't cruise up to the house because then you got return fire. Then you got a war. Most of the point of shooting up a house is just to prove that we didn't approve of gathering, you know, and we want them to know that we're on our toes and watching them. When asked why the Bureau might provide or arrange provision of so much costly ordnance to an irregular force like the goons, Brewer was unequivocal, they just didn't want them people to survive. I thought that maybe I think they was hoping that we would just kill them all, you know. Goon murders. The former head goon offers considerable perspective upon the FBI's inability to cope with the wave of violent deaths on Pine Ridge. Take, for example, one of the more mysterious homicides involved in the entire reign of terror on the reservation, that of Jeanette Bissonnette, a not especially prominent activist, at about 1:00 a.m. on the morning of March 27, 1975. Careful observers have all along suspected the victim was mistakenly killed by a goon sniper who confused her car with a similar one driven by traditionalist leader and AIM supporter Ellen Moves Camp. The FBI, for reasons it has never 248 adequately explained, insisted the killing must have been done by militants and expended an appreciable quantity of investigative energy attempting to link Northwest AIM leader Leonard Peltier to the crime. However, Brewer frames the matter a bit differently. I know there was people killed during that time, like that Bissonnette lady down in, near Oglala. We didn't do that type of stuff. He also extends an interesting interpretation of what the FBI described as the justifiable homicide of AIM supporter Pedro Bissonnette at a police roadblock near Pine Ridge Village on the night of October 17, 1973. Brewer suggests the killer, BIA police officer / goon Joe Clifford, may have been not so much Politi Lally Ella Ludovic, UAHWDT, LLRDT, UUIULIDD, that Bissonnette had undergone a stormy marriage to his sister. They had a real fiery romance, I guess. And it didn't end well. So maybe there was enough hatred this officer enough to end the guy's life. Maybe was worried that was coming back to raise hell with his sister or something. In either event, whether it was motivated politically or on the basis of a personal grudge, the killing plainly added up to murder rather than the self-defense explanation officially registered by the FBI, and confirmed by government contract coroner W.O. Brown. 45. Concerning the murder of AIM supporter Byron DeSouza near the reservation hamlet of Wanblee on January 30, 1976, Brewer states that he did not participate directly, since the locale was outside his normal area of operations. On the other hand, he candidly acknowledges providing some of the weapons used by goon leader Chuck Richards, Dick Wilson's younger son, Billy, and others in committing the crime. Still, he holds his silence about the implications of two FBI agents arriving on the scene shortly after the murder, being informed by witnesses as to the identity of the killers, and then making no arrests. Similarly, he stands mute with regard to the significance of Delmar Eastman's subsequent dispatch of a BIA police unit, not to arrest DeSouza's murderers, but to remove them safely from Wanblee when it became apparent area residents might retaliate. 46. On the matter of the execution-style slaying of AIM activist Anna Mae Aquash, whose body was found in a ravine near Wanblee on February 24, 1976, Brewer admits there is strong evidence pointing to BIA police investigator Paul Herman. But, as Brewer puts it, the FBI couldn't tie him into the Aquash murder because the nature of her death failed to conform to Herman's peculiar mode of killing. Got sent off shortly after that. He killed a young girl, burned her with cigarette butts, just done a whole bunch of things. Anna May Aquash, she wasn't done like that. She was shot. If this guy was a maniac and burned his victims with a cigarette and done things, why didn't he do it too? She wasn't, sex UAL could cover for them on the way back. We had 3 different plans, I guess. We sat down there at the creek I don't know how many times and went over that. As it happened, however, Kohler and Williams were sent in to get things rolling, but we never really knew they had this, the Jumping Bull Hall, the Jumping Bull place with all these warriors down there. And that's when they killed them agents. Asked why he and his men hadn't responded, T.O. Williams radioed please, once the firefight had begun in earnest, for someone to get on the high ground adjacent to the Jumping Bull property and provide covering fire while he and his partner withdrew. Brewer responded. If we could have got ourselves into that position where we went to the top of that hill, they peoples must confront the effects of technology, come to an INTE-graded conception of how our species came to be, what it has accomplished, and where it can expect to go in the millennia ahead, are inconstant in everything, but what fear constraineth them to keep. Crafty, timorous, quick of apprehension and very ingenious, some are of disposition fearful, some bold, most cautious, all savage. They soon move to anger, and are so malicious that they seldom forget an injury, they seldom steal from one another, lest their conjurers reveal it, and so they be pursued and punished. Smith's commentary was followed in short order by that of Alexander Whitaker. Let the miserable condition of these naked slaves of the devil move you to compassion toward them. They acknowledge that there is a great God, but they know him not, wherefore they serve the devil for fear, after a most base manner. They live naked of body, as if the shame of their sin deserved no covering. They esteem it a virtue to lie, deceive, steal. If this be their life, what think you shall become of them after death, but to be partakers with the devil and his angels in hell for evermore? 2. In 1632, Thomas Morton added to the growing list of English-language publications originating in the Atlantic seaboard colonies concerned with the indigenous population. Now since it is but footy and raiment that men that live need death, why should not the natives of New England be said to live richly, having no want of either? Cloaks are the badge of sin, and the more variety of fashions is but the greater abuse of the creature. The beasts of the forest there deserve to furnish them at any time when they please. Fish and flesh they have in great abundance which they roast and boil. The rarity of the air begot by the medicinal quality of the sweet herbs of the country, always procures good stomachs to the inhabitants. According to humane reason guided only by the light of nature, these people led the more happy and freer life, being void of care, which torments the minds of so many Christians. They are not delighted in baubles, but in useful things. 3. And, in 1654, Edward Johnson penned the following concerning the English colonists' 1637 extermination of the Pequot. The Lord in his mercy toward his poor churches having thus destroyed these bloody barbarous Indians, he returns his people safely to their vessels, where they take account of their prisoners. The squaws and some young youths they brought home with them, and finding the men guilty of the crimes they undertook the war for, they brought away only their heads. 4. Literature and the Colonization 299. Each of the remarks cited here serves at least a twofold purpose. First, each contributed decisively to establishing Native Americans as a topic for English-language writing originating in the Americas. Second, each established the groundwork for a stereotype which assumed increasing prominence in American literature. Smith's writing played upon the persistent image of the Indian as a sort of subhuman, animal-like creature who was a danger to hardy Anglo frontiersmen. Whitaker reinforced an already pervasive European notion of the Indian as godless heathen subject to redemption through the civilizing ministrations of Christian missionaries. Morton's often confused prattle went far in developing the noble savage mythology in the Americas. Johnson mined the vein of a militaristic insistence that the native was an incorrigible hindrance to European progress in North America, a miscreant barrier to be overcome only through the most liberal applications of fire and cold steel. With primary stereotyping trends isolated in letters, however, one must also be aware of another important genre of the same period, one which tends to cut across stereotypic lines and which might be perceived as generating a most heatedly emotional and decidedly anti-Indian popular response among readers, the so-called narratives of Indian captives. Perhaps the first manuscript of this school was published in 1682 by Mrs. Mary Rowlandson. Samples of her prose clearly meet the standards established above. Now away we must go with those barbarous creatures, with our bodies wounded and bleeding, and our hearts no less than our bodies. This was the dolefullest night that ever my eyes saw. Oh, the roaring and singing and dancing and yelling of those black creatures in the night, which made the place a lively resemblance of hell. Such narratives were copiously cited as evidence by such unabashed white supremacists as Increase Mather in his 1684 epic, Essay for the Recording of Illustrious Providences. Not to be outdone, Brother Cotton joined in with his Magnalia Christi Americana of 1702. In fine, when the children of the English captives cried at any time, so that they were not presently quieted, the manner of the Indians was to dash out their brains against a tree. They took the small children, and 300 held 'em under water till they had near drowned them. And the Indians in their frolics would whip and beat the small children, until they set 'em into grievous outcries, and then throw 'em to their amazed mothers for them to quiet 'em as well as they could. 6. This one/accounting was followed by others such as William Fleming's narrative of the sufferings and surprising deliverances of William and Elizabeth Fleming in 1750 and the even more venomous French and Indian cruelty exemplified, in the life and various vicissitudes of fortune, of Peter Williamson in 1757. From these few instances of savage cruelty, the deplorable situation of these defenseless inhabitants, and what they hourly suffered in that part of the globe, must strike the utmost horror to a human soul, and cause in every breast the utmost detestation, not only against the authors of such tragic scenes, but against those who through inattentions, or pusillanimous and erroneous principles, suffered these savages at first, unrepelled, or even unmolested, to commit such outrages and incredible jeopardy.l.iuldllljllujjl. In themselves, each of the works produced by the writers covered in this section ostensibly has more to do with the non-fictional strains which have developed over the years in American literature than with the generic or popular term literature. While the books and papers comprising historical archives are technically referred to as the literature, the generally understood and popularly held sense of the term refers quite specifically to material intentionally written and representative of fictive expression. The two modes are theoretically quite distinctive. Still, the allegedly non-fiction writing of the early English colonists noted above has had a large impact by creating the very conditions of stereotype and emotionalism from which later literary efforts sprang. From the initial poorly informed reports on the Red Man emerged the bigoted and ethnocentric literary attitudes of pious but land-hungry Puritans. Soon were to follow the commercial and greatly fictional captivity narratives, and then the tom-of-the-century histories of the Indian Wars. Perhaps the most tragic thing is that this was only the beginning. Literature and the Colonization 301. The Literary Version of Manifest Destiny. Perhaps the first American work which might appropriately be termed a novel concerning American Indians was Charles Brockden Brown's 1799 release, Edgar Huntley. It was followed, in reasonably short order for the time, by two chapters Traits of the Indian Character and Philip of Pecanicut devoted to the extermination of the Narragansetts during what the colonists called King Philip's War in Washington Irving's sketch book, dating from 1819. The latter absorbs the noble savage stereotype associated with Thomas Morton's earlier work. Even in his last refuge of desperation and despair, a sullen grandeur gathers round his memory. We picture him to ourselves seated among his careworn followers, brooding in silence over his blasted fortunes and acquiring a savage sublimity from the wilderness of his lurking place. Defeated but not dismayed, crushed to earth but not humiliated, he seemed to grow more haughty beneath disaster and experience a fierce satisfaction in draining the last dregs of bitterness. 9. By 1823, James Fenimore Cooper was on the scene, and between then and 1841 his cumulative novels including The Pioneers, The Last of the Mohicans, The Deerslayer, The Prairie, and The Pathfinder had firmly established all four of the stereotypes denoted in Section I within the popular consciousness. Of course, Cooper had considerable help. During the same period, Chateaubriand's Attila appeared, as well as novels by William Gilmore Simms, including Thya Massey and Guy Rovers. Then, there were poems such as John Greenleaf Whittier's 1835 epic Mog Megon and, by 1855, Henry W. Longfellow's The Song of Hiawatha, To the Driving Cloud, and The Burial of Minnesink. In a less pretentious vein, there was also during this general period the so-called juvenile fiction exemplified by Mayne Reid in The Scalp Hunters and Desert Home. The list is considerable. The elements of this rapidly proliferating mass of creative output shared several features in common. For instance, none possessed the slightest concrete relationship to the actualities of native culture they portrayed. Hence, each amounted to the imaginative invention of the authors who by virtue of their medium were alien to the context of which they presumed to write. It can be argued, and has/o that such prerogatives rest squarely within the realm of the fiction writer. While this may be true in an aesthetic sense, the practical application of the principle breaks down on at least two levels. The justifying aesthetic rationale is itself an aspect of the European cultural context which generated the literate format at issue. Hence, utilizing aesthetic freedom as a justifying basis for the distortive literary manipulation of non-European cultural realities is merely a logically circular continuum. It may perhaps be reasonable that Europe is entitled to fabricate whole aspects of its own socio-cultural existence. However, the unilaterally extended proposition that such entitlement reaches into cross-cultural areas seems arrogant in the extreme, little more than a literary manifest destiny. Regardless ot the contradictions IL 6. Purely European aesthetic values within a cross-cultural context, it must be held in mind that none of the authors in question operated in this abstract sense. In each case, a more or less fictionally intended novel or poetic development was derived from the equally European but ostensibly non-fictive works cited in the previous section. Consequently, each later literary figure could lay claim to the authentic ity of a firm grounding in the historical record. That such history utterly ignored the indigenous oral accountings of the people/events thus portrayed, and did so in favor of the thoroughly alien literate record, serves to illustrate the self-contained dynamic through which literature dismisses anything beyond its pale. Again, the logic describes a perfect circle, product and proof are one and the same. The advent of the treatment of American Indians within a formalized American literature does not imply a cessation or even necessarily a diminishing of the non-fictional writing from which the fictional material grew. Perhaps its most telling example rests within the introduction of Indian religions to the readership of popular magazines during the 19th century. For example, in an 1884 essay published in Atlantic Monthly, writer Charles Leland asserted that there is no proof of the existence among our Indians of a belief in a great spirit or in an infinite God before the coming of the whites. And William Wassell, in an article in Harper's Monthly, felt a factual sort of hope in the freeing of pagan savages from the sorcery and jugglery of weaswand medicine men by Christian missionaries who convinced them of simple teachings of the Bible. 12. In the same vein, Amanda Miller celebrated the documentation of such civilizing successes in an 1869 issue of Overland Monthly. The contrast between the assemblage of hideously painted savages, whose countenances were rendered still the more revolting by their efforts to intensify their passions of hatred and revenge in their incantations of demonaltry, and the placid and devoted one-auric/mythic siege guns fully to the past. In this way, the present for the native could be perpetually precluded through the maintenance of this seamlessly constituted surrogate reality as myth. Clearly too, any perpetual present must encompass the future as well as the moment. The indigenous reality, the national culture of Fanon's thesis, is thereby hopelessly trapped within the definitional power of the oppressor, drifting endlessly in lazy hermeneutic circles, stranded in a pastless/presentless/futureless vacuum. The national identity of the colonizer is created and maintained through the usurpation of the national identity of the colonized, a causal relationship. The final conquest of its continental landmass by the United States absorbed the whole of the 19th century, a period which coincided with the formal creation of American literature. Region by region, tribe by tribe, indigenous cultures were overwhelmed and consigned to the reservation status marking the physical characteristics of U.S. internal colonialism. Throughout this era, an overarching theme in American writing, from the embryonic work of Charles Brockden Brown and W. Washington Irving to the late-century tracts of Charles Leland and Alfred Riggs, was the Indian. Or, rather, a certain image of the Indian which complemented the need of the nation's Euro-American population to supplant the original inhabitants of the land. Replacing troops and guns with self colonization. In the late 19th century, another shift occurs. Where initial English colonial writings seem primarily to be seriously concerned with the Christian/heathen dichotomy, 19th century American literature gravitates more and more toward themes involving the civil versus savage juxtaposition. The trappings of quasi-missionary rhetoric are maintained in treatments such as that written by Amanda Miller, to be sure, but this is a blurring of distinctions of the same order as the overlapping of content evident between Smith, Whitaker, and Morton in an earlier period. By the late 1800s, the original imperatives of missionarism, obvious enough in Puritan literature, had given way to a posture whereby Christianization simply marked a signification of the transition of the savage to civilized status. Another signification of the civilizing process was literacy itself. Therein, a primary tool of the formulation and justification of European colonialism was offered up as a focus for attainment to the colonized. As the articulation of manifest destiny doctrine underscored Euro-America's assumed right to its concrete territorial ambitions, so too did articulation of aesthetic doctrine reserve unto the literate the right to interpret history and reality at will. In America, both theses were developed during the same period and progressed virtually in tandem. Both were designed to serve the population which invented them at the direct expense of others. But, while the most overt expressions of manifest destiny have become politically outmoded and have fallen into disrepute, the logic of literate aesthetic primacy has, if anything, become a dominant social norm. The final absorption of the Western United States into the national domain was accompanied by a constantly increasing public zeal to civilize the savage, or at least the popular conception of the savage. This latter is of considerable importance insofar as therein lies the primary function of literature within colonialism. The overwhelming preponderance of writing concerning the American Indian during the U.S. expansion was designed to create an image allowing conquest for the Indian's own good, to effect betterment and progress. The potential for a mass psychology of national guilt at its apparent policy of genocide and theft could be offset in no other conceivable fashion at that time. Further, the imposition of literacy and education can be perceived as the most effective means to inculcate in the Indians themselves a correct understanding of the appropriateness of their physical and cultural demise. As has been noted in this connection, since schooling was brought to non-Europeans as a part of empire, it was integrated into an effort to bring indigenous peoples into imperial colony structures. After all, Did not the European teacher and the school built on the European capitalist model transmit European values and norms and begin to transform traditional societies into modern ones? 20. 310. At this juncture, a truly seamless model of colonialism makes its appearance, the training of the colonized to colonize themselves. In this sense, hegemony over truth and knowledge replaces troops and guns finally as the relevant tool of colonization. Literature, always an important property of the European colonial process, assumes an increasingly important centrality to maintenance of the system. As Albert Memmi has observed, in order for the colonizer to be a complete master, it is not enough for him to be so in actual fact, but he must also believe in it's the will and reason to live. Both are horrible. 322. Recreating Indians as destroyers of the ecology. The analysis advanced by Russell Means, Pam Colorado, and other American Indians is substantially borne out by developments during the second half of the 1980s, as the line separating appropriation of the forms of indigenous spiritual tradition from the outright expropriation of that tradition has evaporated. Over the past few years, a major intellectual enterprise among New Age adherents has been the demystification of pre-contact Native America. Although the variants of this effort vary widely, they take as a common objective the reinterpretation of one or more positive aspects and attainments of autonomous indigenous society, proving that they never existed. Inevitably, the conclusion is reached that whatever is under discussion was actually introduced to the hemisphere by European invaders at some point after 1500. Hertek, v. CFLLLD. Radical ecologists such as George Backslash-Kirchner arguing in the pages of the supposedly progressive journal Earth First that, far from having achieved spiritual traditions predicated in an understanding of natural harmony and balance, ancient American Indians were really the first environmental pillagers. This flat reversal of even the most elementary meanings of native tradition is then explained as W. E. Earthner wanders through a consistently self-contradictory and wildly convoluted monologue in which he saddles North American indigenous societies with everything from the extinction of the woolly mammoth to desertification of the Sonora. That he deviates radically from logic, known fact, and even plain common sense while making his case does nothing to deter his stream of bald assertion. Predictably, from this contrived springboard he is able to contend with superficial plausibility that the conceptualization now termed ecology did not, as is popularly imagined, spring from traditional Native American practice. Rather, in Werthner's more informed view, it stems from the fertility of advanced brains such as his own. It follows that he feels compelled to demand that American Indians abandon the myth and falsity of their own belief structures in favor of the outlook he and his colleagues have expropriated from them. A Little Matter of Genocide 323. In a more public vein, the thinly veiled racism of Werthner's sort of theorizing has set the stage for the celebrated environmentalist author Edward Abbey to launch himself full tilt into avowals of an imagined superiority of Northern European culture worthy of Joseph Goebbels and Alfred Rosenberg. Perhaps more pragmatically, it has simultaneously laid the basis for Earth First political leader Dave Foreman to declare Indian peoples a threat to the habitat and urge both ecologists and New Agers to actively resist their land and water rights claims. All of this might be to some extent dismissible as the ravings of an irrelevant lunatic fringe were it not for the fact that, as usual, such ideas are finding their way into the realm of mainstream academia, where they are being sanctioned and codified as knowledge, truth, and scholarship. The interlock and continuity between the expropriation of the physical resources of Native America on the one hand, and the expropriation of its spiritual, conceptual traditions on the other, could not be more clearly revealed. Comes now Sam D. Gill, a non-Indian professor of religious studies at the University of Colorado/Boulder, and an alleged specialist in Native American spirituality. In all fairness, it should be noted that Gill has heretofore been known primarily not so much on the grounds of his theses on Indian religion as for his advocacy of a rather novel approach to teaching. In essence, this seems to be that the crucial qualification for achieving university-level faculty status is to admittedly know little or nothing of the subject matter one is supposed to teach. as he himself put it in an essay contained in On Te Aching, a 1987 anthology of teaching excellence. In my classes on Native American religions I found I could not adequately describe the roles of women in Native American cultures and religions. RO begin to resolve my ignorance about Native American women and to pursue research. Point 1 Finally offered a senior-level course on Native American women and religions. This course formally initiated my long-term research on Mother Earth. Two things are striking here. First, Gill seems from the outset to simply disregard the obvious literal meanings of statements by three different American Indians: the 19th century W.A. Napam leader Smahala, contemporary Navajo politician Peterson Za, and AIM leader Russell Means, which he quotes on the same page. In each of these diverse utterances, the speaker refers to the earth herself as being the mother. All allegorical references to human anatomy, e.g., the soil as skin, rocks as bones, are clearly extended from this premise in an effort to allow the listener to apprehend the concept at issue. No attempt is being made to utilize the earth as an allegory by which to explain some humanesque entity. Second, Gill immediately insists upon precisely this reversal of polarities, quoting Edward Taylor to the effect that, among the native races of America, the Earth Mother is one of the great personages of mythology from all social and cultural responsibility. In order for the legitimacy to be complete, it is not enough for the colonized to be a slave, he must also accept his role. The bond between colonizer and colonized is thus destructive and creative. 335. Within the context of our immediate concern, these insights add up to the circumstance where Native Americans are marginalized or barred from participation in the generation of knowledge concerning their histories, cultures, and beliefs. The realities at issue are then systematically supplanted, negated, and reconstructed to suit the psychological needs of the current crop of colonizers, and the result reproduced as truth among both the oppressors and the oppressed. As early as 1973, Jamaica Highwater was telling us that is not simply a matter of getting the facts wrong, but of developing a credible falsehood. In 1984, he went further. The final belief is to believe in a fiction, which you know to be a fiction. There being nothing else, the exquisite truth is to know that it is a fiction and that you believe in it willingly. In its final manifestation, the mythology which is forged in this process always assumes the form of an inclusive doctrine, legitimizing the present colonial status quo. The invaders' contributions, however invented they may be, inevitably entitle them to superior status. There may have been a problem once, but it's in the past, so forget it. We're all in this together now, so let's move forward. I'm okay, you're okay, and so on. We can now name the ideology which motivates the Sam Gills of America. It is called New Age, but as Russell Means once remarked, it represents only the same old song of Europe. And, in the contemporary United States, its codification has rapidly become an academic growth industry. Hence, the living fabric of Indian society is to be destroyed as its youth are educated to view their heritage in exactly the same way as those who seek to subsume it. This is no rupture with, but rather a continuation and perfection of the twin systems of colonization and 336. Genocide which have afflicted Native America for the past 400 years. From this vantage point, false as it is from start to finish, the scholarly disgrace which constitutes Mother Earth really is an American story. 1. Sources: Adams, Hank, Cannibal Green. Butts, Arthur D., The Hoax of the 20th Century, The Case Against the Presumed Extermination of European Jewry. Camoe, Martin, Education as Cultural Imperialism. Churchill, Ward, Ayn Rand and the Sioux Tonto Revisited, Another Look at Hanta-Wyo, Lakota Iapaha, Volume 4, No. 2, Oglala Sioux Community College. DeMille, Richard, Castaneda's Journey. DeMille, Richard, ed., The Don Juan Papers, Further Castaneda Controversies. Gill, Sam, The Continuity of Research and Classroom Teaching, or How to Have Your Cake and Eat It. in On Te Aching, ed. Mary and Shea. Harwood, Richard, did 6 million really de. Means, Russell, The Same Old Song, in Marxism and Native Americans, ed. Ward. Churchill. Memmi, Albert, Colonizer and Colonized. Red Fox, William, The Memoirs of Chief Red Fox. Seals, David, The Pow Wow Highway. Storm, High Maosts, 7 Arrows. Sunbear and Wabin, The Medicine Wheel, Earth Astrology. Werthner, George, An Ecological View of the Indian, Earth First, Volume 7, No. 7. Another Dry White. Season. Gerrymanders in the Absence of the Sacred. In many ways, the issue is still one of appropriation. The dominant culture, or its representatives, entitle themselves to intellectual assets of the dominated in exactly the same ways they've historically entitled themselves to possession of land, resources, and other material assets. The present interaction, intellectually speaking, is simply an extension or broadening of the same old colonial paradigm. Jimmy Durham, Alfred University, 1991. EY just can't help it? I swear, they really can't. It's too deeply one. Ingrained in the subconscious, a matter of subliminal presumption. No matter how well-intentioned or insightful, regardless of how critical of the dominant conceptual paradigm and sensitive to non-Western perspectives, the theoretical writing of Euro-American men and most white women as well seems destined with a sort of sad inevitability to become yet another exercise in intellectual appropriation, a reinforcement of the very hegemony they purport to oppose. To expect otherwise, one supposes, would be to expect that a leopard will change its spots. This remains true despite the author's most genuinely held desires that things be otherwise, not to mention their oft and fervently expressed assertions that, in their own cases at least, such wishes have already been fulfilled. Tak, as a prime example, Gerrymander S. book, In the Absence of the Sacred, The Failure of Ethnology and the Survival of Indian Nations. There can be no question that the author's credentials as a proponent of fundamental and positive social change are impeccable. He is committed to re-establishing global ecological equilibrium and opposing the blatant anthropocentrism which, more than any other factor, signifies the Judeo-Christian tradition of knowing. He is undoubtedly sincere in his contention, voiced throughout his treatise, that the only viable route forward is a wholesale abandonment of Euro-supremacist assumptions and a concomitant answer. 337. 338. Of what may be termed the indigenous worldview on a planetary scale. He is articulate and effective at times, even eloquent in elaborating his thesis. Yet, in many respects, the book embodies the worst of what he intends to oppose. The book, Mander explains in the introduction, was originally conceived as two different projects, one about the technological fetishism of mainstream culture, the other about contemporary indigenous societies. The first was intended to raise questions about whether technological people who always told us that this way would not work, and continue to say so now. Finally, which is the more romantic view? Another dry white SESON 339. Point, that technology will fix itself and lead us to paradise, or that the answer is something far simpler. In the latter connection, he implies that indigenous alternatives to the current Eurodominant status quo will be presented for consideration by readers. They will form a basis upon which the reader may form reasonable opinions as to which of the numerous options makes most sense. Fair enough. Even commendable. But the issue is how this worthy promise was approached, packaged, and presented by its author. A glimpse of the Technopian future. In terms of his first emphasis, upon the Western preoccupation with techne and its likely consequences, Mander succeeds admirably. His tour de force wholeheartedly embraces and gives non-fictional form to Kurt Vonnegut's sentiment that, just because some of us can read and write and do a little math, that doesn't mean we deserve to conquer the universe. 2. He presents not only a summary of the analysis contained in his earlier 4 arguments for the elimination of television, but equally compelling chapters on biotechnology, the increasingly regimented corporate state structure of modern society, computers, extraterrestrial exploration/colonization, and nanotechnology. 3. Much useful corroborative information is arrayed with respect to nuclear technology, robotics, aerospace technology, and so on. It is a devastating panorama overflowing with portraits of rampant technocratic insanity. To produce the cultural uniformity necessary for maximally efficient product consumption, an increasingly somnambulistic humanity is permanently plugged by its alpha brain waves into electronic TV pulses. 4. Bacteriological/viral strains designed to target and eliminate specific human groups are unleashed as a vehicle of species improvement. A quasi-human master race is genetically engineered and manufactured while undesirable racial/ethnic characteristics among the actual human population are suppressed through a variety of means. Entire new species of life, deemed useful by technocrats, are created while existing or useless species are eradicated at an ever greater rate. 340. As a way of offsetting negative effects such as ozone depletion which accompany any permanent spiral of production and consumption, the molecular alteration of virtually the entire ecosphere is undertaken. The premise of technotopianism is that the natural world can and must be extinguished in its entirety, replaced with a marketable and therefore better artificial or surrogate environment. 6. This doomsday scenario is powerfully reinforced by the leading advocates of unrestrained technocracy spelling out their visions of our collective future. For instance, Mander quotes the president of the R.J. Nabisco Corporation. Looking forward to the day when Arabs and Americans, Latins, and Scandinavians will be munching Ritz crackers as enthusiastically as they already drink Coke or brush their teeth with Colgate. 6. He then juxtaposes this with a quote from radical social critic Holly Sklar to the effect that the ultimate goal of transnational corporatism is creation of an utterly Eurocentric global monoculture as a basis for profit maximization and consequent underwriting of perpetual technological innovation. Corporations not only advertise products, they promote lifestyles rooted in consumption, patterned largely after the United States. Look forward to a post-national age in which social, economic, and political values are transformed into universal values. A world economy in which all national economies beat to the rhythm of transnational corporate capitalism. The Western way is the good way, national culture is inferior. Mander demonstrates conclusively that the technologies at issue are not merely the stuff of Star Trek fantasies but are already under development. Some are well on the way to real-world manifestation. Lengthy quotes from such celebrated exponents of technotopianism as Herman Kahn and the late Gerard O'Neill illustrate the intended uses of such advances. As to cap his presentation, he uses a passage which might have been drawn straight from the script of Terminator, showcasing the enthusiastic projections of Hans Moravec, a leading and highly respected pioneer in the field of nanotechnics. Another dry white season. Moravec calmly explains how in the next 30 years we will bypass the present limits upon artificial intelligence and robotic mobility, to the point where we will be able to download all the content of our brains which are now unfortunately stuck in decaying biological entities into computers housed within mobile robots, thereby gaining us immortality, via these machines. The machines will evolve by their own design and, when given the knowledge of all the great thinkers on the planet, without the limitations and fragility of their flesh, will generate ideas and actions that will far exceed human achievement. Such machines could carry on our cultural evolution, including their own construction and rapid self-improvement, without us, and without the genes that built us. When that happens, our DNA will find itself out of a job, having lost the evolutionary race to a new kind of competition. The new genetic takeover will be complete. Our culture will be able to evolve independently of human biology and its limitations, instead passing directly from generation to generation of ever more capable intelligent machinery. 9. 34.1. The overall exposition on the perils of proliferating techno-order, advanced with impeccable logic and anchored by the use of quotations, is marred only by occasional and relatively minor inaccuracies, example observations that the American and British military first put to serious use as guidance systems for missiles during World War II, and that U.S. nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands occurred during the same war. Relatedly, the author states that the U.S. used machine guns to slaughter native people 100 years ago, while completing its conquest of their homelands in the lower 48 states. In actuality, neither the United States nor Great Britain possessed guided missiles during World War II, that dubious distinction being reserved to Germany, which developed no computers, in its creation of V-1 and V-2 weapons. World War II Allied computing capacity was devoted primarily to cryptography and nuclear physics. 10 Similarly, U.S. atomic weapons testing in the Marshalls did not begin until well after World War II, and true machine guns did not see application until World War I, fully a quarter century after the 1,890 Wounded Knee Massacre. The same sorts of problems with factual details appear when Mander takes up his second emphasis, the ongoing existence of land-based / nature-oriented indigenous cultures, which he posits as containing the best and perhaps only valid conceptual and practical alternatives to the ecocide and species suicide inherent to finalization of Western technocracy. 12. For instance, the noted Anishinaabe activist Dennis Banks becomes too a fugitive Sioux Indian leader. The author also displays an odd and irritating habit of referring to all indigenous societies as Indian-lithe Indian tribes of the Philippines, for example, despite the fact that no native peoples outside the Americas refer to themselves in this fashion. Nonetheless, he provides a lengthy and largely accurate catalogue of the circumstances presently confronting native people in the U.S., ARDT.H.EIR resista 1 CE to them. Illustrations Rand G. Pound R.O. The dire effects of the 1973 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act upon the circumpolar peoples of the Arctic North to the expropriation of Eastern Shoshone land in Nevada, the struggles of native Hawaiians to regain control over some portion of their homeland, the forced relocation of more than 10,000 traditional Big Mountain Dine, the usurpation of indigenous self-governance through the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, and the more recent impact of the Supreme Court's Geo Road decision. Voiding native rights to religious freedom. Why this exposition on the United States is coupled to a survey of the situations which he follows. University of California geographer Bernard Nietzschman in terming fourth WORLDWARs of native nations in Canada, Central and South America, the Pacific Basin, Africa, Asia, and, to some extent, Europe. 14. Such information is, like the analysis of technotopianism, undeniably useful and important, and one wishes to like the book on this basis alone. Equally undeniably, however, most of the material has been covered elsewhere, earlier, and often better, by various American Indian writers and spokespersons. Some are mentioned, but few cited, in Mander's text. Moreover, the great bulk of what he offers with regard to native peoples is little more than a journalistic litany chronicling who's doing what to whom, where, and why. In this sense, it is another D.R.Y. White SEASON 343. A continuation of the author's substantiation of the negative effects of technocratic mentality rather than the promised explanation of indigenous thinking. In this respect, aside from a couple of examples concerning management of animal populations, the book does not come close to borrow one of the author's pet phrases to living up to its advertising. The reason for this becomes readily apparent when one considers the list of contemporary native leaders and philosophers Mander compiles on page 383. The late Philip Lame Deer, Black Elk, Louis Badwound, Bill Wappa, and Dan Bommery. Jeanette Armstrong, John Mohawk, Winona LaDuke, Dagmar Thorpe, Chris Peters, Orrin Lyons, Leslie Silko, Vine Deloria, George Erasmus, Ann Scott Momaday, Leonard Peltier, Leon Chenando, Alfonso Ortiz, Thomas Banyasaya, Marie Helen LaRocque, Wilma Mankiller, and Paula Gunn Allen, to name a small number on this continent alone as having important things to tell non-Indians. This decidedly partial itemization of thing Native Americans must be seen in the context that only 3 of them are quoted or cited at any point in the entire book. This stands in stark contrast to the author's extensive quotations/citations of Euro-Americans. Nor do the quotes selected from those on Mander's Indian list measure up in terms of content to those chosen to represent the thing of their non-Indian counterparts. Polyglot activist Chris Peters is restricted to only a rhetorical flourish on the inability of the earth to sustain much more technico-one-tural advancement. Acclaimed Seneca social philosopher John Mohawk is afforded space to advance the weighty notion that one must listen with the heart if one is to understand indigenous wisdom. Onondaga faithkeeper Oren Lyons is interviewed to establish that the traditional government of the Haudenosaunee still functions in what it considers to be a sovereign manner. Lyons is supported by a quote from Yamasee historian Donald Grind on the influence of the Haudenosaunee on formation of the democratic ideals expressed by the U.S. Founding Fathers. Elsewhere, Mander makes much of a 344 pamphlet entitled A Basic Call to Consciousness, the edited transcript of a presentation made by the Haudenosaunee elders at a United Nations conference in 1977. 15. And that's it for articulations of contemporary indigenous intellectualism. It's not that these are the only native voices present in the volume. To the contrary, the author seems to have been at pains to assemble an impressive array of quotations, most of them lifted from books like Thomas R. Berger's Superb Village Journey and Julian Berger's Report from the Frontier from Grassroots People in the Alaskan North Country and Elsewhere. 16. But, unmistakably, each of these statements assumes the form of testimony. They are included not as intellectual contributions, but as documentation for the author's survey of damage and pain inflicted by the techno-order upon indigenous land and lives. Even quotations from activists such as Opta Matima, a Menominee also known as Ingrid Washinewatok, are arrayed only to have them proclaim that America never listens to American Indians. This is a far different matter than allowing them to explain for themselves what it is America hasn't heard and still isn't hearing. When it comes time to wax philosophical, and to thus lend meaning to things, Mander inevitably turns not to native sources or informants, but to an all but exclusively white, mostly male, oppositional intelligentsia of which he is a part. He designates this group as consisting of Jeremy Rifkin, as well as Ernest Kallenbach, Lester Brown, Wendell Berry, Thomas Berry, W.E.S. Jackson, Ann Ehrlich, Paul Ehrlich, David Brower, Hazel Henderson, Gary Coates, Eric Damman, Leopold Koer, Kirkpatrick Sale, Joanna Macy, Carolyn Marchant, Dolores LaChapelle, Ryan Eisler, Ivan Illich, Peter Berg, Richard Register, Hunter Lovins, Amory Lovins, Gary Snyder, Langdon Winner, Francis Morlap, Fritjof Capra, Stephanie Mills, Vandana Shiva, Elizabeth Dobson Gray, Charlene Spreetnick, Arne Neese, Susan Griffin, Starhawk allied themselves to Indian causes in recent months. The author is careful to leave unmentioned the well-known and decisive effect the speeches, writings, and recordings of former AIM National Chair John Trudell have had in achieving precisely this positive result. 31. This itemization of willful omissions could be continued at great length. Such distortions can hardly be termed accidental. Mander did not miss or forget to include such things as are covered in this section. He decided to suppress them, and to do so with complete and ruthless consistency. Nor is the reason he did so particularly mysterious. There is a term defining the political persuasion he brought to bear in his tailoring of information. It is called Zionism. In its most predominant form, it is the assertion by a thoroughly Europeanized segment of the Jewish people of a self-proclaimed inherent right to the land of others. 2. Integral to Zionist doctrine, quite similar in many ways to the sense of manifest destiny espoused by 19th-century Euro-America. 33. Has always been the contention that criticism of its tenets or practice is by definition anti-Semitic, therefore illegitimate, unworthy of exposure, and to be suppressed by any means available. 34. The author follows this prescription to the letter. He knew exactly what he was doing and why, at least in a substantial number. 350 of instances. His stifling of the native voice in favor of his own, and his ideological associates, was thus often conscious and intentional. The solution as problem. What is perhaps most telling in Mander's insinuation of a Zionist agenda is the implication that his support for and identification with the rights of indigenous peoples is, in the end, just as equivocal and conditional as any other Eurocentrists. While he is quite prepared to denounce the subordination and dispossession of native peoples in contexts of which he disapproves, he is equally willing to endorse and defend identical policies in contexts of which he approves for personal reasons. Such qualified championing of indigenous self-determination reduces to a kind of vulgar opportunism, little different in Pierre McKelpie from Ronald Reagan's IUD professed concern during the 1980s for the national and human rights of Sumu, Rama, and Mosquito Indians in Sandinista Nicaragua, while openly denying the same rights to native peoples within the United States. Moreover, Mander's tacit Zionist alignment qualifies and thus flatly contradicts the degree of his adherence to his own core perspective, that technoculture's massive alteration of nature has gone catastrophically wrong, can only get worse, and must therefore be opposed on all fronts. And proof always advanced by apologists for Israel on the Jewish right to occupancy in Palestine is that the Israelis, unlike the Palestinians they've displaced, have made the barren desert bloom via a hydrological reworking of virtually the entire country. 35. This is no different in substance from the proud claims of Arizona land developers, whose huge high-tech water diversion projects the author rightly decries as being suicidally destructive to the ecosphere. By standing mute concerning Israel's pronounced and accelerating transformation of its Mideastern habitat, he again demonstrates a willingness to accept such things, so long as they are undertaken by entities of which he otherwise approves. Back in the 60s, the Students for a Democratic Society employed a slogan which contended that if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Things have advanced a long distance since then, as in the absence of the sacred readily demonstrates. In handling this desperately important subject matter the way he has, seeking covertly to extend Eastern intellectual dominance across overtly non-Western thought and action, Jerry Mander has done much to take a substantial portion of the solution to our current technocratic dilemma and convert it into an aspect of the problem itself. Every one of us had a right to expect far more, and far better, from this self-styled alternative thinker. This book held the potential to yield a genuine breakthrough in popular consciousness regarding the possibility of a third way lying outside the capitalist/communist technological paradigm altogether. Instead, Mander has produced just another dry white season, one more excursion into that all-pervasive will to dominate which emblemizes the Eurocentric mind. For this, we owe him no debt of gratitude. Spiritual Hucksterism, the rise of the plastic medicine men. Yes, I know of Son Bear. He's a plastic medicine man. Matthew King, Oglala Lakota Elder, 1985. The past 20 years have seen the birth of a new growth industry in the United States. Known as American Indian Spiritualism, this profitable enterprise apparently began with a number of literary hoaxes undertaken by non-Indians such as Carlos Castaneda, J. Marks, Ruth B. B. Hill, and Lynn Andrews. A few Indians such as Alonzo Blacksmith, Chief Red Fox, and Hyameost Storm also cashed in, writing bad distortions and outright lies about indigenous spirituality for consumption in the mass market. The authors grew rich peddling their trash, while real Indians starved to death, out of the sight and mind of America. This situation has been long and bitterly attacked by legitimate Indian scholars, from Vine Deloria, Jr., to BEA Medicine, and by activists such as American Indian Movement leader Russell Means, Survival of American Indians Incorporated director Hank Adams, and the late Gerald Wilkinson, head of the National Indian Youth Council. Nonetheless, the list of phony books claiming alternately to debunk or to expose the innermost meanings of Indian spirituality continues to grow, as publishers recognize a surefire money maker when they see one. Most lately, Ostensibly scholarly publishers like the University of Chicago Press have joined the parade, generating travesties such as University of Colorado Professor Sam Gill's Mother Earth, An American Story. 355. 356. The insistence of mainstream America upon buying such nonsense has led Deloria to conclude that, white people in this country are so alienated from their own lives and so hungry for some sort of real life that they'll grasp at any straw to save themselves. But high-tech society has given them a taste for the quick fix. They want their spirituality pre-packaged in such a way as to provide instant insight, the more sensational and preposterous the better. They'll pay big bucks to anybody dishonest enough to offer them spiritual salvation after reading the right book or sitting still for the right 15-minute session. And, of course, this opens them up to every kind of mercenary hustler imaginable. It's all very pathetic, really. Oren Lyons, a traditional chief of the Onondaga Nation, concedes Deloria's point, but says the problem goes much deeper. Non-Indians have become so used to all this hype on the part of imposters and liars that when a real Indian spiritual leader tries to offer them useful advice, he or she is rejected. He or she isn't Indian enough for all these non-Indian experts on Indian religion. Now, this is not only degrading to Indian people, it's downright delusional behavior on the part of the instant experts who think they've got all the answers before they even hear the questions. The bottom line here, says Lyons, is that we have more need for intercultural respect today than at any time in human history. And nothing blocks respect and communication faster and more effectively than delusions by one party about another. We've got real problems today, tremendous problems, problems which threaten the survival of the planet. Indians and non-Indians must confront these problems together, and this means we must have honest dialogue. But this dialogue is impossible so long as non-Indians remain deluded about things as basic as Indian spirituality. Things would be bad enough if American Indian realities were being distorted only through books and movies. But, since 1970, there has also been a rapid increase in the number of individuals purporting to sell Indian wisdom in a more practical way. Following the example of people such as the Yogi Ramacharaka and Maharajaji, who have built lucrative careers marketing bastardizations of East Asian spiritual HUCK SM 357. Mysticism, these new entrepreneurs have begun cleaning up on selling Native American ceremonies for a fee. As Janet McLeod, a longtime fishing rights activist and elder of the Nisqually Nation, puts it, first they came to take our land and water, then our fish and game. Then they wanted our mineral resources and, to get them, they tried to take our governments. Now they want our religions as well. All of a sudden, we have a lot of unscrupulous idiots running around saying they're medicine people. And they'll sell you a sweat lodge ceremony for $50. It's not only wrong, it's obscene. Indians don't sell their spirituality to anybody, for any price. This is just another in a very long series of thefts from Indian people and, in some ways, this is the worst one yet. McLeod is scornful of the many non-Indian individuals who have taken up such practices professionally. These people run off to reservations acting all lost and hopeless, really pathetic. So, some elder is nice enough, considerate enough to be kind to them, and how do they repay this generosity? After 15 minutes with a spiritual leader, they consider themselves certified medicine people, and then run amok, spreading the word for a fee. Some of them even proclaim themselves to be official spiritual representatives of various Indian peoples. I'm talking about people like Dhani Awahu and Lynn Andrews. It's absolutely disgusting. But her real disdain is for those Indians who have taken up the practice of marketing their heritage to the highest bidder. We've also got Indians who are doing these things, McLeod continues. We've got our sun bears and our Wallace black elks and others who'd sell their own mother if they thought it would turn a quick buck. What they're selling isn't theirs to sell, and they know it. They're thieves and sellouts, and they know that too. That's why you never see them around Indian people anymore. When we have our traditional meetings and gatherings, You never see the sun bears and those sorts showing up. As Thomas Banyasaya, a spiritual elder of the Hopi, explains, these people have nothing to say on the matters they claim to be so expert about. To whites, they claim they're messengers, but from 358. Whom? They are not the messengers of Indian people. I am a messenger, and I do not charge for my ceremonies. Some OFTHE more sophisticated marketeers, such as Sun Bear, have argued that the criticisms of MacLeod and Banyasaya are misguided. Sun Bear has claimed that the ceremonies and wisdom he peddles are not truly Indian, although they are still based on Indian traditions. Yet his promotional literature refers to Native American spiritual wisdom, and offers ceremonies such as the Sweat Lodge for $50 per session, and Vision Quests at $150. Since when is the sweat not an Indian ceremony? Demands Russell Means, an outspoken critic of Sun Bear and his colleagues. It's not based on an Indian ceremony, it is an Indian ceremony. So is his so-called Vision Quest, the pipe, his use of the pipe, sage, and all the rest of it. Sun Bear is a liar, and so are all the rest of them who are doing what he's doing. All of them know good and well that the only reason anybody is buying their product is because of this image of Indianness they project. The most non-Indian thing about Sun Bear's ceremonies is that he's personally prostituted the whole thing by turning it into a money-making venture. Sun Bear has also contended that criticism of his activities is ill-founded because he has arrived at a spiritual stew of several traditions. His medicine wheel is Shoshone, and his herbal and other healing remedies accrue from numerous peoples, while many of his other ceremonies are Lakota in origin, and because he's started his own tribe, of which he's pronounced himself medicine chief. Of course, membership in this odd new entity, composed almost exclusively of Euro-Americans, comes with a hefty price tag attached. The idea has caught on among spiritual hucksters, as is witnessed by the formation of a similar fees-paid group in Florida, headed by a non-Indian calling himself Chief Piercing Eyes. This is exactly the problem, says Nilak Butler, an Inuit activist working in San Francisco. Sun Bear says he's not revealing some sort of secret Indian ways whenever there are Indians around to hear him. The rest of the time, he's the most Indian guy around, to hear him tell it. Whenever he's doing his spiel, anyway. But, you see, if there were any truth to his rap, he wouldn't have to be running around. Spiritual Hucksterism 359. Starting new tribes and naming himself head honcho and dues collector. He'd be a leader among his own people. The thing is, says Rick Williams, a Cheyenne/Lakota working at the University of Colorado, Sun Bear isn't recognized as any sort of leader, spiritual or otherwise, among his own Chippewa people. He's not qualified. It takes a lifetime of apprenticeship to become the sort of spiritual leader Sun Bear claims to be, and he never went through any of that. He's just a guy who hasn't been home to the White Earth Reservation in 25 years, pretending to be something he's not, feeding his own ego and making his living misleading a lot of sincere, but very silly people. In a lot of ways he reminds you of a low-grade Jimmy Swaggart or Pat Robertson type of individual. And another thing, Williams continues, Sun Bear hasn't started a new tribe. Nobody can just up and start a new tribe. What he's done is start a cult. And this cult he's started is playing with some very powerful things, like the pipe. That's not only stupid and malicious, it's dangerous. The danger Williams refers to has to do with the very power which makes American Indian spirituality so appealing to non-Indians in the first place. According to the late Matthew King, an elder spiritual leader among the Oglala Lakota, each part of our religion has its power and its purpose. Each people has their own ways. You cannot mix these ways together, because each people's ways are balanced. Destroying balance is a disrespect and very dangerous. This is why it's forbidden. Many things are forbidden in our religion. King continued. The forbidden things are acts of disrespect, things which unbalance power. These things must be learned, and the learning is very difficult. This is why there are very few real medicine men among us, only a few are chosen. For someone who has not learned how our balance is maintained to pretend to be a medicine man is very, very dangerous. It is a big disrespect to the powers and can cause great harm to whoever is doing it, to those he claims to be teaching, to nature, to everything. It is very bad. For all the above reasons, the Circle of Elders of the indigenous nations of North America, the representative body of traditional 360 indigenous leadership on this continent, requested that the American Indian movement undertake to end the activities of those described as plastic medicine men. The possibly sexist descriptor refers to individuals of both genders trading in the commercialization of indigenous spirituality. At its National Leadership Conference in 1984, AIM passed a resolution indicating that the will of the elders would be implemented. Specifically mentioned in the AIM resolution were Sun Bear and the so-called Bear Tribe Medicine Society and Wallace Black Elk and Grace Spotted Eagle of Denver, Colorado, as well as others like Cephas McDonald, Brook Medicine Eagle, Ashina Fast Wolf, and a corporation dubbed Vision Quest. Others, such as Dihani Oahu, Rolling Thunder, and Beautiful Painted Arrow have been subsequently added to the list. As Russell Means put it at the time, THES people have insisted upon making themselves pariahs within their own communities, and they will have to bear the consequences of that. As to white people who think it's cute, or neat, or groovy or keen to hook up with plastic medicine men, to subsidize and promote them, and claim you and they have some fundamental right to desecrate our spiritual traditions, I've got a piece of news for you. You have no such right. Our religions are ours. Period. We have very strong reasons for keeping certain things private, whether you understand them or not. And we have every human right to deny them to you, whether you like it or not. You can either respect our basic rights or not respect them, Means went on. If you do, you're an ally and we're ready and willing to join hands with you on other issues. If you do not, you are at best a thief. More importantly, you are a thief of the sort who is willing to risk undermining our sense of the integrity of our cultures for your own perceived self-interest. That means you are complicit in a process of cultural genocide, or at least attempted cultural genocide, aimed at American Indian people. That makes you an enemy, to say the least. And believe me when I say we're prepared to deal with you as such. Almost immediately, the Colorado AIM chapter undertook a confrontation with Sun Bear in the midst of a $500 per head, week. Spiritual HUCK Sterism 361. End-long spiritual retreat being conducted near the mountain town of Granby. The action provoked the following endorsement from the normally more state NIYC. The National Indian Youth Council fully supports your efforts to denounce, embarrass, disrupt, or otherwise run out of Colorado, the Medicina Will gathering. For too long the Bear Tribe Medicine Society has been considered repugnant but harmless to Indian people. We believe they not only line their pockets but do great damage to all of us. Anything you can do to them will not be enough. The Colorado AIM action, and the strength of indigenous support it received, resulted in a marked diminishment of Sun Bear's reliance upon the state as a source of revenue. Since then, AIM has aligned itself solidly and consistently with indigenous traditionalism, criticizing Sun Bear and others of his ilk in public fashion, and occasionally physically disrupting their activities in locations as diverse as Denver and Atlanta. Those who wish to assist in this endeavor should do so by denouncing plastic medicine folk wherever they appear, organizing proactive boycotts of their events, and demanding that local bookstores stop carrying titles, not only by Sun Bear and his non-Indian sidekick Wabban, but by charlatans like Castaneda, Jamaic Highwater, Lynn Andrews, and Hyameost Storm as well. Use your imagination as to how to get the job done in your area, but make it stick. You should also be aware that Sun Bear and others have increasingly aligned themselves with such non-Indian support groups as local police departments, calling upon them to protect him from Indian interference with his unauthorized sale of Indian spirituality. 362. Resolution of the 5th Annual Meeting of the TR Additional Elders Circle. Northern Cheyenne Nation, TWO Moons Camp. Rosebud Creel, Montana Center. October 5, 1980. It has been brought to the attention of the elders and their representatives in council that various individuals are moving about this great turtle island and across the great waters to foreign soil, purporting to be spiritual leaders. They carry pipes and other objects sacred to the Red Nations, the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere. These individuals are gathering non-Indian people as followers who believe they are receiving instructions of the original people. The elders and our representatives sitting in council give warning to these non-Indian followers that it is our understanding this is not a proper process and the authority to carry these sacred objects is given by the people and the purpose and procedure are specific to the time and the needs of the people. The medicine people are chosen by the medicine and long instruction and discipline are necessary before ceremonies and healing can be done. These procedures are always in the native tongue. There are no exceptions and profit is not the motivation. There are many nations with many and varied procedures specifically for the welfare of their people. These processes and ceremonies are of the most sacred nature. The council finds the open display of these ceremonies contrary to these sacred instructions. Therefore, be warned that these individuals are moving about playing upon the spiritual needs and ignorance of our non-Indian brothers and sisters. The value of these instructions and ceremonies is questionable, may be meaningless, and hurtful to the individual carrying false messages. There are questions that should be asked of these individuals. 1. What nation does the person represent? 2. What is their clan and society? 3. Who instructed them and where did they learn? 4. What is their home address? If no information is forthcoming, you may inquire at the addresses listed below, and we will try to find out about them for you. We concern ourselves only with those people who use spiritual ceremonies with non-Indian people for profit. There are many things to be shared with the four colors of humanity in our common destiny as one with our Mother the Earth. It is this sharing that must be considered with great care by the elders and the medicine people who carry the sacred trusts, so that no harm may come to people through ignorance and misuse of these powerful forces. Signed, Tom Yellowtail, Wyola Mt. Larry Anderson, Navajo Nation, P.O. Box 342, Fort Defiance, Arizona. Isadori Thorne, Beach Star Route, Bellingham, W.A. Thomas Banyasaya, Hopi Independent Nation, Shungopavi Pueblo, Second Mesa via AZ, Philip Deere, Muskogee Nation, Walter Denny, Chippewa Cree Nation, Rocky Boy Route, Box Elder Mt. Austin TWO Moons, Northern Cheyenne Nation, Rosebud Creek, Mt. Tadadaho, Haudenosaunee, Onondaga Nation via Nedrau, New York, Chief Fool's Crow, Lakota Nation, Frank Cardinal, Sr., Shete, P.O. Box 120, Assumption, Alberta, Canada, Peter Q. Chias, Entrance TERRY Ranch, Entrance, Alberta, Canada, 364. AIM Resolution. S. Overendine Nation. WIN Dowracle, AZ. May 1, 1984. Whereas the spiritual wisdom which is shared by the elders with the people has been passed to us through the creation from time immemorial, and whereas the spirituality of Indian nations is inseparable from the people themselves, and whereas the attempted theft of Indian ceremonies is a direct attack on and theft from Indian people themselves, and whereas there has been a dramatic increase in the incidence of selling of sacred ceremonies, such as the Sweat Lodge and the Vision Quest, and of sacred articles, such as religious pipes, feathers, and stones, and whereas these practices have been and continue to be conducted by Indians and non-Indians alike, constituting not only insult and disrespect for the wisdom of the ancients, but also exposing ignorant non-Indians to potential harm and even death through the misuse of these ceremonies, and whereas the traditional elders and spiritual leaders have repeatedly warned against and condemned the commercialization of our ceremonies, and whereas such commercialization has increased dramatically in recent years, to wit, the representations of Cephas MacDonald, Ashina Fast Wolf, and Brooke Medicine Ego, all non-Indian women representing themselves as sacred women, and who, in the case of Cephas MacDonald, have defrauded Indian people of sacred articles. A non-Indian woman going by the name of Quanda representing herself as a healing woman and charging $20 for sweat lodges. Sun Bear and the so-called Bear Tribe Medicine Society, who engage in the sale of Indian ceremonies and sacred objects, operating out of the state of Washington, but traveling and speaking throughout the United States. Wa-less black elk and gray-spotted eagle. Indian people operating in Denver, Colorado, charging up to $50 for so-called sweat lodge workshops. A group of non-Indians operating out of Boulder, Colorado, and throughout the Southwest, and audaciously calling itself Vision Quest, Inc., thereby stealing the name and attempting to steal the concept of one of our most spiritual ceremonies. 365. Therefore, be it resolved that the Southwest AIM leadership conference reiterates the position articulated by our elders at the first American Indian Tribunal held at DQ University, September 1982, as follows. Now, to those who are doing these things, we send our third warning. Our elders ask, are you prepared to take the consequences of your actions? You will be outcasts from your people if you continue these practices. Now, this is another one, our young people are getting restless. They are the ones who sought their elders in the first place to teach them the sacred ways. They have said they will take care of those who are abusing our sacred ceremonies and sacred objects in their own way. In this way they will take care of their elders. We resolve to protect our elders and our traditions, and we condemn those who seek to profit from Indian spirituality. We put them on notice that our patience grows thin with them and they continue their disrespect at their own risk. Indians LLRUS. Reflections on the men's movement. We are living at an important and fruitful moment, now, for it is clear to men that the images of adult manhood given by the popular culture are worn out, a man can no longer depend on them. By the time a man is 35 he knows that the images of the right man, the tough man, the true man he received in high school do not work in life. Such a man is open to new visions of what a man is supposed to be. Robert Bly, 1990. There are few things in this world I can conceive as being more instantly ludicrous than a prosperously middle-aged lump of pudgy Euro-American versemonger, an apparition looking uncannily like some weird cross between the Mallow Milk Marshmallow Man and Pillsbury's Doughboy, suited up in a grotesque mismatch combining pleated Scottish tweeds with a striped Brooks Brothers shirt and Southwest Indian print vest, peering myopically along his nose through Coke bottle steel rim specs while holding forth in stilted and somewhat nasal tonalities on the essential virtues of virility, of masculinity, of being or becoming a warrior. The intrinsic absurdity of such a scene is, moreover, compounded by a factor of 5 when it is witnessed by an audience all male, virtually all white, and on the whole obviously well accustomed to enjoying a certain pleasant standard of material comfort which sits as if spellbound, rapt in its attention to every nuance of the speaker, altogether fawning in its collective nods and murmurs of devout agreement with each detail of his discourse. At first glance, the image might seem to be the most vicious sort of parody, a satire offered in the worst of taste, perhaps a hallucinatory fragment of a cartoon or skit offered by the likes of National Lampoon or Saturday Night Live. Certainly, in a reasonable universe we would be entitled to assume that no group of allegedly functional adults would take such a farce seriously, never mind line 367. 368. Up to pay money for the privilege of participating in it. Yet, as we know, or should by now, the universe we are forced to inhabit has been transformed long since, notably by the very group so prominent in its representation among those constituting our warrior/mystic/wordsmith's assemblage, into something in which reasonable behavior and comportment play only the smallest of parts. And so the whole travesty is advanced with the utmost seriousness, at least by its proponents and a growing body of adherents who subsidize and otherwise support them. The founder and reigning grand poobah of that variant of the New Age usually referred to as the men's movement is Robert Bly, a rather owlish butterball of a minor poet who seems to have set out at 50-something to finally gamer unto himself some smidgen of the macho self-esteem his physique and life of letters had conspired to deny him up to that point. 1. Writerly even in this pursuit, however, Bly has contented himself mainly with devising a vague theory of masculinism designed or at least intended to counter prevailing feminist dogma concerning the patriarchy, rising interest in multicultural interpretations of how things work, and an accompanying sense among middle to upper middle class males that they are losing influence in contemporary society. A strange brew consisting of roughly equal parts Arthurian, Norse, and Celtic legend, occasional adaptations of fairy tales by the Brothers Grimm, a scattering of his own and assorted dead white males' verse and prose, a dash of environmentalism, and, for spice, bits and pieces of Judaic, Islamic, East Asian, and American Indian spiritualism. Bly's message of male liberation has been delivered via an unending series of increasingly well-paid podium performances beginning in the mid-80s. Presented in a manner falling somewhere between mystic parable and pop psychology, Bly's lectures are frequently tedious, often pedantic, pathetically pretentious in both content and elocution. Still, they find a powerful emotional resonance among those attracted to the central themes announced in his interviews and advertising circulars, especially when his verbiage focuses upon the ideas of reclaiming the primitive within us. Attaining. Indians earn U.S. 369. Freedom through use of appropriate ritual. The rights of all men to transcend cultural boundaries in redeeming their warrior souls. 3. By 1990, the master had perfected his pitch to the point of committing it to print in a turgid but rapidly selling tome entitled Iron John. 4. He had also established something like a franchise system, training cotters in various localities to provide male empowerment rituals for a fee. Meanwhile, the rising popularity and consequent profit potential of Bly's endeavor had spawned a number of imitators: Patrick M. Arnold, Asa Baber, Tom Daly, Robert Moore, Douglas Gillette, R.J. Stewart, Kenneth Wetcher, Art Barker, E.U. McCautry, John Matthews, and Christopher Harding among them, literary and otherwise. 3 years later, the men's movement has become pervasive enough to be viewed as a tangible and growing social force rather than merely as a peculiar fringe group. Active chapters are listed in 43 of the 50 major U.S. cities in the movement's selected address list. 25 periodicals are listed in the same directory.